BlackRock, DTCC, Fidelity. The entire thing was just institutions. It's next level. This industry is going to the next level. And guys, I don't know what else to say. I'm bullish.
You said it. You finally said it.
I'm so bullish.
Andy's bullish. I'm bullish. We're bullish.
Intro is jokes.
To the moon.
In case you guys couldn't tell, the roll-up is not in a. You might be in a bear market if you're looking at the prices, but we're not in a bear market here at the roll-up.
Boys, we're all down bad. Like, that's not a lie. Like, why are we acting like we're not cooked?
I don't know. We're in Buenos Aires. We had a fire asado. There was multiple bottles of wine.
Robbie has not checked his portfolio in weeks. That's the reality here.
If you don't check, I mean, you don't lose until you sell, right?
Right. Guys, that is not financial advice. You don't lose you're not losing money if you don't check your portfolio.
What's the story behind those glasses?
These are Oakley glasses from my baseball days. Back when I was a first baseman, they called me the Crane on the pitching on the mound as well. I was the only 6 foot tall, like 13-year-old. And I was like probably 140 pounds.
We had Alex Cutler on yesterday talking about his shortstop days.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to the baseball days.
Dude, how about these viral takeaway tweets? How these things have been ripping.
I love it.
Key takeaways from Buenos Aires: privacy, privacy, privacy. Everything's got an accent now. Every big team we've spoken to is building institutional sales strategy. Amazing weather, beautiful nature, sense of a reality check hitting the entire industry.
Speaking of nature, the Patagonian Maras that showed up to our event.
Pretty electric, huh?
I love them. I love animals, and I love some local Argentinian nature showing up for the boys. I mean, otherwise, the EF has turned it around. I think There was a lot of hate going around. Ethereum and its roll-ups were combative and adversarial, and that sentiment has totally shifted. Even though the fragmentation is still real, it feels closer than ever to becoming solved.
It definitely does. Guys, I have to make an announcement about our partner, Yeet. So Yeet, if you are watching the stream, guys, go on Yeet, sign up with the code Rollup TV. Yes, that is Rollup TV. We're giving away $500 at the end of the stream to one lucky participant. You go on yeet.com, sign up with the code Rollup TV. All one word. It's going to be a marathon stream. Mando and the guys from Yeet are great. They've been awesome. They've built a really cool product, and we are excited to help them out. So, guys, go to yeet.com, sign up with Rollup TV. We're going to do a spin at the end of the show after our mystery guest, and we'll be giving away $500 on today's stream. Guys, be in the chat. Shout out to Yeet. Thanks, guys.
$500 is that coming out of Leo's paycheck?
No, that is coming directly from the perps long trade on my Zcash position.
Oh, that one's down bad.
No, sir. There's no leverage here on Rollup TV, guys. Comfy in spot. I got a comfy in spot and trim mentality over the last 2 months. It's worked out well. Who knows what happens in the short term? We're all down bad, bleeding out. I mean, it's like the guy on the ground at NFT NYC who's like instantly nuking his Bored Apes because like he has to fill his blur loans. That's kind of where we're at today.
Sounded a little schizo. We've got a question in the chat. Can you go more in depth about the tweet about 4 chains bringing stage 0?
Yeah, I mean, right now there are 4 L2s that are stage 0, and I just think it's a big push to want to get these things to go to stage 1 or and eventually stage 2. So I think that's kind of that was the purpose. I think a lot of the Ethereum chains are really moving in the right direction, and that's kind of where we're trying to go.
I think it is important to point out that stage 0, stage 1, these are generalizations.
Yeah.
The most accurate indication of how decentralized an L2 is you look at the entire color wheel on L2 Beat.
Yeah.
And we were talking to Luca Dono from L2 Beat, founder, great guy, super smart.
Yeah.
We were talking to him about Lighter and how it is stage 0, but they've got, I think 5 out of the 6
correct
slots in the color wheel green.
Correct.
So there's still variety, even amongst the stage 0 category, amongst the L2s in that category, there's still variety in how decentralized those are, even though they're all stage 0.
Yeah.
Obviously we want to see these get to stage 1 and beyond.
Yeah.
That's on the tech side. We're going to have tons of guests.
So much. I mean, the lineup today is insane, guys. Put your shades on.
Go through it one more time.
It's going to be insane. We've got an epic lineup. We've got Oren, the CEO of StarkWare, DeFi Dave, Cap Money, Dankrad, Stani, Monet, Ansgar. We've got Alex from ZkSync. We've got Mike from EtherFi, Cami from The Defiant, Paul from Morpho, Nick White, Quintus from Flashbots, Magic Newton, Sean, Keyrock, and we've got a special mystery guest at the end. We're going to jump into Kalshi. We've got some prediction market plays to show you guys today live. So we're going to hop in there now, and
the first
shades are off.
Let's go full screen with the Kalshi markets. Andy, I want to get your takes here because I think the Doomer rant that you may have in store for us.
Oh my gosh! All right,
relates very nicely to this market.
We are all down so bad. I mean, I placed like about $7,000 of Kalshi bets on all upside for end of the year in Q1. They're all so cooked. How low will Bitcoin get this year? 82K is the forecast. Guys, I mean, the reality is, I mean, this thing looks bad. I mean, I think we ought to get a bounce here soon, but I don't know. Are we taking this below 80? Is
41% chance below 80?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta go. No, I gotta stand with the Bulls. Really? I don't think we go below 80 this year.
Don't think we go below 80?
No, I think that is a 2026 thing. So I would smash no. Yep, I'm smashing no.
So your take here is that we don't go below 80 this year, but you think 2026 Q1, Q2, we don't get a great first half of 2026?
I don't know what we get, but I do anticipate that to go below 80 sometime next year. I don't think it happens this year. I think we've already had enough pain. We're down about 30% off the highs from Bitcoin. I would smash no.
I think what's particularly interesting here is that even if Bitcoin does get into the 80s, it's going to be painful. It's going to be bloody. But as long as you're comfy in spot, Bitcoin's going to be around the next few centuries.
So what are we looking at here?
Well, we got below 80, below 70, below 60. We know below 110, 100, 190. All these already happened.
Yeah.
And so now that, we've crossed into the 80s, I think we've bounced. We're back low 90s now. But now it's a question of, do we get into the next decade of these price?
I say we go no. Let's take the no.
I'm actually going to skip this one. I think we go into the next one.
Okay.
Because this one potentially is more like it when we talk about how high Bitcoin is going to get this year. I also think Bitcoin does, stick in the 80s. Maybe it breaks into the 70s. It's a pretty kind of a toss up there. But I do think
this is an easy win.
Even if you get into the 80s, I think Bitcoin remains bullish. And I do think that if we get bounce back into the hundreds, I think that's where we're headed.
All right. Well, I would take no here for the 92%. I think they're selling $1 for 92 cents. I would smash no.
You think smash no 130 or above? That one's kind of a no-brainer, isn't it?
Yep. I think they're selling $1 for 92 cents here. I would take it. Let's take it. So
price. Shout out PMT. Showed us how to do the limit orders.
Yep, very important for prediction market, especially when it's real time to do the limit orders.
Especially when it's real time.
So guys, I mean, look, I don't think we go below 80, but I do think that, and I definitely don't think that we go above 130 this year. I think that would be crazy.
That would be insane.
But it's, you know, anything's possible. I love to put on my my bullish cap.
All right, so why don't we, you know, below 80, we think we just chop between 80 and 100?
I don't even think we get to 80. I think we bounce here for a while into the end of the year, and we maybe get a Santa rally. I'm taking 61 cents all day to hit for 37 easy. So those are the Bitcoin bets. How low will Ethereum get this year? This one's below 2250.
No,
I don't see that happening. I would take that. Below 2500. Yes or no? That is tough. That is tough, guys. We are here at Dev Connect. I would just take the safe bet.
I'm taking no on below 2500.
I like it.
And I'm just bet sizing $100 here.
Yep, I like it.
At 62 here.
I like it.
Yeah, I doubt we get below 2500. I think we bounce. We don't get too high. I doubt we're getting above 5K. What else? We don't have a ton of other options here. We did get above 4750.
Yeah, I know, which is crazy.
Gnarly.
All my bets on this on the upside they're just getting whacked.
As far as Q4, we're just thinking chop into the Q.
I'm just thinking like bounce. I'm thinking we're yeah. I think.
All right, so there's not much to do here. This is going to impact a lot of what we're seeing. They're pricing no change.
Wow, I'm smashing a cut.
I agree.
Unemployment came in today a 0.1% higher than expected. Jobs came in.
Unemployment hit a 4-year high.
Yeah, I don't. McDonald's is having all these new applicants. I'm taking what we'd get a 25 basis points cut.
Smashing 25 basis point cut.
I think that's. Are you guys partnered with Kalshi? Yep, they are a supporter. You can see their ticker down there. So I would take Fed decision cut for sure.
25 basis point cut. That one's a heavy one. Last one we got, last one that we have gets a little bit back to what we were doing 2 weeks ago, but I think it is very common.
Yep.
You know, I do feel compelled. Oh, we don't have the camera up, but guys, just know that we are holding a Return to Fundamentals shirt behind the scenes.
Yep.
Andy, what do you think?
I do not think Bank of America is going to launch a stablecoin this year.
2026.
I think
kind of market.
I think they're selling $1 for 95 cents here. I would be taking that all day.
I'm just create our own market here in 2026. Will Bank of America launch a stablecoin?
I would give it a 75% chance of no. So
okay, makes sense.
So I think they're selling $1 for 95 cents, and yeah, I think that's where we're at.
All right, guys. Fun trades on Kalshi. Great
so
times.
We'll see where those end up towards the end of the year. We'll do some fun, like kind of Christmas, New Year streams for that. Shout out to Kalshi. Shout out to the prediction market super cycle. It is on.
Shout out Kalshi. Prediction market super cycle is here. Below 80K, not going to happen.
Nope.
Above 130K, not going to happen. Below 2,500 on ETH, not going to happen.
Yep.
And above 5K, not going to happen on ETH.
Yep.
25 basis point cut. That is our contrarian bet today for Kalshi.
Yep. All right, guys, we're going to have a quick little break, but actually real quick, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. We've got Oren, the COO of StarkWare, the co-inventors of ZkSync. The privacy narrative is so on right now. Stark, Zcash, Near. There's this trifecta going on here that is really pulling this financial nihilism narrative and just ripping all of the floor of that and replacing it with this return to fundamentals. Guys, if you've seen us this week, the theme is return to fundamentals. This is where we are. We are live in Buenos Aires. We'll be right back. Quick commercial break, and we'll get started with our guest lineup.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? EtherFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. EtherFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to EtherFi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is
All right.
back.
Oren,
What's up?
welcome to the studio. First guest of the day. We're live in Buenos Aires.
Oren, COO of StarkWare. 25 years of industry experience in software development, physics, psychology, academic background. Man, what is it like? What's the atmosphere over at StarkWare these days, given the privacy narrative is certainly surging?
Yeah, so a lot of things going quite well for us now. I think it actually started with Bitcoin before privacy,
Yep.
Which is also something we've been focusing at for a while, and it's like picking off right now. And now with privacy, which is also actually very good for Bitcoin as well. So the atmosphere at StarkWare, and I think around the StarkNet ecosystem in general, is quite happy.
Yeah. How are you enjoying Buenos Aires? Is it your first time?
It is my first time. Unfortunately, I don't have much time other than running between events and meetings here. So I get to see the city just a little bit.
Yeah.
Hopefully in the weekend I'll get some more chances.
I'm curious why you think privacy is so hot this time, this era. You know, Ellie from StarkWare was co-founder of Zcash. We've seen all of the hype around Zcash as of recently. Privacy is surging. Bitcoin, of course, started this, and you guys are leaders in the Bitcoin DeFi space and also co-inventors of ZkStarks. What do you think is leading to the resurgence of privacy? We're calling this the return of fundamentals. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. But I'm curious, in your mind, what do you think is bringing back privacy into the fold?
So I think it is, you alluded to this, I think, it is somewhat of maturing of crypto in general, because privacy, I mean, we've always very much believed in privacy. Our technology is a great fit for both scalability and privacy, and those are probably two of the main things that we're missing from blockchain to gain wide adoption. The good question is why now? I think that's probably because some of the other things that were even more basically broken are now pretty much fixed. Probably mostly scalability, cost, UX. I can't say that it's fully fixed, but it's like getting there. And now when you see like more real world adoption and also institutional adoption coming to crypto, privacy becomes like very, very basic. People look at that. People need privacy to do stuff. Institutions, to them, it's table stakes. They can't imagine everyone being able to see what they're doing.
So talk a little bit closer to the mic, please.
Sure. So, I mean, from my perspective, it should have been important years ago, but better late than never.
Yeah. I mean, I think, we've seen this resurgence of Zcash as this asset, as well as just this network lately. We've been hearing about the quantum resistance problem.
Right.
Vitalik addressed it. I think yesterday put out something with regards to Ethereum's plans for going into 2028. Obviously, this has been the biggest knock on Bitcoin for such a long time, is that it's not quantum resistant. Zcash does have some sort of, quantum resistance capabilities. It gets very deep, I'm sure. From your physics background and from your knowledge of studying this quantum resistance problem, what is the actual real nature of this issue? Like, we hear about it all the time, and it's often like this doomsday posting. What is the real stature of the quantum resistant problem in crypto?
So the core of the issue is that a lot of today's cryptography could probably be broken by quantum computers. In some cases, it's known how to do so. In some other cases, it's not known, but it's thought that it's possible to do so. And some of the basically ECDSA, which is the main signature scheme used by Bitcoin, Ethereum, and a lot of crypto, is one of those that actually could be broken by quantum computers. Now, quantum computing has been progressing slowly and probably less slowly lately. So it's coming. The only question is when it's coming. The nice thing about cryptography is that you have alternative forms of cryptography that are supposedly quantum secure. By the way, Stark, which is the basis of what we're doing, is quantum secure. And I think there are steps that could be taken even within Bitcoin and Ethereum to prepare for that, so that when it is broken, they'll already be at the state where they actually can move to the other forms of cryptography that aren't breakable.
Yeah, the way I was describing this to someone earlier, from my limited understanding, is that we know that if quantum computing happens, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
And people are working on quantum computers because it could potentially lead to some really powerful impacts that are really positive. But it would lead to some of these catastrophic things in Bitcoin and these other currencies. The issue is we don't know if this is 1 year away, 5 years away, 50 years away. If it's 50, we've got a lot of time to solve this. But if it's in the next couple of years, this becomes a really, really pressing problem. Right. I'm curious, in your perspective, how soon do you anticipate quantum computing becoming an issue for cryptocurrencies?
So I can't say I'm an expert on that. I don't think it's 50 years.
Okay.
It's probably not 1 year either, but it seems like it could happen within 2 or 3 years, which is already alarmingly close to where we are. And considering that for some of these cases, you actually have to do stuff in advance to prepare, I don't think we have a lot of time. We should start thinking about this now.
Really? Like, what would be your approximation or estimation of time?
When it's going to happen?
Yeah.
2, 3,
he said
4 years.
2-3 years. Yeah. But what is it that we can do to prepare? Is it using Starks, incorporating these into more protocols, adding OP-Cat into Bitcoin? Are these the sorts of steps that we should be taking, or is there another way that we should think about preparing for
so these
quantum?
Are things that could help. I think the major issue is that, like, pretty much all private keys right now in Bitcoin and Ethereum are using ECDSA, and they're already out there. So you need to come up with some mechanism to enable users to migrate between this type of cryptography to something else. And for that, you need to think of how do you prepare beforehand, before quantum computing is there, to be able, let's say, to prove that you own a certain address at the time where it was yet unbreakable by quantum computers, and then you could actually do a migration that won't be breakable.
I've got a question that's a little bit deep in the weeds, kind of a technical question. My understanding of Bitcoin and some of these other protocols that allow us to pay for things online with credit cards use RSA. That's different from ECDSA. Right. Could you help just separate and distinguish these two different cryptographic protocols?
Again, I'm not an expert on cryptography. RSA is basically an encryption mechanism for synchronous communication, where the ECDSA is basically a public-private key cryptography that enables you to generate a public key from your private key and then sign stuff with it. So it's different branches of cryptography altogether.
Yeah. Okay. So, Oren, when you're looking at the kind of spectrum of privacy within StarkWare, within, I think Aztec just launched their Ignition protocol yesterday, obviously Zcash, Monero. What is the current spectrum of privacy in blockchain today? Maybe we could start with like the far left, as far as like public blockchain networks like Bitcoin and Ethereum and other chains, and then all the way to something which what I assume would be like a Monero. But, what does that spectrum look like?
So it's quite varied. And I think also looking forward, like the solution space is very, very big. It's a lot bigger than like every time we talk about this, we come up with some new ideas and new things that could be done. I think Zcash is probably like the first public blockchain that has like truly private transactions in it. And they've been they've been there for a while.
Yeah.
So they have a resurgence now. I hope they're going to be used a lot more extensively as well. One of the issues I think though with Zcash is not the privacy. Privacy is actually quite good there, is that you can't do that much on Zcash. It's a similar problem to what we have on Bitcoin that we're trying to address as well, where it's like, it's a great network. Bitcoin is a great asset, but you can't really build a real economy on top of that because it's not programmable. The scale's not there. The cost's not there. In Bitcoin, the privacy not there. In Zcash, it is, but you need basically to bring all these stuff together for people to build actually usable stuff. Now, some of the projects you mentioned before vary in terms of how they relate to compliance in a way. And even there's a big solution space, but by and large, you could either try and provide like absolute privacy by which anybody could do anything without anybody being able to see, which will probably make that non-compliant in most places.
Right.
On the other hand, you could try and bake in some compliance mechanism, and there's a wide variety of potential ones. They could be quite complex. So Monero, I think, like went down one extreme. Zcash is maybe somewhere in the middle. And there are ones right now, including some apps that are being launched on StarkNet, such as privacy pools that actually bake in compliance right into the protocol.
Yep.
And the activity on StarkNet is booming, and this is taking some people by surprise. You guys are now top 5 in chain and top 5 chain in daily revenue,
and growing.
And growing, yeah. So what's leading to this growth, and where do you anticipate that this goes?
So I think most of it is coming from our focus on BTC-Fi. So we're basically trying to provide Bitcoiners with a good place where they can actually do stuff with their Bitcoin. Like I said before, Bitcoin is an amazing asset. Unfortunately, most of what has been done with it so far is either just hodling or on centralized exchanges.
Right.
And centralized exchanges are somewhat and an antithesis to Bitcoin and to crypto and to blockchain in general. And some of this was because there were no good options, and that's what we're trying to solve. So what we're doing right now is we're enabling Bitcoiners to bridge their Bitcoin to StarkNet, and then to access a wide variety of options, starting with staking. So we've actually opened StarkNet staking, which basically secures the network's decentralization, not just to Stark, but also to Bitcoin. Which also provides people with a good place to with pretty low risk actually get some yield on their Bitcoin. And then the less risk averse users could actually use that Bitcoin to loop staking or to do DeFi. There are a variety of options already live. There are some that are coming. I think a lot of the increase in metrics that we've seen is because of that. And that's only been launched less than 2 months ago.
Yep. Yeah. And so there's also this kind of trifecta going on with StarkWare, Near Intense, and Zcash that's kind of like created this like flywheel a bit. I'm not sure if it's that correlated on chain like directly, but maybe it's just narrative driven, but it also feels like there's some sort of like on chain happenings here. What is that trifecta that's happening there?
So on chain, I don't think anything is happening yet. Near Intense is not yet live on StarkNet even.
Okay.
We are close to the Zcash team. Like, so Ellie's a co-founder there, and we're talking to the team about a bunch of things that we could do together. But right now, I think it's more of a narrative.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything that you could allude to as far as what we could, even if you're not speaking on behalf of StarkWare, what would you personally like to see between the Zcash ecosystem, quantum resistant money, and StarkNet enabled Bitcoin privacy?
So there could be multiple things. Some of them is like Stark technology and our provers can be used by the Zcash community and also by other communities to do stuff even unrelated to StarkNet and to StarkWare. It's open source. They don't necessarily even need us to do this, but we could gladly help. And then there are things that could be a lot more combined, like doing things directly.
Sounds interesting, Oren.
Yeah.
So directly
I'm just alluding to things here, but
directly prove Starks on Zcash.
It's theoretically it's an option. Yeah.
Okay. And so maybe just if you could get a little bit deeper into the tech there.
Well, how does proving on StarkNet work now? Is it a matter of like paying for ZK proofs using Stark tokens?
So StarkNet right now is an Ethereum layer 2.
Right.
It's a ZK rollup. We're probably the first general purpose ZK rollup on Ethereum. We just celebrated 4 years to mainnet.
Congratulations.
This week. Actually, we had before StarkNet, we had StarkX, which was probably the first ZK rollup on Ethereum.
Right.
It was a couple years before that.
The perp stacks and whatnot, right?
It was basically a scalability layer for exchanges.
Yeah.
So we had a bunch of exchanges running on top of us. Some of them were perp, some of them were spot. A lot of people know the dexes. They don't necessarily know that they've been running on our technology. It was Sorare, DYDX, Immutable, a bunch of others.
I think.
Yeah, Apex is still running. Some are still. StarkX is still live. We still have a few instances running there.
There we go.
So it's a ZK rollup on top of Ethereum.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a sense of how we actually want to make StarkNet also layer 2, basically a trustless layer 2, a fully trustless layer 2 on top of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Now, at least the way we know right now, for this to happen, we need Bitcoin to re-enable Opcat, which is this operator that was once part of the scripting language, and they disabled it. Zcash is quite similar to Bitcoin. So if they do something of that sort or something equivalent that enables us to actually run a roll up on top of it, then it's possible. In general, what you need from a layer 1 in order to be able to run a layer 2, you need to be able to deploy or run some sort of verifier on that network, because the way a roll up works is you generate the proofs for all the blocks on layer 2, and then you submit that proof to layer 1 and you verify it on layer 1. So you need to run a verifier on the layer 1, which we now do on Ethereum. We don't yet know how to do on Bitcoin. If they enable Opcat, we believe we do know how to do on Bitcoin. Maybe research will progress even further. We'll be able to do it even without Opcat, but the same could be done in Zcash.
Right. There's a verifier on Zcash that can verify ZK proofs.
If there is right now,
there's not.
There's not one that there's not one. What they have right now is basically that the users generate snark proofs for their transactions and send that to the network, and they are able to verify just those specific types of proofs.
Oren, I've got a more kind of design choice question for you with regards to Cairo VM, obviously one of the first kind of non-EVM rollups for Ethereum. If you could go back 4 years from now, would you have launched StarkWare as an EVM L2, or are you do you have so much conviction in Cairo and the programming language that you firmly believe that up till now and in the future that this is the right choice for your execution layer?
Yeah, so I do believe it is the right choice. I think longer term, it's very clear to me that this is the right choice. Shorter term, it's more of an issue, but the more we progress, the more we are closer to the longer term. The reason we went down the Cairo path is basically we wanted to optimize the VM for proving.
Yeah.
So Ethereum optimizes for different things and then has limitations that we don't have, that we didn't want to carry over to our system. Now, longer term, we believe this is going to be quite important because scale is going to skyrocket. You're going to need to max out whatever you can get from there, and cost is the other side of the same equation. And the more tailored you are towards what you're actually doing, and limited by the actual limitations that you have, the better.
Exactly.
There are downsides to that, of course. We felt them throughout the year. We feel them a bit less now, actually.
Yeah.
But I do think it was the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like Near Intense took Zcash from being like a silo and kind of like allowed it to interoperate now. So I think it's like probably been a part of its recent run, but you guys were always interoperable with other L2s, but from a development perspective, developers had to be really, really confident in building on StarkNet, and that actually allowed you to build like a much more sticky community. Because unlike other L2s or L1s that are EVM based, you can just take your smart contracts and say, all right guys, see you later, we're going to go here, and then there's so much kind of churn, but because of that, a more social layer impact of your design choice is that there's much less churn of builders.
That is true. I think it's the same point. Like, it has disadvantages and advantages. This is definitely one of the advantages. I think if you look at the StarkNet community, it's one of the best communities out there. It's very committed. It's much less mercenary than I think a lot of the other rollups out there. Part of this started not just because of Cairo, but because the early members of the community were drawn in by the tech and by the promise of the tech, and they were very strong developers and very strong people in general, and they built some of the infrastructure we currently use. So we are at StarkWare, we built some of it, but some of the community built major parts of the system as well, of the network, and thus they rightfully feel that the network is actually partly theirs as well. So it started from there, but even moving on, it drew people who are very much convinced, and they're a lot more sticky, like you said.
Yeah, most definitely. When it comes to this kind of dynamic of generating revenue, you know, Robbie said you guys are top 5 chain currently in daily revenue. I'd be, it's not about the price of the token or the token, but it's been a rough run for Stark holders over the last 6 to 12 months. People are really joyful to see Hyperliquid come out, have these buybacks, and we've actually seen in this, latest, people are calling it a bear market. We don't really, we're looking on a 10 to 20 year time horizon here. It's all just kind of ups and downs. Hyperliquid has held up extremely well just in the short term, and I think it's probably because of a lot of that idea. When it comes to the revenue generation of StarkNet going forward, how do you plan to, or how are you at least thinking about it, either from a personal perspective or a StarkWare perspective, to create a kind of robust flywheel for STRK and just generally the StarkNet ecosystem? I'm not asking for specifics. I'm not asking for financial advice here. Just like, how are you thinking about that? Because it is now something that the market is demanding, versus a year ago the market wasn't really demanding this kind of behavior from teams.
So I think there are 2 main parts to that. So one of them is just getting more revenues to the network, to StarkNet, and to the apps running on the network. So the metrics look very good right now. They're growing quite significantly. I'm pretty sure they're going to continue to grow. A lot of this is a result of a lot of efforts of ours and of other people in the StarkNet ecosystem, of the StarkNet Foundation, and that's very important, because like the more people use it, the more people find the network valuable, the more businesses that actually generate revenue that are on the network, the better it is for the ecosystem as a whole. The second part is, how do we drive at least part of that upside back to the network? Mm-hmm. Now, the network could be the sequencers, it could be the token holders, there could be various mechanisms, and we are considering various mechanisms, but we do want at least some of it. So with the network revenue, this is a lot easier. What we also are looking in is trying to get the major apps, or perhaps all apps, to actually share some of their revenue also with the network. I can't yet announce anything. We're thinking about several options, but it is in the works.
Oren, thank you for your time, man. It's been a pleasure.
I got one more question. Sure. The question everyone's asking: when stage 2?
So there's something a bit problematic there. I mean, we're very keen on decentralization, and we've been working, like a large part of our engineering team has been working on decentralization for like over a year now. By the way, we are right now deployed with a decentralized version, which currently we're running all instances of the sequencers, but right now StarkNet mainnet is run by a decentralized protocol generating blocks and voting on them.
Very cool.
And we have the next steps coming in the coming quarters. This doesn't necessarily fit the current definitions of stage 2, even though it's probably a lot better than the current definition of stage 2. So I'm not even sure the current definition is that clear. So we'd be very happy to get there, though I'm not sure that it's well defined enough and even correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, also it's a responsibility thing. It's something that you got to be very thoughtful about and methodical with, right?
Yeah, so there's a time and a place that it makes sense to do so. Oren, thank you so much for coming on.
Cheers,
Absolute
man.
pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
You guys have been great partners at StarkWare, and we look forward to more conversations soon. Cheers. Have a great rest of your week.
Thanks,
Thank you.
All right.
Boom, guys. The privacy trifecta is in the StarkNet near Zcash. That entire we've gone from financial nihilism, meme coin super cycle, to this actual return to fundamentals. Guys, we're just gonna keep harping on it. If you're not returning to fundamentals, then, well, what are we doing here, guys? So we've got double guest up next, DeFi Dave, Ben from Cap Money. We're going to get them in here, take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link.
All right, guys, welcome to the studio. Good to have you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much for having us.
How's Buenos Aires treating you?
It's beautiful here. This is my first time. I can see why it's
What?
called-
It's your first time, dude?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
I know.
I didn't know that.
It's funny. They call it the Paris of the South, of South America. I'm like, oh, they should have ECC here next year.
Yeah.
So nice.
At
Yeah.
this point, they keep going south. So
Yeah.
My buddy calls it his favorite European city.
Yeah.
I've had so much beef.
Yeah.
I feel the cholesterol running through my
Dude,
veins.
every night
Yeah.
steak, red wine.
Every
steak,
night.
red
Red
wine.
wine.
Yeah. How is ETH Floripa, by the way?
Oh, Floripa was great.
Nice.
It was such a vibe. It was more of an unconference than anything.
Yeah. Of course.
Like, you know how Floripa is. And
Yeah,
so
it's fun.
they set it up really well. It's funny because I remember last, like, I think a year and a half ago, I tweeted, like, these two conferences need to happen, ETH Bushwick and ETH Floripa. Like, I don't need to explain myself. And now they both happened. And so they did a great job. There's a really good community of builders on in Floripa. So
I was a bit worried about you blowing up our spot.
the thing is yeah, here we are talking about it, though.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
On air, like thousands of viewers. Like,
It's so over. Yeah, don't go to Floripa. It's awful.
It's actually pretty terrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
you were there too, Ben?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay.
I was providing shareholder value in New York.
All right, guys, catch us up to speed. I think we had Dave on maybe 3 months ago or so on Rollup TV. You guys had been, I think there was an announcement and just general progress. What's happening in Q3 and Q4? Where are you guys at?
Yeah, well, today we just went live with Wisdom Tree. So,
Let's go.
Yeah, WTGXX there, money market fund. The
Okay.
tokenized money market fund is live on Cap, and now those users can mint CUSD with WTGXX. And this is significant because these institutions, like, they have certain compliance requirements in order to in order to be in line with everything. And so
these are permission assets. You can't integrate. So they have a fund called WTGXX, not a sexy name. And all these pension funds use it to earn T-bill yield. And they've done it since like the 80s, right? And what we're doing is we're connecting all of those pension funds, all of those users to CAP via Wisdom Tree. And it was months of, convincing them that CAP is compliant, that it's safe, the smart contracts are okay. And we did it. And now we're fully connected to all of that user base.
How did you guys do it? Did you study up yourselves on compliance standards? Did you hire new people that knew this business? What was the process like for you guys? Because you guys are crypto native, right? Well, but now you've got an institutional strategy.
I worked at Citibank.
Yeah, I worked at Citibank.
Okay.
We have all these sort of like compliance, regulatory, what's it called, qualifications. But we have lawyers.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
So they help us out.
Yeah, I mean, I put out this tweet. It was like, if you don't have an institutional sales strategy in 2026, you're completely cooked. We were at SmartCon 2 weeks ago, and it felt like, I mean, it was all finance. It was very, very. There's a whole bull run going on over there. While like with the builders and stuff, it's a bit different down here. So connecting these two worlds is important for you guys. What is the reason why Wisdom Tree wants to get involved? Why these funds want to come on chain? Is it a distribution play for them? Is it an access game? What is kind of the thought process as to like the unique value that CAP is bringing?
Yeah, it's about distribution, right? So if you're a Wisdom Tree, Fidelity, Franklin Templeton, these guys we're working with, you want more AUM because you make yield, and then you can take a spread on all of that. But T-bills are not so hot anymore, and as the Fed will keep cutting rates, these products will be less and less attractive. And with inflation at 3%, the closer we get to 3% in risk-free rate, the worse it will be to hold T-bills as a form of yield. What we do is we can give you marginal yield, maybe let's say 50% more than T-bill yield, but we don't give you any risk, or at least any risk of yield generation, because we're fully insured. And so for these very conservative yield actors that are already depositing to Wisdom Tree, this is a very safe way to get into crypto.
Can you talk more about the insurance model? That's not something that I've heard about. It seems very unique. Like who is the insurer? How does that process work behind the scenes?
So we built this thing called a surety bond. Probably a lot of people haven't heard about it, but it's similar to a credit default swap. And so anytime somebody wants to generate yield on our stablecoin, these institutions like Susquehanna want to generate yield on our stablecoin, they need to provision a credit default swap. And if they were to lose money, then we can sort of call that insurance. So imagine if Ethena, like the Ethena Labs team, was taking money from depositors and doing their basis trade. Imagine if all of that was fully insured, 100%. That's kind of how CAP works.
Okay, and so we had the Grove team on. They've gone from like 0 to like 2 billion TVL. It's been insane in the last couple months. I don't know how competitive, et cetera, it is, but they're focusing on like these AAA CLOs as their underlying yield product because of the same reason that Ben has said about the basically T-bill yield being compressed. Are you guys also looking to like expand the product suite? Obviously, this is like a step in that direction. You've got this additional yield that you mentioned. How do you guys think about continuing to build real yield for your users, knowing that the rates are likely to keep dropping?
Yeah, I've said this on the last stream we had, but I like to call CAP the infinite canvas of yield.
Okay, beautiful.
You aren't locked into one strategy, and you aren't dependent on a group of people moving around to different strategies. CAP is a self-enforcing system that allocates capital according to the highest performers in the protocol. All our borrowers that opt into the protocol, whether they're regulated Wall Street funds, market makers, trading shops, they all have unique strategies. They all have unique edge that they bring to the table. And as long as they partner with the restakers who act as the surety bond, as Ben said, and perform, it's the users that benefit the most because they're always getting the highest yield and they're fully protected the entire time.
Yeah.
Do you guys use Eigenlayer for restaking?
We use Eigenlayer and Symbiotic, and in the future we'll use all the other shared security markets like Babylon, Jito, Kernel. Because at the end of the day, any of these assets, like cryptocurrency assets, are very good to provide surety bonds because they have a very low risk-free rate. And as a result, they can be used to insure US dollar loans while providing a competitive return for them to take that risk.
So the restakers are underwriting the firms, the partners, as you mentioned, and these are guys that are in the CAP stablecoin network. It's a group of select partners take part in CUSD's collateral management, yield generation.
Yeah.
And the restakers are underwriting like Wisdom Tree, and who else is in this group?
So we have two things, right? First is our reserve, and the reserve has T-bill stable coins, and they have money market funds. The money market funds come from Franklin Templeton, BlackRock, Fidelity, etc. And the stable coins will come from like Circle, Tether, etc. And if you're holding CUSD, you can always redeem it for that. Super simple. In the back end, we let institutions borrow those reserves. So we have Susquehanna that's never borrowed on-chain ever before. They're doing it with us. Flow Traders, which is a publicly traded company, we're announcing that soon. A little bit of alpha for you guys. So these are entities that don't really participate in crypto, and now they're borrowing from us in order to share some of the yield with our users.
And so it seems like a one-directional flow here. Like we get these institutional products, right? And then we provide them to the current existing on-chain users or whatever that expanding pie is of people that want yield on-chain. What about the other way? Like, are you then able to say, to other asset managers, capital allocators in New York City, right? Like, hey, okay, so we've got this Wisdom Tree product on chain. The settlement time is far better. There's better yield. So not just like, hey, crypto users already, but going then with this product that you've brought on chain and bringing it to other institutions. Is that kind of part of the strategy? How are you guys thinking about that kind of flow?
Well, also the institutions are more receptive to this kind of a play because
Right.
we've always cared about safety. Even though a lot of times in crypto we get in the groove of the bull market and we want as much yield as possible, we go to a family office and say, hey, you can have 50% more than T-bills, and you're not going to take that much more risk because it's fully insured. They love that, right? Because they care about capital preservation over everything. And so, yeah, it's been great being in New York because there are a lot of folks that kind of resonate with this pitch.
Institutions love cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. You guys have coined this Type 3 stablecoin. We talk a lot about stablecoins. We think it's a stablecoin super cycle. What is a Type 3 stablecoin?
Well, maybe you can explain.
Yeah, so we created this framework. It was actually published in the Stanford Blockchain Club Journal.
Very cool.
Of Type 3 stablecoins. And it's basically a spectrum of security. And you go from Type 0 to Type 3. Type 0 are endogenous stablecoins. So those are stablecoins that get yield within themselves or relying on another system. And that's, think of like Arrow or CRV, think of as CDPs. They're great, but they can only scale so much. So we haven't seen any major stablecoins of that design. Then you have Type 1 stablecoins, which I like to call one team, one strategy. These are usually similar to just tokenized hedge funds. And with those, they're simple, which is great, but the alpha can only last so long with them. And the security guarantees of what happens if something goes wrong aren't really there. Type 2, I like to say, is diverse team, diverse strategy. So now you have like a DAO or a committee, and they're deciding on which strategies to put into. It's a lot more adaptive than Type 1, but at the same time, you still have people deciding, and people are infallible. Like, what if there are conflicts of interest and all that stuff? So that's imperfect. Cap or Type 3, and we actually like to model ourselves after Ethereum. So in the same way, Ethereum is this like infinite garden. Like you can go and build any application you want. The design space is endless. We do the same thing with Cap, but it's for yield. And so the design space for yield strategies is basically limitless as well. And it's a self-enforcing system that's backed by our credible financial guarantees of these surety bonds and restaking, the same thing here. And it's all these different strategies plugging in and out. And this can scale much, much more than all the other stablecoins previously. So we're the first Type 3 stablecoin, and we are really leading the way in that.
Yeah. So let's kind of zoom out into 2026, 2027, 2028, thinking about where the space is going. We're very clearly in this like institutional adoption phase. I mean, it's kind of funny. Like back in the day, we'd be like, we're gonna dump on these guys. Successfully did that, but like still waiting for them, for them to keep allocating, etc. And so like the brand of crypto is shifting in a big way. I mean, I think like this year, very clearly because of the regulatory regime, because of Trump, because of even like products like Hyperliquid forcing the market to change. Like there's just a lot of factors that have led to change this year. I'm curious, like what your guys' vision is for, broadly the stablecoin tokenization, institutional adoption space over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And then like where you want Cap to be in that puzzle, right? We just came back from SmartCon, as I mentioned, and it feels like the table's being set, right? Like there are Wisdom Tree is ready to be captured and brought on chain, and someone's going to do it.
Captured.
Right, exactly, right? And so if you're not, and again, it comes back to that, if you don't have an institutional sales strategy, you're in trouble. And so next 2, 3, 4 years in this specific kind of like institutional space of crypto, and then how kind of you see Cap fitting. I'd like to hear from you both on this.
Yeah, I think, we say there's DeFi and TradFi. In the future, it would just be Fi.
Yeah, there's no more TradFi. We don't say the word TradFi anymore.
Yeah, there's really a convergence, not just with stable coins, but you see it with exchanges as well. Like whether it's like Robinhood or Kraken, they're all going towards like the same design. And where I see the future and where Cap fits into it is you're going to have thousands of stablecoins out there, and they're going to be unique to different jurisdictions. They're going to be unique to different distribution channels. I mean, look, Starbucks, Amazon, Apple, whoever, all these big companies, they have distribution. They can all come out with their own stablecoin, their own T-bill stablecoins. There's not much differentiating between them. They're all the same thing, just branded differently. What Cap is going to be is the singleness of money, the Schelling point, where all these different stablecoins can come in. They can be exchanged one of one. And as Ben said, they can earn this nominal yield on top. It's 50%, which might not sound like a lot, but it really does move the needle for these institutions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's no coincidence that our leads and our investors are TradFi players.
We don't use that word anymore.
Sorry, our financial players. Yeah. So you don't see the normal VCs lead our rounds. Like Franklin Templeton has never led a stablecoin deal before. They led one with us. IMC Trading, Flow Traders, Susquehanna. This is our cap table. These are the people that we surround ourselves with, because we think that we're not competing with Ethena. We're not competing with name your crypto native stablecoin. We're competing with Apollo. We're competing with Hamilton Lane, because we think we can provide this diversified yield that private credit has created, but do it better, because smart contracts are better technology. And that's the kind of fight we want to be doing.
Yeah, beautiful.
I want to ask about a topic with regards to stablecoins. So we've had people on either side. We had Luca from M0, and then we had Hanan from Codex, which is this FX, this Forex type of rebuilding on decentralized rails. It's such a large market that it could potentially prove really, really difficult to unwind the existing system and rebuild it on blockchain rails. Mm-hmm. This becomes more and more important as we get regional stablecoins. Obviously, US dollar denominated stablecoins are most prevalent now. Cap is building in the US dollar denomination lane right now, but we're expecting this whole pie to grow. Curious, what is your take when it comes to Forex and regional based denominations of stablecoins?
Yeah.
I just want to say we're really changing the game for these other currencies, because we're a stable coin on the dollar, but think about the surety bond market. We're using these alternative assets to underwrite loans of US dollar, because the over collateralized rate of the dollar versus the under collateralized rate of the dollar, that delta is bigger than the premium of these alternative assets. And so we can give higher yield to the Japanese yen, Singapore dollar, Hong Kong dollar than they would ever have otherwise. In fact, if you look at the past 10 years of the Japanese carry trade, we do better than that. Mm-hmm. And so even if it takes time to unwind, if I can tell a Japanese private credit fund that I can give you more yield for taking the same risk, they're going to move over, because people want to make money.
Yeah. Guys, we're building a DevConnect playlist on Spotify. So I'm just going to pull it up, and I'd like you guys to think about what song you feel needs to be added to this playlist. So just, give it a second, give it a thought. I know it's a very serious question. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I would just like to get the name of your song.
We're in Argentina.
We are.
Yeah. So you have to have something by Enanitos Verdes.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
It's,
Hablas español, ¿no?
Claro.
¿De dónde eres?
Chile.
Sí,
I'm the neighbor of this country, and Enanitos Verdes is like one of the famous Argentinian.
Anitos Verdes.
Yeah, Enanitos Verdes, little green men.
Los Anitos like Verdes.
Yeah.
¿Qué canción?
Lamento Boliviano.
Lamento Boliviano, sí. Dave.
I'm gonna go with our neighbors up north in Brazil. You should have Gibraltar Gil on
Okay.
your playlist.
Yes.
That's good.
Gibraltar Gil.
Yeah. Keep it South America.
How does one spell that?
Gilberto. It's like Gailberto.
G-A-I-L.
He's the quintessential Brazilian artist. So.
I actually learned Portuguese because I like this kind of things.
What's the song of choice? Do you have a song of choice? 'Cause I think I saw this guy in Floripa playing live.
Really?
He's very old now, right?
Yeah.
He's like an OG, like kind of like slow reggaeton type of, not reggaeton, like reggae, right? Like kind of chill, like Bob Marley.
It's complicated, It's not an easy question because
it's the one,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, Yeah, Aquel Abrazo. That's the one.
There we go.
Yeah, that's like the quintessential song about Rio and Brazil. It's such a vibe.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
We're gonna be jamming this. We'll post it afterwards. You guys can look at the entire playlist compiled after all our guests.
And guys, we have a gift for you guys as
nice.
well for coming out and showing up. We're returning to fundamentals. So
Yeah.
our big kind of slogan these days is return to fundamentals.
Thank you.
We'd like to hear what this means to you guys personally, right? Two OGs in DeFi. I mean, we met you guys probably 2019, 2020.
Yeah, it's been a while.
We've came a long way as an industry. What does this mean to you guys? Tell us.
I think it's building in the spirit and ethos of like true crypto, true decentralization, building products that last and building products that care about users and put them first. And yeah.
I mean, for me, it's no inflationary shenanigans. So nowadays we have so many, farms and people spending tokens like they were, cheap. And for Cap, most of our TVO is not incentivized. It's just going to family office and liquid funds and pitching them on Cap and them saying, you know what, this is good for us. And they're using us without incentives. And I think if we want to get anywhere as an industry, that's how we have to do it.
Yeah, and this is from the DeFi faithful to a lot of people in Korea, a lot of people in Turkey, a lot of people.
Yeah, we have a lot of Koreans using us.
Yeah, when you were in Korea.
We were pitching all these KOS and people were like, yeah, we're already farming.
Yeah. That's probably my number one response when I tell them about Cap. Like, oh yeah, we're already farming that. I'm like, oh, word, we're doing a job.
Yeah, they already say we're already farming that. They say they like Franklin Templeton and they say, do you work for DeFi Dave?
Yeah, that's the trifecta.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thanks for coming out, man.
Thank you so
It's
much.
been a
This was
pleasure.
fun.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Great to have you guys.
Handshakes are
Awesome to see you guys.
Cheers, guys.
Continuing building. Thank you guys.
All right, thanks.
Cheers.
We'll see you next time.
Guys, we're gonna keep it rolling. Quick break, and we'll be right back.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private. Guys, it's all over. It's just over. This is my doomer rant for those who are, looking at TradingView today. Guys, yes, we're down so much money in the last 2 days. We are literally sitting here ripping 8 hours a day of filming, editing, post-production meetings. We're doing it for the love of the game. I mean, we are down more in the last 3 days than we can even imagine. I haven't looked at my portfolio. I'm honestly scared. Mert's been saying either this is, you're being very emotional and this is the bottom, or, it's all over. Guys, I get it. It can feel like it's all over at times. Sometimes not checking your portfolio helps, guys, but it's not all over. But man, it looks bad. I mean, today we had an Ethereum DAT sell a ton of ETH. If Jensen Huang wasn't out there drinking beers in Korea with his boys and crushing earnings, we'd be in trouble. Guys, I get it. It sucks. A lot of us are heavily invested into this space that we log into every day. I would want it no other way. But guys, it looks pretty bleak out there right now. But here's the good news. SmartCon last week in New York City, there is a full-blown institutional bull run happening. It is absolutely dialed right now. Those guys do not care about the price action of today. They do not care. Right now in Argentina, in DevConnect, there is a massive vibe with the builders of actually building something real. Like these two developments at the same time, while juxtaposed in terms of their kind of like clients and who is a part of these communities, they're actually extremely strong together. So look, I mean, I think the question that you got to ask yourself is a 30 to 50% drawdown from here on your portfolio more painful than missing the upside of a potential 30 to 50% or higher move in the future? And so like for me and for all of you listening, it's really all about your own personal portfolio. And I think that's one way to think about it. Guys, it sucks. I mean, we are out here just ripping, grinding, have barely been able to even check the markets. And I just know that I'm going to go home and I'm going to be down more than I can even fathom. So let's stay strong, keep building. And, the market will do its thing. But trust me, we are down bad. And I just want you guys to know that I'm in this boat with you. So how about our first two conversations there, Rob? I mean, look, you're acting like you're not down bad, but you are down bad.
I think everyone's got to realize that price is the y-axis, right? If you're think about a chart, right? On the y-axis, you have price, and on the x-axis, you have time. And we talk a lot about price. We look up, we look down, like we're looking at price most often when we're looking at the charts. But we can't forget about the x-axis. The x-axis is time, and it's arguably more important than price. And I think what is often left out of the conversation is time horizon. You just brought up a good point. Everyone's portfolio is very different. Everyone's got different goals in their lives with respect to their own personal financial situations. That's going to come with, different perspective when it looks at the price, but also different perspective when it looks at the time horizon at which you're trying to construct your portfolio. So I think my recommendation to people would be stay patient, zoom out, and be very thoughtful with the time frame at which you're looking at your portfolio. I think it's okay to think that we're in a bull market and a bear market at the same time. That might sound really, really weird, but when you're looking at time horizons, you can think that we're in a bear market for Q4, right? The next 3 months.
Yeah.
But you could also think that we're in a decade-long bull market. And maybe that's just cope. Maybe that's just making me feel better about my portfolio as we're watching it go down. But I really do think that there is some truth to the different time horizons, the different time scales at which you're constructing your portfolio. Because when you're looking at spot trading, it's not just about getting the direction right. You have to get the timing right too. Right. And there is two dimensions to this game.
Well, I just feel like, and I'm gonna, kind of go on this, a response to you as well as just this general idea here is that there's a reality check that is hitting the vibe at DevConnect in Buenos Aires. Builders, investors, venture capitalists, there's this reality check that is smacking in the face. People are very, very oriented around the core ideologies of our space. They want to build things with real revenue. They want to build products that actually generate fees that create value for token holders.
We just heard Benjamin talking about providing shareholder value in New York.
Well, dude, the reality check of the space is that you can't just show up, launch a project, and expect the market to care. We can blame Pump Fund for making it so easy to launch a coin. Sure. We can blame venture capitalists for funding all these different projects and basically just rotating out of them so aggressively just to, try to basically get a good DPI. But the reality is, the market, you have to give people a damn good reason to buy your token in 2025 and 2026. You need, at the bare minimum, you need a likable story, a trajectory for real revenue, a economic modeling outlook that is actually transparent, that everybody can see. You need to have proper accounting, and you need to actually have a real product that actually is used in the market. And it's not 2019 anymore. It's not 2021 anymore. And I firmly believe we're going from this kind of meme coin super cycle nihilism era into a more, real adoption, institutionally led era. And frankly, there's going to be a lot of winners, but there's going to be a lot of fat trimmed. And I feel for the first time at a major conference, especially with builders, that everyone recognizes that this kumbaya kind of stuff is not exactly where we need to be. There's a bit of a fire under Ethereum's ass right now when it comes to some of the biggest and best builders that we've heard from. And it's honestly a really good development.
I think the best example of what you're talking about is Dankrad leaving Ethereum and joining Tempo. And think about the compelling story that Tempo is telling and stablecoins are telling. And you think back to what Ethereum was 6 months ago and the kumbaya that was happening. And it's no surprise that there was some intellectual flight out of Ethereum and into some other stable coin projects.
I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Why do you think Dankrad left?
It's a new opportunity. I mean, we'll ask him.
Yeah.
He's coming on next.
Yeah.
Dankrad is coming on next, guys. But yeah, I mean, new opportunities, better, greener pastures. I think it's less of an Ethereum thing and more of like a skating to where the puck is going type of thing.
Right now, there's a lot more stablecoins on Ethereum than Tempo.
That's for sure.
So I do think that revenue is really, really important. The only counterexample to this is Bitcoin and Zcash.
Yeah.
Zcash has been able to get monetary premium, which is really, really fascinating.
Well, for now, right?
Yeah, for now. We'll see how long it lasts and how long it sticks. But Bitcoin and Zcash are the only coins that have this money feeling. Bitcoin is money, digital gold, right? Digital money. Zcash is digital private money, so it's got a value proposition. Everything else needs revenue. Yeah. Even ETH continues to struggle with this to this day. Yeah. Do you value it based on its collateral value?
Everything else needs revenue.
Do you value ETH based on its revenue? Ethereum needs to pick. And I think the longer we kind of toe the line between the two, the more ETH will continue to struggle. But I do think the Ethereum Foundation has realized this. I think they're shifting, they're adjusting their strategy, and they're turning things around.
Let's talk about that. It's been an extremely successful turnaround. What would you say, like for those who are listening who aren't in Buenos Aires, how would you describe the EF turnaround that has happened?
Even if you're not in Buenos Aires, I think you probably remember 6 months to 9 months ago when we had conversations about whether rollups and L2s were competitive to the Ethereum L1.
Yeah.
Even though we have a rollup centric roadmap, the value proposition of ETH, the asset, was very fragile because we saw more and more L2s launch their own tokens, choose their own priorities, and start to take away from the Ethereum L1. That has really changed. And so now I think with the new direction that Ethereum is headed, with the changes at the Ethereum Foundation, they've been able to identify the top priorities for rollups, which is scale blobs, improve the UX, and scale the L1. And so I think no longer are we prioritizing rollups at the expense of Ethereum. Now there's a dual mandate. I think there's prioritize rollups and prioritize the L1. And I am really, really, really enthusiastic about native rollups and based rollups. And I think we've been talking about base rollups for a long, long time. We saw Oren come on, our first guest of the day, talk about a decentralized sequencer rotation. They're one of the few teams that are actually doing it. Yeah, it's in early stages. Yeah, even though it's decentralized, they're all ran by StarkWare, but they're showing this proof of concept. They're showing that it's possible. And we're seeing more and more of the teams go into this direction. I think native rollups are such a massive unlock to bring composability back to Ethereum.
Yeah.
I do believe that this is going to bring a lot of rollups back to the L1. We're going to see more and more assets come back and a lot more of this activity happen on the L1. It's going to end up increasing the volume and probably increasing the burn as a result of bringing activity closer to the L1.
Well, that's what Lighter's doing. Lighter is increasing the Ethereum burn in a big way, which is exciting. Just a couple more notes on the Ethereum Foundation reversal. It truly feels like over the last year with Tomas, taking over as kind of like the president or kind of executive director, and just kind of the shift in the culture of the way in approaching of getting things done. The entire Ethereum community is rallying behind that in Buenos Aires. price. Like you can feel it in the air. Sure, again, we're all down bad, but the reality is there's this newfound approach of kind of really supporting builders, being strategic in the comms, being strategic in the overall kind of output. And you can feel that like we had this push out to L2s and to kind of the broader, roll-up centric roadmap, which has been a success, but it does feel like it's coming home. And I feel like Fusaka coming up, the privacy work that Vitalik's been pushing and more, you can feel the community rallying behind the EF in a big way. And you see it on Twitter, you feel it in the air, and people are talking about it. And so that switch, we're calling it a successful turnaround, a successful reversal, a bullish reversal. What actually happens, the ramifications of this, it will be felt over years. It's already being felt in the microcosm of, the community here, but it's going to be felt over the next couple of years. And so I just think that it's hard to overstate how important that this kind of Ethereum Foundation war mode, if you will, or just kind of focus mode is for the entire community.
I think for a long time, the EF wasn't listening and it was sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It prioritized rollups, but it wasn't listening to what rollups wanted. For so long, we've heard rollups talk about fast finality. It feels like the EF is finally starting to take that seriously. At the same time, on the other hand, for so long, the community was talking about what we're going to do to basically make number go up. And finally, it feels like the EF is listening to the community, and they're saying, look, we want some of these technology upgrades that end up increasing the value proposition of ETH. I'm curious if, where you stand on this debate between revenue and monetary premium as it relates to ETH, the asset.
I mean, I just think that it's ETH is getting into that kind of hard asset, kind of like ETH is money type of operation, and it's been there for a while. Bitcoin's obviously had that for quite a long time, and I just think Ethereum's getting there. So, I mean, big shout out to everyone from the EF who's helped us put this on, as well as who have supported the builders at DevConnect. I know it's not easy to host big events at big venues and do everything. So big shouts to you guys. Guys, we're gonna take a quick break and we'll be right back with Dankrad. We're gonna do lightning round. We're gonna talk tempo, EF, fast finality, tech, and more. So see you guys in just a sec.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its Rio upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have.
All right, guys, welcome back. We are day two live on Rollup TV from DevConnect. We've got Dankrad, Feist up next. We have a ton to talk about. We've heard so many things from different Ethereum builders. Dankrad is the father of dank sharding. I'm looking at him right now. I hope he's fired up. We're going to talk peer dask. We're going to talk tempo. We're going to talk stable coins. We're going to talk fast finality. Get into the tech. Really looking forward to learning. When we came here, we set out to learn from some of the smarter people in the industry. That's been the entire kind of philosophy.
That's been the mission since we started, was talk to people smarter than us so that we could learn and we could bring everyone along for the journey as well.
Dankrad, please come join the show. Thank you for joining. It's a pleasure to see you in person.
Hey there.
Cheers.
Good to meet you in person. Hey there. Thanks for coming on.
I think last we had you on, you were calling in from what looked like a movie theater in somewhere in Europe. How are you enjoying Buenos Aires?
It's really great here. Yeah, it's amazing.
Good. Is it your first time?
It is my first time in Argentina. Yes. Yeah. Spent a few weeks in San Martin at Edge City before. That was really great.
Nice.
Very cool.
Yeah, I've heard those events. They put on a really good show and they do a good job, and feels really community oriented and yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
Good.
Man, I think the last time that we spoke on the show, you were still part of the Ethereum Foundation. I think now you're still part of it, but at maybe a higher level, and you have a new role at Tempo. Could you talk us through the transition? Why did you choose to make that move, and kind of what led up to it? Tell us the story.
I mean, for me, it's when I started talking to like the Tempo people and Matt Huang, it was just became pretty clear to me that this is currently one of the best, if not the best, opportunity out there to get stablecoin payments on chain and at scale, and like actually touching billions of people's lives. And I mean, I think like currently I do think like Ethereum is like on a much better path than last year, but currently I think overall, actually, this is not just Ethereum. The whole blockchain ecosystem has kind of somewhat ignored the payment side of things, and is actually maybe a lot of people thought it was too boring or something. But I think like right now, it's actually when I looked at it, I was like, wow, this is like such a huge opportunity, and like missing that would just be like, I think, a catastrophe for the whole crypto space. Like the opportunity is there, and like we need to execute to like get in there now.
Yeah. If you don't mind just scooting a bit closer.
Okay, sure, of course.
Yeah.
And Dankrad, there's billions and billions of dollars on Ethereum now, but you chose to go to Tempo because they saw this vision very clearly, and like you said, Matt Huang was able to articulate it. What was it that Matt said that really convinced you to join Tempo?
I think overall, I mean so Tempo is not just Matt Huang. It's like it came out of an initiative of like not just Stripe and Paradigm Act, but actually many other companies that were out there were like, we want to do something with stablecoin payments right now that had concrete applications, not like companies that were like, oh, we want to do something on chain. No, like they really had like, okay, these are like the pain points, and like we need a solution now, and that's really what convinced me, because like I think this is about like solving these problems rather than like continuing to work somewhere in the basement and like trying to just like, I don't know, like make crazy things like work in some way. Like it's nice, but I think that's not where we are right now anymore in the crypto space. Like we have found this product market fit, and like someone needs to actually execute and do it.
Man, we heard I can't remember who it was, Dankrad, but they said the term research fetish.
Oh, that was Hanan from Codex.
As if, and so Codex is probably
who was it?
Hanan from Codex. The similar idea, right? Probably a lot of the similar frame of thought. And I think you're right, and it's quite funny that we had payments and remittances 7 years ago in crypto. We had stablecoins were just kind of coming out slowly, but it was like these unsexy kind of, albeit boring, use cases that are now coming to the forefront again. And so, you see this as a way to make this impact and really kind of take this industry to a more practical adoption phase. What is going to be your role at Tempo? What job do you want to play there, and how will you make your mark?
So, I mean, I see myself already now as a protocol architect. I kind of like dropped the title researcher more or less in my work, because I think like a lot of things, I mean, and nothing against research, and I did some research at the EF as well, but I think like right now there are not that many things that like need this kind of like academic research focus. I mean, it's still appropriate for many things, but I think like also we just need to be much more clear that like there are many things that are possible now. And like, I mean, research fetish was like an interesting, I do think like the Ethereum ecosystem was somewhat guilty of falling into that trap where like basically like maybe like 10 years ago, it was all about research. There were so many things like we didn't understand. And that's not really quite true anymore. And now you need, I would say, like the full spectrum. And before, like, and we fixed that at the Ethereum Foundation to some extent this year. Like we kind of like stopped having this very big and kind of almost academic research team, and like integrated everything together with the engineering teams, which is a really great idea. But like basically we need to realize that now we need the full spectrum of things. We need all the intermediate roles and as well who like are actually implementing that research, and that's like engineers, research engineers, and architects, and so on.
Do you think there's a world, and I'd imagine that you do, where there is successful, Tempo is successful and Ethereum is successful? What is your bigger vision for what this space becomes as a whole, right? Like Ethereum, the role it plays, and Tempo, the role it plays. Could you describe the world you see, into the future in which both of these sustain?
Yeah, I mean, almost certainly. I mean, right now, I don't even like with what Ethereum's focus is now. If you look at the reality of what happens on the Ethereum chain and including most L2s, then there's almost zero overlap with Tempo. Like these are almost disjoint sets. So I don't know. Like, I mean, a lot of people hear, oh, it's now one, and then for them it's like automatically competitive. But if you look at the market dynamics, actually there's almost zero competition. Like Ethereum's main business is DeFi, and Tempo at the moment is not trying to do any DeFi. And we might at some point, like, I mean, I think like what makes most sense is of course all kinds of stablecoin adjacent things like Forex and so on. That's years into the future, and again, is not something that's kind of currently big on Ethereum. So I think like I don't see them as competitive at the moment, like almost at all. It's also like Tempo's not trying to launch its own currency in a way. Like it might have a token at some point, but it will have quite a different role from Ether. Yeah, so I think there will be synergies for sure. So like basically, if you think about it, in the end, like people talked a lot about network effects, and the one type of network effects we definitely have in crypto is like every crypto user is kind of a good thing, because like once they are somewhere in the crypto ecosystem and have some capital, they can bridge it anywhere very easily. Like part is still even getting them on there at all, and so from that perspective, like Tempo is kind of good for everyone, maybe except anyone who's like themselves directly focused on payments.
Yeah. So Dankrad, as protocol architect there, we've had this thesis on the Rollup for at least the last 18 months, which has been just around like the purpose-built nature of blockchains going forward, right? We saw the rise of the general purpose or universal chains in 2020, 2021, 2022, all L1s, Ethereum, you name it. And then we kind of really saw this specialization kick in, where we saw, a specialized chains now for perp decks, for gaming platforms, for DeFi, Unichain, Hyperliquid, the list goes on. With Tempo, it's very clearly a payments-based chain. What is the technical architecture required to make a highly successful payments-focused chain? And what does that look like from your perspective?
I mean, there are just some very clear things, like of things that you want. Like we want fast finality. You want very high scale for payments specifically, which is like luckily like a little bit easier to achieve than like general purpose compute. You want, and then there are like some basically like details that turn out pretty important. Things like basically like that you can pay fees in stable coins, right? Like basically it's a huge annoyance if you would have to keep around another currency, and like maybe like account abstraction exists, but it's not quite really like all there yet, everything. And so like having that like really smooth that you can pay, well, it depends of course, like, and then it's a little bit easier for those chains that focus on one stable coin, which is not what we want to do. Like we want to be stable coin neutral, which means like we need to have a mechanism so that you can pay in any stable coin.
And so this category as a whole has started to rise. Plasma and Arc and all these things coming out from both teams that are looking at launching the chain after launching their own stablecoin and vice versa. What do you think about this category as a whole? How do you think the competitive dynamic is going to play out?
Actually, just give us a quick sec before you answer that. Let's go a quick standby, please, and then we'll be ready.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com.
All right, so Tempo is not launching a stablecoin. You heard it here first. They're supporting all stablecoins, though. Want to be kind of more agnostic, which is actually a different strategy than what we've seen from ARC and Plasma and Stable. I think Codex is probably more aligned with that. So,
and that's a credibly neutral stance. That's a value that comes from the Ethereum ecosystem. Is that where that philosophy comes from? This idea that it's better for us to support the entire breadth of stablecoins rather than launch our
just
own?
a business decision. Yeah, not everything's philosophy around.
Well, that's my question. Is like, what is the business case to not right to support all of them instead of launching your own?
I mean, it depends what you want to do, and I think like this one, I can't actually speak for the business decisions.
Beautiful. All right, guys, we're going to talk about the upcoming Fusaka upgrade. Some context here from you, Dankrad. Your journey first started when you began working with the EF team in 2018, later joining full in 2019, and basically this upcoming Fusaka upgrade will finally implement PeerDAS. We're going to get bigger blobs, more space. Tell us more about your work on Fusaka. What went into this upgrade, and why is it really important for Ethereum's Rollup-centric roadmap?
Yep. So the upgrade is the fundamental new thing that it introduces is like the idea of data availability sampling. So we have this data availability layer on Ethereum now, and at the moment it works by it's essentially just a mechanism to post all the data on chain, and that's like we kind of like as a first step, like that was like the EAP 4844 proto-dank sharding. It introduced this idea of like separating it from the existing execution, so it's not as contentious anymore. But now for the first time, it will actually be scalable. So like what happens in Fusaka is that now like nodes don't have to process all this data anymore, and so we can put more data on chain than like was possible before, because not all nodes will now have to download this data. But they can still, through this mechanism, verify that all the data is available.
Right. And so from like a tech perspective, effectively, you've got all this data that you need to verify its accuracy, you know, and instead of having to go, you know, verify every single line, every single block, you can basically take a random sampling mechanism and verify through that the data is indeed available and is basically saved from any data withholding attacks.
That's right. Yeah.
And then why does that enable Ethereum to scale for higher throughput for L2s and cheaper gas costs?
So yeah, but for L2s, like the ones, so the rollups, the ones that post the data on the Ethereum chain, they can use this to basically like get cheaper data and post more data on chain. So yeah, we'll have much more transactional throughput. It is actually also important for the future of Ethereum. So like this year, we kind of made the decision that we'll start to scale the L1 as well.
Yeah.
Right.
And so far that happens using like by improving the engineering, by optimizing things. So that's kind of like the plan for the first 2 years or so, to hopefully get to a scale of about 10x. And then like in the future, we want to use this additional technology, which like ZK EVMs, that basically allow us to verify the execution at scale. But they also suffer from this. Basically, you could say like the Ethereum L1 will itself become a rollup.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, and so it also needs to post its data somewhere, and you need to be scalable. So otherwise, you'll just be limited by the data instead of the execution. And so, like, probably in a couple of years, like we will make use of the same layer to actually scale the L1 as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing this phenomena of rollups coming back to Ethereum. It feels like, you know, they all kind of left. The execution was pushed off chain, but now the idea of native rollups and based rollups is bringing these rollups back to Ethereum, bring the sequencing back via based rollups, and then bringing the execution back via native rollups. You know, when you talk about Ethereum becoming a rollup of its own, where does the data go? How might this affect the end user experience?
Well, I mean, that depends a lot, right? Like, I mean, I think like if you use Ethereum through an RPC, which is like 99% of all users, then it doesn't affect it at all. So if you run a node, for example, if you want to run a validator, then basically it will allow you to like run a much lighter node, because suddenly there are like a lot of things that you don't need to do anymore with your node. We can in principle get to a place like where you don't need to run this execution layer anymore, which is like 80% or so of the work right now. So like your node can become much lighter, while at the same time the scale becomes much larger. Now, if you want to run like your own node in order to like use that to use Ethereum, then it doesn't really help you that much, because now you still need to have the state around. We can probably get rid of the execution part, because we can just like post state diffs and you know that they're correct, kind of. So like there are still improvements that you can get from it.
So part of the I guess message that we've heard this week, Rob, has been we need to improve finality in Ethereum. We've heard it from Luca from L2B, from the Arbitrum team, from the Optimism team. We had Espresso on yesterday that they're kind of like, well, that's us, but the Ethereum's kind of like, well, we want to give this to another L1. Why is finality such a big issue right now for Ethereum with regards to its roadmap? And you know, we've heard a lot of these cries for help, if you will, and I sent a message to the EF chat, and I got some pushback saying like, look, the Ethereum Foundation isn't responsible for helping everyone's problems here. Maybe we should have a better way of approaching this. Let's talk about the issue. Let's talk about what the technical solution is. And then let's, kind of think about how we implement that.
Well, I mean, I actually think like there are actually 3 separate issues, and they all need to be addressed. So I separate into like, there's the kind of like time to inclusion, how quickly, well, actually, no, sorry. The first one is actually time to get some type of confirmation. So like an optimistic confirmation. Then there's a time to inclusion. And then there's time to finality. And they all matter for different things. Like basically, time to get a pre-confirmation is like good for UX. The faster you can get this to a user, the better the user will feel about using the chain. time to inclusion is basically how quickly can you, especially like time to inclusion for contentious transactions. For example, if you want to trade or something, right? And someone might exclude you intentionally because it is advantageous for them economically. So basically, how quickly can you get your transaction under adversarial conditions like this? That is very important for economics. Like that's, for example, important for the DEX economics. And then there's a time to finality, which depends a lot. Basically matters in a way, like in a very abstract sense for all L2s. Like in the broadest sense, you can include things like exchanges and so on, also in that category. Basically, anyone who interacts with the chain in like a hybrid way, right? And so they need finality in order to like be sure that, for example, they have taken custody of an asset or something. And yeah, I think my sense is we need to improve all of these a lot. I hope that Ethereum can get to 6-second block time sometime next year. That would be really good. So that would be a factor of 2 in all of them already. And then like on finality, we have like a lot of research in the works to like improve that massively. I think there are like at least 2 or 3 different efforts, and I think like we still have to figure out exactly which one will be the one to go with. Yeah,
finality is one of the things that we've heard. I'm curious, what from your perspective, what is the most significant technical bottleneck or limitation that Ethereum is still facing today that we should really prioritize and focus on?
I mean, the biggest, the most difficult part in getting there. Well, I mean, okay, there are 2 things. Like basically, so Ethereum has for a very long time not done much work on the peer-to-peer layer. Like basically, when we launched the beacon chain, we just used libp2p. We're like, oh, it's great. Like there's a ready library. A lot of projects are gonna share it. That ended up not being true. Like Ethereum is by far the largest user of it, but it's not been adapted to Ethereum specific use case at all. And I think like we're changing that now. Like Raul joined the peer-to-peer team this year, or he actually like is kind of leading it. And so it's like, I mean, I think like we'll see hopefully like very big changes there, because I think there's like a lot of slack. So you can actually improve that a lot. And then the other big, I guess, like problem in a way that Ethereum faces is like we have this massive validator set, and so that makes like a lot of things a lot more difficult. Like a lot of things would be possible if you had like 1,000 validators.
Arguably too decentralized or too many validators.
I mean, like the thing is, it's not actually. We know there's only like 10,000 or 15,000 nodes. I don't know the exact number. So like right now, basically, like we have kind of, you could call them logical validators. Like in the consensus, we keep track of like more than 1 million entities, but they're not like real validators in the sense that they are independently managed. So like that's kind of unfortunately a problem. We're trying to fix that with the MaxiB, but I think the incentives are just not right to like get people to actually consolidate enough for it to make a difference.
I'm curious, kind of in a tangent to that thought. What do you think about Justin Drake's lean Ethereum proposal and work? Is that what we need to scale the L1? What's your general thoughts there?
I think that's separate. So lean Ethereum is a big initiative on consensus, and I think like, I mean, so for me, like a huge, like a very important part of it is like the post-quantum roadmap. Like that's absolutely very important that someone like really figures that out, how to do that. So that's amazing for lean Ethereum. My personal opinion on it is like, I don't believe it should come as like one big upgrade, like the merge or something. I think like it's great that Justin tries to build this like consistent like chain, but I think like what we should probably try doing is to iteratively pick and choose the improvements that it brings to us and like bring them on a much shorter time scale to Ethereum.
I have a counterpart to my earlier question about like what the most problematic things about Ethereum are. Now I'm curious, you know, the flip side of that, what do you think have been the most significant achievements or milestones in recent times that Ethereum has pushed Ethereum to its success?
Well, I mean, I think like, we did. I mean, like clearly there ended up problems with the Rollup centric roadmap, but I think like we did definitely execute on it, and it definitely like was in some sense a major success. Like that would not have existed without it. I mean, I think like to me personally, like what is closest to me, like I think like Fusaka is kind of the biggest upgrade in that. Is kind of like
that's your baby, man.
In a way, yes. Right.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So within the lens of this finality conversation, it ties into Lean Ethereum a bit. It also ties into some of the prioritization. Let's say we get this right. We solve this finality issue here. What would that look like in a post-fast finality Ethereum world? Like not single slot times or single slot finality, but somewhere closer to where we are today. From our perspective, it would effectively enable a far better base layer for L2s. It would really facilitate a better rollup centric model. What actually technically would be better for developers, for users? Like in that world, what is going to be better for us?
In what world?
In the post faster finality world.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, like, well, some things like, I think it depends a lot, and I think like basically this is kind of like it will allow us to have much faster roll-up settlements and things like that. Now the interesting thing is that right now that's actually not even bottlenecked by L1 finality. It's bottlenecked by the proving times. So I think like right now it's kind of, I think right now the most significant thing you would get is like being able to deposit to exchanges more quickly. I think that's actually the biggest improvement you would see if you improve that right now.
But I think users are demanding that like 250-second millisecond confirmation time, like what they're used to on Hyperliquid or what they're used to on all L1s. And it feels like institutions are actually demanding the finality because they want confirmation and guarantees near instantly, because that's effectively what they're used to getting in their world. Right. I mean, or something close to that. Like if I send you a Venmo, I know that it's sent. As soon as it's sent, it's like, it's final in some.
Well, I mean, it's very clear that for institutions, this is important. I mean, like, I don't know if the premise that you're putting there is right, because like, actually the biggest problem that they often face is like the 2-day or 1-day settlement
times, right? Yes.
Which are much,
but from the
slower.
user perspective, it feels final.
And for the intra-institutional transfers, right? Venmo account to Venmo account all happens on the Venmo ledger. That they can process near instantly. When we're doing things on the Ethereum world or between different institutions, they're looking for a similar settlement time.
No, but I hear what you're saying. It's maybe not the best analogy.
I have a question about the ZK roadmap. Justin Drake has been talking about this, but it's part of the technical roadmap of Ethereum overall. One of the things that I've heard as a pushback to this has been that it would effectively king make one of these ZK VMs, whether it's risk 0 or ZkSync or risk 5 or one of these. Is that the case, or is there something that we're kind of missing in the discourse where no, there's actually a more robust version of this that we're talking about including in the Ethereum protocol?
I mean, I think currently the plan is that there's not going to be a single ZK EVM, but there's going to be a choice of several of them, similar to like the multi-client roadmap, that they would like basically like it would be something like 2 out of 3 or 4 out of 5 or so
would have to agree in order for the
exactly. And I think that makes sense. I mean, like this is kind of like a debate that's ongoing. I mean, I would actually personally be for some king making there and actually be
like opinionated,
like making a choice. I think like there are other people who like say like, oh, it's like should be completely up to the user to choose which ones you want to trust and so on. I'm not that convinced of that way of things, because I feel like the incentives are quite bad, but that's
I gotta ask, if you were in charge, like if you were just gonna
I knew that was coming.
If you were king of Ethereum, right? I mean, you're father of Dane sharding, but if you were king of Ethereum, which ZK VM would you choose?
I don't think I would be ready to make that choice right now.
Oh, but okay, so
it is kind of too early at this point. Like I don't think they're quite mature enough yet.
Yeah. And so what metrics would you be looking at to determine the one that is ready for it?
I mean, there are several, of course. I mean, there's performance, but I think most importantly, and this one is like very, very hard to do, like it's just the maturity of the project, how certain you are. And again, I do agree that it shouldn't be one. I think like having like, I think probably 2 out of 3 or something like is a great way of doing it.
Yeah.
on the lens of tempo, of institutions, of payments, of boring stuff, we get these weird like cycles of narratives in the space where something's really hot one year, takes like 5 years to actually build it out from the time that it was exciting, and then it becomes hot again. Privacy is here again, for probably institutional reasons, for regulatory clarity reasons. Vitalik has came out and put a kind of a open statement to Ethereum saying, "Hey guys, here's our privacy kind of a roadmap." Maybe you could
toolkit.
Yeah,
released.
Maybe you could explain this toolkit, why this is important to Ethereum. Do you actually think it's going to get adopted? Like, what is this? Where are we at?
Okay, so just like I haven't looked that deeply into what Vitalik is building, but I do think that privacy is super important, and I think like it is the right push, and I think like I agree that like there are like a lot of things that seem right now, and I do think like also like I'm very happy that like the crypto community is like kind of getting much more mature about privacy, right? At picking the trade-offs, which are just there, right? Like I think like you cannot build a system that is like made for North Korea to launder hundreds of millions of dollars. Like we don't want that, but we do want like privacy and like and I think it's like, I mean, this is what I see, what people are building now, and that's amazing and that's great. And I think like also for tempo, it's like super important. Like privacy will be like at the forefront of payments as well.
Privacy for payments is a must.
Yes,
when it comes to, we're going all over the topics here. We're just trying to fit as much of it in. I put out a tweet. I was like, 4 of the top 10 rollups or L2s in Ethereum are stage 0. And I put this was a massive issue for Ethereum. Some people were like, dude, you're over exaggerating. Some people were like, this is huge. Like, this is a big problem. How much do you personally care about stage 0, stage 1, stage 2? And like, what would be your call to action to L2s as far as their progressive decentralization?
Yeah, I mean, this is very interesting because like, I think, I mean, my view has changed probably like a lot on this. And it diverges quite a bit from like the kind of like EF and maybe Vitalik's view on this. I think like basically what most rollups see and why they are like stage 0 or stage 1 is that building these bridges is really, really hard because like you basically, yes, like it's smart contracts, but it's like incredibly complex smart contracts, and now you have to suddenly say like 100% like all the load goes on these. And the interesting thing is like when you actually start looking into it, it matters mainly for one thing, like for the ether that's bridged to the rollups, right? Like for other assets, we're now seeing the trend that they are just issued like on like natively anywhere, and like for the real world assets, like in the end that just makes sense. I mean, I do think there's like a world where like we start seeing direct like equities directly being rooted on some chain, and that's great, and we should work towards that. I do think that's like decades away realistically. Like I mean, the DTCC is still keeping paper certificates in safes. Like this is how slow like these things change, like these laws change. So I think like for a very long time we'll see these more like indirect solutions where you have a company that keeps the security somewhat custodially and then issues an asset on chain, and obviously they can issue that on many chains and they get great advantages from it because now, well, they don't have to trust the bridges. Like basically the node software is way more mature, and that's like what these rollups rely on for these assets, and they can then do mint and burn bridges, which are like much faster than anything else that exists.
I mean, the pushback for the stage 2 in the context of what you're describing here as far as the different use cases has been, if there's a bug, there's a bug, and there's no squashing of that bug. But from 0
that doesn't
to
have to be exactly true, right? Like you have these constructions like where you have a security council that can only intervene if there's an actual bug, but like it's very, very hard to actually do all this.
But from stage 0 to 1, it feels like we got to get there for next year. Like all the big chains need to be at stage 1.
But you talked a little bit about the Ethereum Foundation's transition over some several months. We're calling this a bullish reversal. Like there was 6 months to
bottom
9 months.
it ran the stops.
We've also kind of said that Ethereum's it's in wartime mode and feels like now is the time to ship. Now is the time to make positive change. Would you agree? Would you say Ethereum is in wartime mode?
I mean, my honest opinion is it's like, yes, it has like started going there, but I don't think it's enough. Like, I think like my opinion would be we need to do a lot more. And I think like there started to be pushback, and I think like basically people start, oh, do we really need to do that much? And I'm like, I think we need to do more personally, but that's my opinion.
All right, Dankrad, we got a couple of fun things for you. First thing is we're building a Spotify playlist this week for all of our guests, and I'd like to ask you what song you'd like to add to the Spotify playlist.
Oh my God.
I'll give you a chance to think about it, whether it's a favorite song, a song you've heard here, something that you've been enjoying lately. What would be your song?
Wow, I don't know.
What kind of music do you typically listen to normally?
Who's your artist of choice? Are you like a rock and roll? Or are you like a lo-fi? Or...
I'm now like, actually, I mainly listen to lo-fi these
Okay.
days. But,
All right, so
I don't have a specific song though. It's just like I just go on Spotify and find a lo-fi playlist.
all right,
There we go.
We'll add a nice little lo-fi. This one's called "I'm Yours." Lo-fi fruits. We also have a gift for you, Dankrad.
Okay.
We'd like to present this to you, and I think you'll enjoy it because on the show we've been kind of pioneering this idea of return of fundamentals, and so we've brought this as our slogan of the show because to us it feels like the entire space is evolving into a build something real, really get something done. That's probably a lot of the reason why you're going to work at Tempo. So talk to us about what return of fundamentals means to you in the lens of your personal career, your journey, and your future work.
I mean, actually, to be honest, I feel like I've always been very much a fundamentals guy. I think my views probably haven't changed that much, but I would say like probably like at the beginning I was probably much more careful about it because like I didn't really like, I mean, there was a lot of things going on in crypto, and maybe like a lot of it was like, I don't understand that, to be honest. I don't know why this is valuable, and I think like in a way I'm feeling much more comfortable in an environment that is much more about fundamentals.
Good. All right, guys, we're gonna take a quick final break. We're gonna have lightning round with Dankrad. We've got about 8 or 9 quick yes or no questions for him. We'll see where we get to. We'll be right back.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast.
All right, 60 seconds. Dankrad lightning round. Question 1. Rank these 3 trade-offs: speed, scale, security.
Security, speed, scale.
Nice. Okay. Next one. Fill in the blank. Ethereum is blank.
The future of finance.
What do people fundamentally misunderstand about you, Dankrad?
Probably that I have taken a particular role for the Ethereum ecosystem, but like I think like it has to be seen relative to like what exists rather than like this is like fundamentally like I'm like only about make it fast and I'm very much pro security and everything. Yeah.
Cool. Next one. Is Ether money?
As it is used right now, no. It could be.
What is your biggest sleeper project or protocol in the Ethereum community?
Skip.
If you could deliver one message to the Ethereum community, what would it be?
You gotta fight for finance on Ethereum.
Dankrad Feist, live from Rollup TV, lightning round. Thank you, Dankrad. It's been an absolute pleasure, man.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for coming on.
All right, guys, we'll be right back with Stani from Aave. Next guest, we've got a whole lineup this afternoon, about 4 more hours left. I don't know how we're going to survive. Dankrad, thanks for joining. We'll be right back, guys.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Hibachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Hibachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its Rio upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Hibachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to Havachi. So, Andy, what's your favorite bear market activity?
Well, we just had a great session with Dankrad, truly one of the pioneers of Ethereum scaling. Fusaka upgrade coming at the end of the month. I mean, getting back into it for the tech is my favorite activity.
I was just going to say, learning more about the tech is my favorite bear market activity.
So, yeah, guys, I mean, Stani's coming up now. Should be a great run. They've announced in the Aave app this week, as well as Aave V4 has been kind of brought into production. Or at least kind of like the first stages of it. So yeah, I mean, Dankrad's session was fantastic. And yeah, guys, don't check the charts. I mean, if you heard my Duma rant earlier, that's kind of where we're at. But here with the builders in Buenos Aires, it's funny because you come to these events and you hear nothing about the price ever. And so I think that's good. But I think there's definitely like the vibe of like, okay, what's going on? What's going on? So
I think we do a pretty good job of balancing the two. Like, people want to hear about the markets. You're right. At DevConnect in particular, it's almost like taboo. Like you're not supposed to talk about prices here.
Yeah.
You're supposed to talk about the technology here. So before our next guest comes on and we get back into all the exciting things that are happening on Aave, one thing that you're noticing is like Zcash, Hype are holding up relatively well.
Oh, extremely well. I mean, Zcash is green on the day. Hype is barely down.
Pretty much flat on the day. Everything else is getting decimated. I think
it really is a game of what assets you hold now. I mean, it's just so different than it has been in the past.
This is how the repricing happens.
I totally agree.
Stani's 1 minute out. I think we're just going to stay live. And as he comes in, I'm going to shift over a little bit.
But I mean, like you bring up a good point. It is literally like the new market is, it's the assets that you hold have never been more important, like the types of assets. And yeah, I mean, that's where we're at. Like if you have the majority of your portfolio in Hype, you've really not taken that bad of a beating yet. I mean, knock on wood or whatever, right? But Bitcoin's down 5% on the day, ETH's down 7% on the day, Hype's down 2.5%, Zcash up 5%. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to look at this and it is such an important game to pick the right assets now.
I think
from the investing perspective,
there's also a section of the market that has done relatively well.
What's that?
Privacy's done well. Like StarkNet is doing well.
Recently
doing well. You could also point at coins like Uniswap that have had recent announcements. They're coming back down a little bit now, but those announcements are starting to move the market.
Yeah.
For a while there, it was like we were getting so much bullish news, one after the other. These announcements failed to have an impact on the market there for a while because there was so much happening all at once that the market wasn't very reflexive. And I think in hindsight, this was part of why we started to see the apathetic, right? Yep. Because when you start to have news events no longer make an impact on the price, that is when we sort of lose our sense of what is a material impact what matters and what doesn't.
Well, I mean, that's how you know that the tides have shifted. When the bad news no longer affects the market, then you can kind of allude to the fact that things will probably get better. When the good news stops affecting the market, you can probably allude to the fact that things are going to get worse.
And now it feels like we're in a little bit more of a realistic time period, because we do see things like this unification proposal from Uni.
Yeah,
we're seeing like, what's another example of something that has had a material impact on the market as of recently?
Yeah.
Some of the projects announcing buybacks, we saw that kind of flash in the pan. Even Aerodrome, right? Their acquisition, that token is doing relatively well.
Yep.
Clanker is another token in the base ecosystem, but that's coming back to reality as well. So these things that have, some sort of news, it feels like we're starting to get back into a point where maybe we were overheated. There's too much noise, and good news didn't move the market. Now we're getting back to like, yeah, things actually matter, right? Like the business models matter. Good news.
I mean, that is the theme of this event, I would say.
Good news is good for the token. Bad news is bad for the token. This feels like it's a more realistic market conditions. I
mean, we're in a very, very peculiar spot right now. And I think that, I mean, a lot of people are in pain, including us. So that's okay. It's okay to be in pain. You just got to kind of withstand it. And that's what matters. Survive. It's really a survival market right now. So no leverage, trim, spot and trim. The reality is there's, short term is so hard to predict. It's always a toss up. Long term, I think the trend is clear. So.
Exactly. So pick your time horizons wisely. And another long term founder, someone who's been building in the space for years and plays long term games with long term people, throws long term raves, and has a lot of fun in the industry. We are live now. Stani's
in the mix
in the most fashionable pants we've seen
on Aave
all
day.
week on Aave
Stani,
day.
welcome. Good to see you again.
So much.
Pleasure.
Pleasure.
Thanks for coming.
Of course.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And congrats on the big week, man.
Yeah, it's been busiest week of the year.
Yeah. Absolutely electric news coming from all angles. Before we get to that, how's Buenos Aires treating you? How's the food? How's the culture? How's your experience been?
Amazing. I've been coming here almost every year for the past 4 years.
Nice.
And it's every year it's different, but I love it here. The best community. People are very friendly, and I mean, you've probably witnessed it as well. The food is really good.
It is. Favorite type of empanada?
There's so many.
Man, so let's start Aave app. Okay, we've heard distribution is king endlessly throughout crypto and other industries. We had regulatory issues with the app stores broadly. We had a lot of constraints. Those have been lifted this year in a big way. You guys have brought this Aave app now to the market, effectively a high yield savings application, kind of in that neobank category. Talk to us about kind of the lore there. How did this come about? What inspired you guys to take this next step?
Yeah, on the Aave, so Aave app, I think the most amazing thing that we've done in DeFi, and particularly with Aave, is that we've been able to create a very resilient lending pool. So today there's roughly like 50 billion worth of net deposits in Aave, very stablecoin centric. So and it's been able to operate really well without issues over the period of 5 years. People trust Aave, and as the saying goes, just use Aave. Right? Just use Aave.
Or DeFi will win. That's a good one too.
DeFi will win as well. And the way DeFi will win is now trying to make DeFi accessible to everyone. So being able to create as simple and as easy as possible way to move funds from your bank accounts into Aave. That's the way we're going to onboard the rest of the world. And to do it really well, we essentially need to have the Aave app and also native on-ramps as well. And that provides the experience where users feel like it's a more traditional, like a financial application, and all the abstraction really serves the users, abstracting away the wallet component, abstracting away chains, stable coins, and everything that is really like alien for mainstream users, while keeping true to the nature of DeFi and self-custodial access. I think that's the most important thing.
Absolutely. The mobile experience is one that's very familiar with end users. They're familiar with the online banking experience. And now Aave is firmly within the top 50 banks, probably quite higher, maybe in the top 30s at this point. Andy and I were at Chainlink SmartCon a couple of weeks ago. Fidelity, BlackRock, these financial institutions that are sponsoring and coming into the space now. So we've picked up some institutional guests and connections amongst our network. And so what would your message be to the banks that could be watching this now that Aave is one of the top banks in the US and the world?
Yeah, and the way I see it, Aave is, even though, there's a comparison on in terms of like the amount of liquidity and whatnot, Aave is still a protocol, a lending network. And my kind of vision is to see Aave actually being more used as an infrastructure for a lot of these institutions and banks. And the way it happens down the line is that as more traditional institutions are connecting, and also we will see also embedded DeFi. So embedded DeFi is the path. I also see how DeFi can actually scale with these integrations, and down the line, as there's more nodes in the network, it scales the whole liquidity protocol, meaning that there's more depth of liquidity, borrowing becomes more affordable, more business, and then attracts more supply. So it's a flywheel that really benefits everyone who connects into that lending network. And over time, it really should help also a lot of these financial institutions to lower their operational expenses. So I think the two ways that let's say banks or fintechs can reduce their cost is one, using AI, and second, going on chain. And applying these two methods obviously then allows you to operate with a lower operating expense, meaning there's cost savings for the end users, and that's the benefit of DeFi.
Yeah. Just use Aave, DeFi will win, and now embedded DeFi feels like another term. Let's coin that, right? That is another meme that I think
embedded DeFi, yeah.
Embedded DeFi, and that's the essence that people think of Aave as a bank, but it's also a protocol that banks will use within their own systems.
Yeah.
Okay. And so what has been the adoption, the institutional adoption of Aave? We've seen Aave Horizon, we've seen RWAs. Generally, how have you seen this progression deeper and deeper into the financial space? You're not seeing competition from banks, even though Aave is rising through the ranks. You're seeing cooperation and adoption. Could you talk about how the institutional adoption process has gone?
Yeah, no, I think DeFi is seen more of like the infrastructure of the future. And it's something that essentially replaces the old rails of banks, the kind of old paperwork processes that existed there, and providing cost savings and more efficiency, and better access to capital as well, and more transparency, which should lead to better risk management. On our side, Aave's side, Aave Horizon obviously has been doing incredible job here. We launched Aave Horizon a couple of months ago. It's over $500 million market size at the moment, where users can use tokenized assets, so these RWAs, as a collateral to borrow stablecoins. Why this is interesting is that once you have these traditional assets on chain, you can actually then access liquidity 24/7. And on the lending side, it provides stablecoin lenders a way to lend against a traditional risk profile that exists in the traditional finance. And as the tokenization continues, we will see ETFs, equities, debt, commodities, everything being on chain, and then used as a collateral in Aave, and being able to have better collateral management, access to liquidity, and just offering a better financial rails.
Yeah. So we at SmartCon 2 weeks ago, we had the opportunity to speak to a lot of those capital allocators, those who would want to use Aave Horizon, and then obviously here at DevConnect in Buenos Aires, quite the juxtaposition of crowds, right? I mean, Robbie and I was wearing like a white long sleeve. Rob was in like these nice sweaters. I saw you in a suit with Sergey. It was like, okay, Stani's Stani's in a suit. All right, we're looking good. And so we feel like.
So here's the thing. Like,
okay.
Here's the thing. Like, I like to dress the way I dress. The thing is, I look really good in suits.
Yeah.
So I can't help it, you know. Like, if I look good, I'll wear a suit.
Yeah.
You see, I couldn't put the blazer on. I couldn't do
Some
it.
people
I
don't
was
look
like,
good, you know. That's why they can't wear a suit, you know.
all right, I'm not a suit guy. That's what he's saying. And so we felt like there's this table that's being set, right? You know, we've been kind of building for this phase of the market for a while. We've seen it, you know, all of the DeFi infrastructure has been laid out for this phase. Aave is clearly capturing a lot of that market, and, you know, Chainlink and others. How do you see this strategically from Aave's perspective, right? Like there's this time period right now where Horizon has shipped it, and we'll talk about V4 too. I know that that's been in the works for a long time, but, you know, as far as a broader message to the industry goes, this time period is very crucial for adoption in that big way. Why have you guys been so successful? What kind of strategically has been your viewpoint on capturing this capital and just generally adoption?
Yeah, I think DeFi lending is based on trust, and establishing trust is really important. And that happens with good risk management, having resiliency. And the resiliency comes by ensuring that there is enough independent stakeholders in the community that review different parameters, choices, and that creates a system where you establish trust because you're able to have automated liquidations that work, ensure that the protocol doesn't take more risk than it should be. So I think that is the big aspect of that. And Aave has been always a kind of in the forefront of innovation. So coming now with Aave V4, which we launched in testnet yesterday, was a big success for us and something we've been working on a couple of years. Just showcases that you have to keep innovating and creating new things that apply to these native crypto assets or tokenized assets. And there's a lot to build. You know, we have to get a whole world of credit on chain.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of problems to solve there, and that's why I'm super excited of the innovation piece as well.
Yeah. And there's tons of innovation happening on Ethereum. We've had lots of projects come in, a lot of roll-ups that have talked to us about what they're looking for from Ethereum. They're asking for fast finality. They're looking to scale the L1, and it really feels like the roll-ups are coming back to Ethereum. The whole community is coming back to Ethereum. And I'm curious from your perspective, because Aave is not a roll-up, doesn't have its own chain, but is such a systemically important piece of Ethereum's DeFi mission. What do you look for in Ethereum? What do you think maybe you would prioritize on the Ethereum roadmap?
I definitely think scalability is always important because at some point we will have a moment on Ethereum where, you know, things get congested. And when then the congestion happens is, you know, that's where all the applications and everything will kind of like slow down and suffer. So that's definitely a priority. Rollup as a scaling strategy is great in the path forward. And I think there we have to figure out a bit better liquidity management between different networks and accessing the deep mainnet liquidity. But also I would like to see more kind of more innovation on the mainnet as well. The thing about mainnet is that it's securing so much value that any innovation has to be considered very deeply because it affects a very secure financial system.
Yeah. I feel like you know, the community of Ethereum has rallied around its censorship resistance, its neutrality of the L1, and I think that we're actually seeing that the institutional flows, they value that too.
Yeah.
Or did we focus too much on that, or do they really truly value that?
To be honest, they do.
Okay.
You know, there's a bunch of institutions that will be in multiple networks as they do some sort of strategic token purchases of these RWAs. And you'll see them in all networks because it's easy to mint an ERC20. But the really true kind of like a scaled RWA stuff, institutional stuff will happen on Ethereum. That's where the most of the security is. That's where liquidity network effects are. You know, I used to say, and I still say that you can't get fired from using Aave, integrating Aave. And I think the same applies for Ethereum. So you have to be like a little bit like conflicting, or you have to do some sort of interesting venture if you are choosing not to use Ethereum and something else.
Right.
There might be a reason to do that. That might be strategic.
Yeah.
And that's fine. We need to see innovation everywhere. But for the serious stuff and things that has to scale, you have to choose Ethereum and Aave.
Yeah. I'd like to get into V4 a bit more, but I just got to ask, is things a bit more boring now, compared to 2020? I know it's exciting, but like RWAs, institutions, stable coins, like, you ever just miss the old days?
Yeah. I mean, I do and I don't, because it was a lot of adrenaline.
We know. Yeah.
Sleepless nights, and back in DeFi summer. But also, I think boring is good. Boring
is sustainable, right?
Maybe another way to put it is peaceful.
Peaceful,
a bit more peaceful. These things are doing well. These things are really important to the global financial system. It's a boring, peaceful. Like, things are a little bit more steady these days, it feels.
Yeah, and I think why this is important is because we need to show that DeFi is resilient. It works, and it can be integrated to the traditional financial applications, and down the line you still have this open ecosystem to explore and experiment. But last thing we need is some sort of a wall to explode or a curator to explode. Like, we need to be in a place where really DeFi feels trusted. If you lose the trust, we push back the whole space down the line, and that's what happened for crypto so many times. We get into a really good place, and then there's some sort of an issue. And I think now the best thing to do is to build that boring DeFi, and ensure that this can be a kind of like the baseline financial infrastructure for everyone.
You talk about resiliency a lot. Before we get into V4, you've said resiliency is the key reason why many users and integrators trust Aave, and why Aave has become one of the most trusted DeFi protocols. The DAO has a pre-vetted multi-stakeholder process that ensures no junk assets are listed, and the protocol doesn't take on any more risk than it should. Talk to us about that pre-vetting process when a curator or a risk manager is looking to come into the Aave DAO. How are you vetting them, and generally, what are you looking for in some of the participants in the DAO for anyone who may be looking at getting involved?
I think the main important piece about this, obviously, there's multiple stakeholders. They have different kind of roles, from being risk managers to being, let's say, governance delegates, to let's say someone who are doing like the growth work as well, and technical contributors like Aave Labs. And one important thing of all this equation is incentives. So what is the incentive for every single stakeholder to keep the system safe? And when we think about Aave, risk managers are typically paid at a fixed fee to ensure that the protocol is safe and secure, and they have reputation at their stake. So when you think about more of like these curator models, they're more like a hedge funds where their incentives is to actually take more risk. And the reason is that a lot of these strategies are commoditized on chain, meaning you have two choices. You lower your fees, which are already rock bottom, or you take additional risk and try to find capital. And this is why we've seen a few weeks ago some of these issues with the vaults, because you see kind of like a curator is taking more risk because they get pressure of acquiring new capital down the line. So this is important to kind of acknowledge. And the resiliency comes from the fact that everyone is incentivized to protect the system. And it's not a really Aave-centric thing, because it works the same way on Ethereum. So obviously you have Ethereum stakers and nodes that basically protect the system by accepting right form of blocks, for example, and not upgrading the code base for if someone writes some sort of bad implementation. So there's that kind of like a guardianship that exists on different levels in our stack. Yeah,
and just kind of last thing on this, is there any really important takeaways or lessons that the DeFi community should have, kind of hard coded in our minds post this 1010 incident with regards to rehypothecation, recursive lending, just generally like the opaque off chain kind of lack of transparency? when it comes to this, DeFi world? What are some of the key takeaways and thoughts that we need to have going forward?
Yeah, I think the aspect of like high yields is always there's something always might be behind that doesn't really necessarily might be above the risk expectations of a lot of the users. I think that's one of the aspect, but also kind of like understanding, where and how these systems work and where the yield is coming from. That is really important. And luckily in DeFi, it's really easy to understand when it's on chain. When it's off chain, then you need additional tools like proof of reserves and so forth. So I think we're still in a world where if everyone is excited about some sort of financial opportunity, that doesn't necessarily mean it's fully kind of safe for everyone.
Yeah.
And my role as a kind of advocate in the DeFi ecosystem, seeing the space evolve almost a decade, I actually want to rather like protect the safe DeFi and somehow ensure that there is enough tooling and information available for everyone to understand like the differences.
Yeah.
While still ensuring that the space is open and innovative.
Yeah.
And that's my kind of like a biggest concern is the off-chain stuff.
Yeah.
How to verify it, how to understand like what's happening, who to trust, and what are the trust assumptions.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, it's this off-chain component is aggressively growing because we're bringing these RWAs on-chain.
Yeah.
And so doing that requires the proof of reserves, better Oracle systems,
Exactly.
etc. So you guys spent the last couple of years building V4.
Yeah.
Apparently V3 wasn't good enough. I don't know. I mean, V3 is great. We've been using Aave for 5 years, but V4 is the next, interpretation of what DeFi needs next.
Yeah.
Talk to us about kind of what the improvements from V3 are, why V4 is so important, and just kind of what you're looking to get out of that this next phase.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is that we want to double down on this idea of concentrating capital. And now, for example, in Aave V3, there is multiple markets. So you might have the prime and the core market on Ethereum, and you don't have a way of actually just share the liquidity. So whenever you create a new market on Aave, you have to find a way of seeding the liquidity. And typically, how to do that is to create incentives or rent the liquidity, the LPs from somewhere. So that's not really sustainable way. So the liquidity hub and spoke model allows to create markets on the spoke level and give credit lines from the liquidity hub to each spoke based on the kind of like a scale and risk that the liquidity hub wants to subscribe to. And I think that model is very unique because you can segregate risk while at the same time you are not segregating liquidity. And there can be multiple liquidity hubs based on the risk profiles. Let's say the lower risk hub, risk adjusted, and some sort of emerging hub as well.
Well, that was always the pushback to V2, right? Because we saw like Cream Finance come out in 2020, and they're like, all right, we're gonna have isolated pools for each asset. Obviously, that didn't work. But that was like the pushback. It was like Aave has all these pooled assets. One bad collateral asset nukes the entire kind of design. And obviously, because of the DAO and the way that you guys have curated your risk management, that has not happened. But V4 really takes that to the next level and almost like tranches out risk as if it was like a junior, a senior tranche kind of.
And typically, even V3, like all the asset has supply and borrow caps and limitations. So there is a really good granular risk management there. V4 just provides a lot of new tooling that makes the jobs of risk managers a bit more advanced and easier to do, and additional measures as well. But overall, I think it's a really interesting overall foundation because spokes can be custom, and I think we'll see different kinds of custom implementations where V3 is more like a monolithic code base.
We've had Chaos Labs, we've had Sergey from Chainlink, we've had these guys on the show. These guys are partners of Aave. When you're thinking and designing and scoping out a major upgrade like V4, how much are you looking at your partners and you're talking with them and working with them? Is it mostly internal, or are you bringing this to the external partners and you're all collectively thinking about what the upgrade looks like?
Very collective. There's a lot of people involved. So I think Aave Labs, while writing a lot of the code base, there's contributors from different security teams, contributions from other DAO members, and also from the larger Aave ecosystem. It's a very collaborative process, and it's also important because there's different stakeholders and also dependencies. So I think it's really interesting to build in public. It's such a different world. It requires a lot of coordination, but also you get a really good results as well for the code quality.
Well, we're coming up on time. We do have a gift for you. This has been part of our theme of the week, and just generally in the space now. Return to fundamentals is our current slogan. It is our message to the masses. Yeah. So from your perspective, from Aave's perspective, what does this mean for the entire Ethereum community, for the industry? What does return to fundamentals mean to you, Stani?
Yeah, I think fundamentals, it means that you have to build something that is resilient, but also creates upside for all the stakeholders. So Aave protocol will earn 150 million this year. As an example, it's a really good showcase of like how you build fundamentals on chain. And I think I deserve that. We deserve this T-shirt because of what we're achieving with the Aave fundamentals. But also it means that having good foundations and building something that is sticky and resilient.
All right.
Awesome.
The other little game that we're doing here is we're building a DevConnect playlist on Spotify with all of our speakers. I'm going to put you on the spot here and ask you for a song. What song would you like to add to the DevConnect playlist? It can be something that you like recently. It can be a favorite.
Yeah.
What artists do you like? What's your kind of music taste?
I think one good artist you should think about is Zinobi. So it's XINOBI.
Zinobi. Okay. Yeah. Very cool.
And his tracks are really good. And he's going to be doing a back-to-back session today with another Aave DJ, Gallivanter.
Okay.
So it's going to be really
Far Away Place.
Yeah.
That's one of his bangers.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So there it is.
Add to the list, and hope to see you all in Aave.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Last thing for you, Stani, we've got a lightning round. We have got 60 seconds. You've got yes or no questions. You can skip if you don't want to answer it. And we'll finish this off. And we'll go for a quick standby, and then we'll go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Bada bing.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io. Lightning round, Stani, live, Rollup TV. Just use blank.
Aave.
That one was easy.
Just use Aave.
Just use Aave. Yeah. What is the biggest challenge you've overcome in the past year?
Simplicity.
Simplicity.
In 1 to 2 sentences, describe where Aave will be in 2030.
The biggest financial network in the world.
Best Aave up until this point.
Bogota.
Who are the people outside of Aave that you call to chat through ideas?
Guy from Metina.
Fill in the blank. Aave v4 will be
the backbone of all finance.
Best place on earth and worst place on earth to live for crypto natives.
Worst place to live will probably be France.
Shout out to Mark. RIP, Mark. I know you've gotten out of there. And best place.
Best place to live. I won't say something exotic, so I'm pretty comfortable in London so far.
Yeah.
Let's see how the government will progress from here, but so far so good.
Aave TVL has exceeded 50 billion.
Mhm.
Where will Aave TVL be in 2030?
I think we'll be way beyond trillions at that point.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
way beyond trillions. Just
Stani
use Aave.
Kulechov live from Rollup TV in Buenos Aires. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be right back with our next guest, Monet from MakerDAO/Sky. Stani, thank you so much, man.
Thank you so much.
It's been fun to have you.
Thank you.
Stani.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coin. Monet. Don't know your real name, not gonna ask. How you doing, man?
Good. It's been a long week, but a good week.
I was worried you were gonna come in here with like a bad kid like bag over your head or something. Be like with like a voice like my name is Monet.
Voice changer. No, I don't have that Smokey the Bear swag.
That was pretty
I gotta
iconic.
think about it,
Honestly.
though.
That was cool.
That was iconic.
Is Monet supply? Is that a take on Money Supply or the painter Monet? Is it? Did you
More
just
Money
misspell?
Supply,
Money
Yeah.
supply.
but yeah, I think the handles were taken if I wanted to be Money Supply. So.
Well, you know, X is allowing handle changes now. I would not recommend it. I think yours is quite ingrained in the brains of DeFi, but I did change mine like a month ago or something.
Yeah, I wonder if there's like some stable coin or something that's going to be bidding on that.
Yeah,
I
at
don't know if I
stablecoin.
have enough money for that.
Yeah, man, what a wild month in DeFi the last 4 to 6 weeks. I mean, we saw the event on 10/10. We saw a ton of other things happening. Tons to talk about, but I'm a bit curious, like what your story is, right? I don't think that you've ever been on the show. You're an angel investor. You're involved deeply in the Sky ecosystem with Spark, but also you were one of the core players at MakerDAO in the early DeFi days. What's like your 2018 to 2025 like lore?
Yeah. So I actually I didn't even start getting into crypto until like 2019, 2020. Previously, I worked in fintech, generally like pretty boring stuff, just traditional lending. But I had like sort of started dabbling into crypto, and then right around DeFi summer, I got laid off from my old job, which was very fortuitous. I got like fired upwards essentially, and just landed on my feet in the maker ecosystem.
Wow.
That's awesome.
And then since then, you've been effectively like a part of the team as a contributor, but then kind of spun off, done your own angel investing and kind of some side projects too.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit of angeling and mainly the DeFi space because that's just kind of where I'm comfortable. But I worked at Block Analytica for 5 years almost. They're the like original risk team for MakerDAO, and they've been branching out a little bit. And then recently I switched over to join Spark as head of strategy full time.
Well, I mean, Spark's absolutely cooking. $10 billion of TVL. I'm not sure if TVL matters anymore, but we're going to use it as a metric today. Man, so you guys have kind of been on this massive rise. We actually had Grove in here. Kevin, he was like, I welcome all the competition. I'm ready for Spark to come at our throats. Like, let's go. We're going to go head to head in the Sky ecosystem as stars. What is it like to build in this Sky ecosystem as a star? Kind of like the people that you work with, the teams, the contributors. How's your experience been?
Overall, really good. So I actually still work with my old team, the BA guys, pretty closely. They're kind of like the core Sky risk team. They help sort of set the rules of the road, so to speak, for all the stars. Right now, we were the first star that launched. Grove is kind of coming up and scaling up close behind. I think for the next couple months, it's probably going to be just us two, but we have a pretty productive relationship with Grove and the Steakhouse guys. But I don't know if you all saw the Framework guys. They actually just had this announcement about
OBEX. Yep.
It's going to be like an incubator. They're already starting to deploy capital. So the sort of environment's going to be a lot more competitive, but I think we still have some edges and some niches that we can lean into.
And how do you? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just feel like Sky is so underrepresented right now. Like it just feels like this is a beast that's happening, and people are focused on a ton of other stablecoin projects, the stable chains, Athenas, etc. And I know it's like a mutually kind of like positive sum attitude, but it feels slept on. And we have Vance and Michael on the show maybe every 2 weeks or so, and they're just nonstop. Like it's like we can't have a show with them without getting Sky mentioned at least once in like some context. Well, what's it like having Vance and Michael as like backers, as like friends, as advocates now with OBEX coming out? What are you expecting from the Framework guys, and through this project, what do you want to see out of it?
I mean, I think they're awesome partners. Like Rune and Vance and Michael, they all chat quite a bit. I actually was in San Francisco maybe a month and a half ago, and I dropped in on them. They're bringing a lot of interesting like ideas, and I think they're pushing Sky particularly towards interesting like sort of net new DePIN projects. They've got this USD AI, they've got Daylight, they've got a few other projects that they're trying to like bring not just like boring RWAs tokenizing on chain, but like new asset classes into the system. And Sky is kind of like in a unique position to bootstrap these and fund them because we're on-chain native, we're familiar with crypto economic systems. We have we're a bit risk averse, but I think we're willing to go in on projects that are new if the fundamentals are right. So I think, yeah, I'm excited to work with them. Again, they're also in some respects our competitor, but I think a rising tide lifts all the boats.
What would you say the stars are competing for? Is it incentives in MakerDAO and there's a competitive dynamic, but also you're growing the Sky ecosystem as a whole? In what regards are you collabing, and in what regards are you competing?
Yeah, so like collaboration first. So generally, like if the Sky ecosystem is delivering like a good balanced sort of product suite, it's going to grow the amount of USDS in circulation, and then we all have more like balance sheet to work with. We'll all have more capital that we can be allocating and earning the spread on. The flip side of that is we are all kind of competing. We're fishing out of the same pond. We're competing for the same like access to the same balance sheet. And generally, like as we as we are all kind of fighting to earn as much yield as we can, it's actually going to push up the savings rate that we're paying to Sky's end users, which is, again, it's great for efficiency, for providing the best user experience, but naturally there's going to be a bit of a margin compression, I think, from that. And then also, we're all kind of working open source. We're leaking all of our alpha by design, so people can, if they see someone like Spark, if we're earning really good money on a strategy, like, people will naturally come in and kind of follow on with us.
Yeah. You've been doing a lot of writing about kind of what happened at 1010 and just in generally about risk management in DeFi, collateral asset management, surface area for risk and lending. Let's just start from the top, right? So Spark has scaled to $10 billion in TVL. Which surface area in the risk modeling becomes most, I guess, widened as you scale in terms of capital size? Like what, let's say at the smaller stages of lending, you're focused on, X risks. As you scale to larger, there's Y and Z risks that become more pressing. Maybe talk us through like what your mental model is for risk management at scale for DeFi lending.
Yeah, when you're pushing the sort of size that we are, like we've got 10 billion roughly at TVL, and then we have about 3 billion allocated to the Spark liquidity layer. There's a fairly limited opportunity set that's actually, going to allow us to go in without crushing the yield. Bitcoin, ETH, liquid staking tokens, basis trades, and then certain like sort of off-chain collateralized lending, and then RWAs. So we really focus on just like the most scalable opportunities. We get plenty of inbounds from people who are doing really cool strategies, like sort of smaller tokenized hedge fund strategies, smaller collateral assets, but it's just not a fit for us. I think we're really focusing on scaling into a smaller number of opportunities, because that also gives us the ability to really spend a lot of time doing due diligence on each new thing we're adding, and then having continuous monitoring. And then there's fewer individual like tail risks that could lose us so much money that we exhaust our capital.
Okay, so Spark is effectively, responsible for, using this capital and getting the best yield with the lowest possible risk.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys using Redstone, I believe, for oracles?
They are they're basically our main Oracle partner, but we actually, for SparkLend, which is our in-house lending market, we use a median of Redstone, Chronicle, and Chainlink, which, it's extra resilient. Like even if one of the providers has some sort of downtime, if they get like rugged by a Cloudflare outage, for example,
happens to the best of us,
then we still have the other two providers who are, hopefully going to be delivering the right prices.
Yeah. So we had Stani on. I don't know if you saw him, walk out. He's talking about V4, right? And how basically, more or less, in my terms, they're basically tranching out risk based on different assets, and then allowing a more kind of like customizable lending market as a result of that. In cross asset collateralization, this is something that is pretty unique to crypto. We have perps, and you can do cross margin on perps up to 100x. I know that's not what happens on Spark, but that is something that people do. And if you look at the markets today, that is probably why the markets are going down aggressively, because you have these people that are literally margining their assets together while they're all collapsing at different rates, and then they have to pay them back. And it's just, anyway, which during like a system-wide, outage or just like liquidation event like 1010, what is Spark's or what did Spark do successfully to manage that cross asset collateral? How do you guys approach that design from the risk perspective?
Yeah, again, we're like really only going into like the highest scale, most liquid assets. So we're kind of in a lucky position that we were not touching any of these long tail tokenized hedge funds, and we're not dealing with, Doge or even smaller assets like small cap DeFi tokens. I believe on 1010, some of the Oracle prints for stuff like Uni or like Balance or different assets like this, they moved so quickly that Aave actually accrued like very small amounts, but some bad debt just because they had like an Oracle print, like 20% down in a single candle, essentially. We only deal with ETH, Bitcoin, basically large cap assets, and then, RWAs. So we're pretty much fully unscathed. I don't think we really have much interest in dabbling into like the longer end of the risk curve, because there's like pretty limited scale there. But yeah, it's something that we consider. And I also think, using redundant oracles, stuff like this, it can help avoid some of the issues that other platforms have seen.
The flip side of this is demand. You talked a lot about the collateral management and making sure there's no bad debt and sticking to that asset universe of really only the top assets. And you've reached, $10 billion in scale of that. What's the flip side of that? What does the demand look like? What is the landscape for those who are looking for this type of yield? Is it institutional clients? Is it retail clients? Is it emerging markets? Where are you seeing most of the demand come from for these products?
Yeah, I think like the biggest new sources of demand that we're really excited to address going forward next year is there's a ton of people who want fixed rate lending, mainly still against, kind of Bitcoin ETH, but a lot of funds, they're willing to pay even a few % higher to have that certainty of like a fixed rate for 1 month, 3 months, something like this. It's something that we can't really serve in DeFi presently, but new infrastructure like Morpho v2 is going to be coming in that'll help serve this. We're also tooling up to be able to meet some of our clients, some large institutional counterparties in off-chain collateralized lending, stuff like Anchorage, and setting up the proper infrastructure to have like real transparency for that and make it very resilient. And then one other product that I'm really excited for is we're going to be launching essentially like a prime brokerage offering, Spark Prime. And this will allow hedge funds, basis traders, people doing delta neutral strategies to access like basically internal leverage into the strategy. And for us, it's beneficial because we have like a senior claim on their actual collateral. We're not just holding their wrapper token. We actually like hold their assets and they're trading through our infrastructure.
Cool. Later today, we're going to have Paul from Morpho come on. How are you guys currently working with Morpho, and how do you anticipate that will shift with Morpho v2?
Yeah, Morpho is one of our best partners. I love Paul. I love the team. They're super hungry. And I think they're making a lot of really smart design decisions. Currently, I would say like the most exciting stuff we do with them is we partner with their new kind of like CDFi, like DeFi mullet offerings that they have coming on board. So as an example, Coinbase launched on-chain lending against Bitcoin. They're potentially going to roll out new assets, I'm assuming, in the future. And at a certain point, we were up to 90% of the supply into that pool. So as soon as somebody opens a new loan on Coinbase, we supply an equal amount of capital and, basically balance the market. So Morpho, they don't need to worry about balancing a two-sided market. We're just like sort of that marginal supplier. So I'm really excited about that. I think there's going to be many more of these DeFi mullet things happening. And, we would love to be the capital provider for those. For V2,
can I just add something?
Yeah.
So I was hearing from an unnamed Bitcoin Fi chain that is yet to launch that there's some collaboration potentially there with Morpho, and that there's this group of Bitcoiners that do not want to use CBBTC, and they also do not want to use Base or Ethereum or anything. So like there's like this kind of conflict of interest with that product with like the hardcore Bitcoiners. Now, obviously there's a lot of success there, and it's it's like the perfect top of funnel for Morpho, similar to like Phantom with their perps on Hyperliquid, but there's this weird dynamic happening where some of these offerings, let's just say the lending markets need to change their strategy for like the Bitcoiners who have a lot of the size, who want to use a different product.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we've spoken with plenty of people who want to hold native Bitcoin only. Could be for trust reasons, could be for like tax reasons. There's any number of reasons people want that. We are going to tool up again for like dealing with custodians. So people who don't mind holding the Bitcoin in regulated custody, we should be able to lend to them, which is very in demand. And then there's also a lot of innovation happening in like the Bitcoin L2 space, and projects like I think Babylon is releasing a service where you can lock Bitcoin on the Bitcoin chain and then sort of like port it over and use it as collateral on external chains like Ethereum, like Base, but also potentially Bitcoin L2s. I don't think we're going to be an early adopter of those technologies, because we would rather have someone else prove it out, kind of make sure that it's Lindy, but then once it's kind of reached that stability point, then we can kind of come in and bring the scale to it.
I'm curious where we always talk about like where the next buyer is when we think about the markets, but when it comes to
sure as hell isn't us, we're already all in.
We're not going to ask you that where those guys come from, but I am curious where the next, like we also talk about where the yield comes from. And so in this vein, I'm thinking like, is the current landscape of yield on chain, is this sufficient for a thriving environment? Is this sufficient for growth? Or are we thinking about where the next source of yield comes from?
Yeah, I think, I think this is kind of playing into like the framework guys and what they're bringing to the table. Like, of course you can always tokenize T-bills.
Mm-hmm.
People are already doing that. CLOs, Grove actually has recently just scaled up their CLO allocation to, I believe, $1 billion. But some of these new products, solar-backed financing, energy and AI, that's kind of like the two biggest mega trends that are very, very capital intensive.
Mm-hmm.
And in many respects, they're not actually well served by the existing financing system.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, if crypto can like crack the code for that, then we can become the center of financing like the most important technological innovations, and that'll drive like really, really sustainable, high quality yield.
Yeah, and this is not necessarily increasing the yield itself, the quantity, right? Going from say 7% to 12%. That's not really what is happening here. It's more about diversifying the sources of yield, and people can kind of pick and choose and create these different structured products that expose them to different industries. Is that kind of like what? We had DeFi summer, we know lending and borrowing, we had emissions, we had yield farming, we had all of that. And now we're entering this institutional wave. If we're looking at DeFi 3.0, maybe we already did that way back when, but 4. Whatever.
Which one was that? Was that like the
I think
Italian
that was
guy with Wonderland?
That was Wonderland. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we call that DeFi 2.0.
Magic internet money.
Jesus.
So whatever era this is, whatever the next era of DeFi is, it's a more institutional one. Is that what we like? Is that what you think the landscape is going to look like?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it's really about just having scale and diversification for us, at least, particularly. So even when there's not anybody who really wants to lever up on Bitcoin, the perp markets are dead. There's no good like basis delta neutral strategies. We'll have uncorrelated sources of yield, infrastructure financing, maybe some RWAs, sort of consumer credits. All the different sort of sources of yield that you can pick from, including some of these net new ones. I think that's going to make the whole stablecoin industry much more resilient and less cyclical.
And last follow up on this, because it feels like we're kind of putting together a thesis here. We've had this this lack of access to the stablecoin
trade, basically.
Trade, exactly. People want exposure to stablecoins. They really believe in stablecoins.
Well, not stablecoins. They want exposure.
Well, exactly. They want
they
want exposure to the stablecoin market, right? Because
USDC
we believe in the growth of stablecoins, and it feels like without getting to the private markets and betting on new stablecoins, one way to access the stablecoin market is to get access and exposure to the yield and the yield sources. And as we diversify the yield sources, what would you say is positioned for growth? We're going to get scale, we're going to get diversification of yield sources, and it seems very bear market resilient. Like you said, when people aren't trading on perps, people aren't lending on their Bitcoin, this is still a market that is going to continue to grow. What is the best way to get exposure to the growth of this industry, putting aside all the existing things that have been here with easy access?
And it can't be the Sky token or the Spark token. Sorry.
Oh man, you're killing me. Those would have been my first 2 answers. Some of our other, brethren sub-DAO tokens, but yeah, I mean, I think these infrastructure finance things are very compelling. I haven't actually looked into how their sort of equity token is going to work, but I think it's super interesting. I think that there's going to be a lot of innovation in asset management. Some of this is going to be coming from, existing large big bracket bank asset managers coming on chain and starting to do risk curation. But I think there are also some DeFi native businesses that are doing this. And as there's more opportunities for them to allocate, and it also gets a little more complicated to balance all these factors, I think that's going to be a big area for growth. And then some of these sort of off-chain to on-chain conduit projects, like Maple, we work pretty closely with them. We have about 630 million allocated presently. I think stuff of that nature is potentially going to be a really resilient and good business.
And what is the value accrual for those assets right now? Is it you guys have 10 billion in TVL, you're monetizing this, what does it look like when it comes to flows and value accrual?
Yeah, so actually, just earlier this week, we posted a proposal essentially for governance to approve like a Spark value accrual plan, essentially. So we need to retain some capital in our treasury for basically risk underwriting, making sure that our end users are never going to be the first ones to lose money. They're always like last in line to take any haircuts. And, you know, to date, we haven't had any. We're conducting our business to avoid that. But then once we earn enough to have like excess of capital, that should get returned to the token. And initially, we're going to do that in the form of buybacks. But, you know, we're open to kind of meeting the market where they are, what sort of value accrual, like specifics, the mechanism, whether that's buyback, staking, whatever they want most.
The revenue meta strikes again.
The revenue meta.
Monet, we're building a Spotify playlist for DevConnect.
DevConnect Spotify
and,
playlist.
Right, we'd like to ask you what your addition is going to be.
Spotify playlist.
Could be any favorite artists you listen to, song that you like recently.
I was listening to Miles Davis on the plane here.
Okay.
Kind of Blue, that whole album.
Yeah.
Instant classic.
Blue and Green.
Yeah, that's a very common one. But if you're feeling mellow,
what's your song of choice? So What? It Never Entered My Mind.
Yeah,
My
So
Funny
What?
Valentine.
Classic. Yeah.
Monet, man, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
It's been fun. Cheers.
Pleasure. Thanks, Monet.
All right, guys, quick break. We will be back. We got a whole slate of guests. Monet was great. Not financial advice. Sky looks great here. He didn't say it. I said it. See you guys in a second.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? EtherFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. EtherFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its Rio upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? EtherFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. EtherFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like. Alrighty, guys, we are live from Buenos Aires here in the Rollup studio. We've got Alex from ZkSync and Mariana of LNET. Guys, welcome to the show. Thanks for calling in today. Nothing.
You were muted, guys.
There we go. There you are, guys. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, excited to be here.
Absolutely. We've got a partnership to announce here. LNET is one of the major LATAM financial institutions. It's really exciting to partner with ZkSync. Mariana, it's your first time on the show. Maybe you could give us a little bit of an intro and talk to us about LNET and why you chose to partner with ZkSync.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here and sharing this space with Alex. We are really excited about this evolution and how the industry is evolving to connect the institutional world with the Web3 decentralized world. So LNET is a nonprofit organization that operates blockchain networks built for institutional needs. We integrate infrastructure, solutions, and ecosystems to scale emerging technologies with real impact in the real world. I mean, solutions like real world asset tokenization, verifiable credentials, traceability, financial inclusion, and more. And we're also an executing agency for multilateral organizations, and we lead the strategic projects for them. So our mission is really clear, is to promote the adoption of blockchain technology and the development of digital public goods and open standards to help these more traditional entities to jump and to innovate in places where they feel comfortable doing it. So that's very briefly what we do.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I mean, please.
Sorry. Yeah. No, and regarding ZkSync, the second part of your question, I'm sorry. So yeah, we are implementing a pilot. It's a result-based financing pilot that we're implementing for a multilateral organization. And actually, for people who may not know what this is about, a result-based finance is actually widely used by governments and multilaterals because it aligns incentives with real outcomes. And what we're doing is using the technology of prevediums because prevediums help us address some of the issues that institutions have sometimes when they are jumping to blockchain technology, which is the privacy specifically, and to run on a permission environments. So yeah, sorry, I interrupted you.
No. I was just going to say, I mean, first of all, congratulations to the both of you. We are so excited to be in Argentina because we are in a place where this is the technology that we've built, namely stablecoins for, escaping currencies that are being devalued here in Argentina, but largely just Latin America. It's really a lifeboat for a lot of these emerging markets, and it feels like hosting these events here in these jurisdictions really provides more value to the local community. And with regards to LNET and just kind of the work that you guys are doing in Latin America, I mean, here we've had multiple news for stable coins and different types of partnerships come out. So happy to hear that this one is coming out this week. Alex, wish you were here as well. From your end, what does this mean for ZkSync in terms of institutional adoption, in terms of your Latin America global strategy, right? I mean, it's very clear that this is a region of the world where, stable coins, crypto, and blockchain rails are already being widely adopted much faster than the Western world. From your perspective, from the ZkSync perspective, why Prevediums, why Latin America, why LNET? What does this mean to you guys?
We are really excited for this partnership in particular, and for LATAM expansion in general. The idea of results-based funding really resonates with me. This is how we do work at ZkSync. We're focusing on results, and results only matter. And I think we should be doing more of that in crypto in general, focusing on results rather than just pure intentions. And the expansion of crypto into real world is what motivates me personally very strongly. This is the part of the mission of ZkSync. Our mission is to advance freedom for the world through the adoption of blockchain technologies. And with Milei and with all the reforms that are happening in Argentina, this is the part of the world where the freedom accelerates the most today. We're really, really happy to be able to contribute to this through the technologies that can actually be embraced by real financial institutions, by real businesses. This is what Previdium is about. So at ZkSync, we have realized that the highest ROI today to improve the adoption of blockchains is to go and work and partner with the traditional financial system, traditional institutions and banks and real world businesses to get out of the crypto native bubble, out of the small circle of use cases that we've been exploring for the last couple of years, really get into everyday life of people and businesses and make their make them more efficient, enable transactions at a much lower cost, 24/7 instant settlement. And to do that, privacy is a non-dispensable requirement. You cannot really reflect the traditional business processes of the real world businesses on chain, fully disclosing everything that what's happening there, customer data, your business insights, your supply chain details. That's a non-starter. Like, no real business would do that if your bank was fully transparent and would publish every single transaction you're doing. That's just inconceivable. So this is why we have been working on Previdiums as our highest priority, and Previdiums are now entering the acceleration stage. What is Previdium? A Previdium is essentially private Ethereum. It's a private instance of an EVM chain that is rooted in Ethereum, that is settling on Ethereum, so it's connected with the global digital asset economy. But it's a chain that you control, and you can shape it in whatever way you need for your business, for your needs. So you decide on the sequencing, on the data visibility. You can have very granular control over who can see the data, who can transact, and where you store the data, and how you organize various aspects of this chain. And it's your sovereignty, and yet you're connected to the public chains and to all the other Previdiums as well with native private interop.
Yeah, awesome. I'm especially curious because we've heard a lot about Previdium. ZkSync has an RWA institutional strategy, and it's really played out. And we've seen that. I think you guys are in the top chains when it comes to RWAs and stable coins. And we've seen the market react to this quite positively. Now with Previdiums, another thing that's fallen into favor has been privacy. And we've heard a lot of privacy advocates come on the show while we've been here in Argentina. And just to round this out, the trifecta here is that we are also in a place where this technology is particularly important. We saw the government have poor fiscal policy leads to inflation, and that is why it feels so relevant that we're here today and this week during this conference. On LNET's perspective, you've got a mandate to help push forward blockchain and help push forward financial technology that can help solve some of these problems that have been prevalent in this area. And so, Mariana, I'm curious from your side, how has the Previdium and the privacy element there helped the infrastructure and helped you accomplish your missions? Maybe you could just talk a bit about what LNET is trying to accomplish as a whole and why privacy is so important to that mission.
Well, that's a great question, because what I think it has been missing until now, it's the right infrastructure, so institutions feel confident to jump and try and innovate with blockchain technology. So what we're doing is we're trying to actually make blockchain truly usable for these institutions. So the thing is, for some time now, we have been, I believe we have been pushing them to follow Web3 rules, somehow to adapt to the spaces and the infrastructure that we built within the ethos of Web3. And institutions probably are not ready just yet to do that. It's going to be a transition, and we're going to need to onboard them in a way that they can they can be comfortable, they can try, they can feel, they can trust the technology first and go step by step. And this step by step sometimes means that we need to build infrastructure that feels a little bit more like close to the kind of models and systems that they have now. And it doesn't mean, I mean, I guess there's this sweet spot between what they are now and where they are now, and where they are going to be in 10 years or 20 years. But we need to get there, and it's not going to be from one day to the next. So we need to help them to jump confidently to the technology and try, and also educate them in how the technology itself it's something you can trust. I mean, we have been talking a lot about trustless this week, and so I guess it's a process. And I guess for more traditional institutions, it's going to be a little harder to understand why and how, because we have been in this space for some time, but not everybody is so into these topics as much as us. So I guess for LNET, our idea is to make blockchain truly usable, and help them on board and build things on blockchain, and help them understand how this can benefit a lot of users. And the thing is, when institutions adopt something, they bring millions of people with them. And that's where the real adoption comes. So that's our goal, to be here like at the intersection of these institutions and the fully decentralized world. And also because it's not always easy for them to talk to each other and understand. Sometimes it's like they are speaking different languages. So when you see it like, I don't know, a C-level from a bank and a traditional bank and, I don't know, a blockchain architect, that won't end well. Because they probably won't understand each other unless you try to meet the needs and understand the needs of each one of them have. And they have regulations, they have compliance, they have a lot of things, I mean, institutions. And we don't need to underestimate their needs, but try to meet all the requirements. And I guess what ZkSync is doing with Prevedium is understanding this, that sometimes institutions need to meet certain requirements, and they need infrastructure they can trust. So that's why we choose to work with them for this pilot, because it's a way to connect these worlds that are not completely separated.
Yeah. One thing that I know about LNET is that you guys are working with governments, you're working with these institutions, you're bringing enterprises and governments together with Web3 solutions. Could you just give us a couple of success stories? Talk to us about some of the governments that you've helped. I can give one. Actually, you mentioned you're right. When governments come on board, they bring millions of people with them. We're actually in the Lambda class office. They have a partnership with Sovra, which is a digital ID product, and I believe they've brought the digital ID of millions of Argentinians on chain, and they're using ZK proofs to help verify the identity of this. From LNET's perspective, is there some success stories that you can share about how Web3 technology is helping these government institutions?
Yes, absolutely. We have been working with digital identity in many countries. We have worked, and we are soon going to be part of the presidential elections in Peru. They choose our blockchain to run this. It's going to be a pilot, but it's including millions of users in Peru that are going to be voting for the first time in a different way, and it's going to be on chain, and that's a huge improvement, and it's a huge step for government to do that. But we also have some other projects that we're leading. There's a couple of projects we're leading together with another multilaterals. Like for example, we're running a project with 11 central banks on the region to test CBDCs. And there's another one, they are testing, they're trying to understand how it works, and they are trying to learn more about the technology and trying to see how, different cross-border payments can be in a different context. And it's an early stage project, but it's really huge, and there's a lot of interest. And also there's a big project that we have in Latin America, focused on smallholder farmers, digital wallets for smallholder farmers to improve financial inclusion. So we are working on that, and I guess there's a lot of success cases, and most of them includes multiple actors like governments, private sector, and startups, and very innovative solutions that when we connect all the actors and they work together, there's a lot of things that we can do and we can push and we can implement successfully.
Amazing. Alex, man, I got to pass it to you to close us out here. We've got the Return to Fundamentals shirt. It really truly feels like this LNET ZkSync collaboration, albeit perhaps a bit less sexy than NFTs or than high risk DeFi, or a bit more boring with stable coins and tokenization institutions than some of our DeFi summer escapades. This is where the real fundamental value of the blockchain technology that ZkSync has built, that Ethereum has built, and that all of us are really here for. Within this lens of really getting back to fundamentals and building the important infrastructure rails in Latin America. Just close us out here with your viewpoint of this partnership holistically, as well as generally what this kind of fundamental viewpoint means to you as a deep cypherpunk.
Well, I agree with you. Someone has to do this. So what as Mariana just said, if you want to onboard institutions, you need to speak their language. So you need to understand how they see the world, and you don't come and impose your ideals in your language, in your cypherpunk worldview, and come and say like, well, let's just change things and do it completely differently, 180 degrees from what you're used to. No, you have to meet them where they are, and then you can offer them the technologies that incorporate the values of crypto, and you can show them how these values actually create a lot of business value for them. This product work and a lot of hard BD work and communications and translating of basically education, where you explain like here are the incorruptible chains starting with Ethereum, and then here's what you can do with ZK, and this is Previdium, and this is what you get with all of these cool properties. So I see it as absolutely aligned with cypherpunk values, because we are bringing them into the Ethereum economy. We're expanding Ethereum. We're helping Ethereum grow. We're helping Ether as an asset to be the strongest, the most appropriate store of value in this economy, and strengthening the sustainability of Ethereum through this. And we're also helping the world. We're bringing the more efficiency, we're bringing more freedom to the people of the world, and that's core to our mission of advancing freedom. So on our side, like we're going to be investing heavily in institutions, but we're also going to be doing a lot of core cypherpunk work, and you'll hear from us also on this front.
Absolutely.
Alex,
well, you guys have certainly done it. Yeah.
Guys, thank you for calling in. It's been an absolute pleasure. Congratulations.
Congrats on the partnership.
Return to Fundamentals. If you guys were here, we'd give you a shirt. We've been gifting all of our guest shirts. Guys, thanks for calling in today.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, guys.
We'll see you soon.
All right, guys, we'll go for a quick standby, and we'll be right back. We've got our next set of guests coming in live here in the studio, and we will be right back.
Yeet is built for big moments, the most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Beautiful. Guys, welcome back. Rollup TV. We are live. Buenos Aires. We've got Mike, CEO of EtherFi, good friend of the show. Mike,
welcome.
How are you enjoying the city?
Oh, it's awesome. I don't know what I was expecting, but I feel like it's exceeded my expectations.
First time here?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it's great. It's been beautiful weather, good vibes. I mean,
yeah,
everything's great except for don't check the charts. Do not check the charts.
Yeah, I checked it just before I came in. I'm like down another 10%.
Yeah, we're literally just losing our entire life savings while streaming. We just do it for love of the game, man. I mean, come on.
That's why we're here.
I mean, Arthur Hayes is dumping EtherFi on our head. Come on, I thought he was our boy. Come on, we do a pod with Arthur and he's just dumping on our heads.
Look, he's a trader. I don't know, I think he probably has a perspective on like short term, long term, what the market is doing. EtherFi has ETH beta, so I don't take it as anything.
Well, I mean, he did kind of.
He dumped less EtherFi than other tokens.
Well, he also bull posted at 30 cents.
Yeah.
When nobody else really was going to look around, right?
Yeah.
So there is something there.
And he also had a thesis that we align on, which is the revenue meta. And you guys have real revenue. You're one of the few crypto projects that has real revenue.
Yeah, we're making tons of money.
Yeah.
So the hockey stick growth. I mean, I think we had you on a permissionless, and that was like kind of the beginning almost of this hockey stick.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like it's really, really accelerated. What's the actual numbers in terms of the acceleration here?
Yeah, it's been great. The sort of waterfall is we've got about 200,000 registered accounts. Out of those, we've got about 50,000 cards that users have issued. They're spending about $1.5 million a day on average, and continuing to go up, which is pretty good. Yeah, that makes it by far the largest non-custodial card out there, which is a good start. But our goal is, obviously, to be the largest crypto card, and then just the largest neobank in the world.
Incredible. And so what is your goal while you're out here in Buenos Aires? In past conferences, I've seen you with a QR code on your back and signing people up, hand-to-hand combat. Is it still doing things that are activating users one by one? Are you taking a more scalable approach? What is the approach these days at conferences?
So this conference is more about partnerships, and it's more of a builder conference, right? Less BD stuff. I'm the solo EtherFi representative here this week. Honestly, just doing a bunch of panels, talking to people, just making sure we have some representation.
Nice. Man, so we had talked about how your customer segment was really like, we don't even need to go. I think it was with Aave. We were like, we don't even need to get the world's credit card users onto EtherFi. We just need to get the crypto users that will persist through the next 10 years in crypto as core users. And Aave had this, you weren't on this, but there was this insane bull thesis about how the percentage of the world's millionaires in like 10 years is going to be so heavily skewed to crypto, which was an amazing, like very good top signal at the time in hindsight. Is that still very much your thesis?
Yeah, so our starting point is DeFi natives, because that's you generally, when you're launching a new product, you want to start with your most fanatical users, the ones that have the strongest need. Then the goal is to start expanding into sort of broader crypto users, people that use CeFi, for example, but aren't comfortable with DeFi because it's way too complicated, and then go after the normies. So 2026 is when we really start getting into the single-digit millions number of users, which you can really only get by going after sort of the broader crypto user market. DeFi just doesn't have that many. DeFi is probably like a couple thousand whales, and then maybe another million, people that want to be whales.
And so, as you're thinking about user acquisition, you're starting with the most fanatical users. That's certainly the crypto natives, the power users here. As you start to expand outwards, have you started? I guess this is going to be an estimate, not looking for any exact numbers, but what barometer, how much of the core crypto power users would you say that you've activated?
It's hard to say. I mean, anytime I give a talk or I meet folks, it seems like, a meaningful percentage, maybe 20% of people, 30% of people, raise their hands that they've tried the product, which is pretty good. I mean, crypto conference attendees are about, that's like a subset of the subset of DeFi users. So I think there's still room to grow. I mean, I think we can get to a couple 100,000 active users just in the DeFi space. But to get into the millions, you really need to go broader. And it's a large market. I mean, just to put it in perspective, the average user on EtherFi spends about $5,000 a month on the card. Like that's a lot. I mean, that's a big number for a neobank. Like that would be on the order of like hundreds of dollars, maybe $1,000 a month. So these are still very much like high net worth, crypto natives. Once we get out into the the broader space, that number will come down, but it's still entirely possible to build a $1 billion revenue business just focusing on crypto users that want the ability to on and off ramp, want the ability to use their crypto. And that need, actually, I mean, being here in Buenos Aires is a good place to be talking about this, because here in Brazil, I mean, this is people need this. Like this is just objectively the easiest way for them to get into dollars off of their local currency, which is problematic, and to be able to get exposure to other asset types. Today, that's mostly crypto stuff, but soon that's going to include stocks. It's going to include, index funds, things that normally people in developing markets just don't have access to.
Yeah, for really banking the unbanked.
No, yeah, right.
For sure, vision. That's exactly right.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we had all of this ready like 6 years ago. We had the introduction of stable coins, we had the blockchain rails and all this, and then we spent a lot of time building a whole bunch of stuff. And then now it feels like the industry's came back to like, okay, we're just going to solve cross-border remittances, stablecoins, payments.
Well, I would actually say that like talking about, let's say, stocks, like tokenized equities, there have been like versions of this.
Yes.
I mean, who still remembers like Mirror
and synthetics,
protocol?
right? Yep.
Yeah, I mean, but that was terrible, right? I mean, it didn't go so well. But now we have like a real version of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Ondo, for example, but I know there's other players that are doing it, but like that's a viable version of tokenized equities that is taking registered assets, turning them into bearer assets, and giving people the ability to hold them without crazy slippage or weird depegging and other stuff that normal people don't want to deal with. And that's like it's been a matter of months since that's even been possible.
Yeah.
Right. Layer 2s that are basically free, that don't cost tens, hundreds of dollars in gas to transact on. Like how long has that been around? Like I don't know, a year maybe. So this stuff is like coming together, and what we're building at EtherFi is just like we're taking these things really as they come. Sometimes months or even less when it becomes available, and like, cobbling together this viable alternative to traditional banking. So we are on the bleeding edge.
Good.
Here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Forget about my pessimism. All right. All right. Where's Arthur at, man? The guy keeps dumping on us. What the hell?
I think he's throwing a party tonight or yesterday.
He's throwing a party.
Yeah.
Or no,
I think it was last night. I was curious about, we've had several projects in here. A lot of them roll up. Some of them have been in Ethereum for a long, long time. This is an Ethereum conference, and they've been telling us what they're looking for from Ethereum. Some of them are asking the EF for things. They're asking the tech and the research and development teams for things. We've heard fast finality is a really key cornerstone for rollups. Generally, scalability is helping a lot of these applications. You're in a little bit more of like the ETH, the asset space, right? Like with liquid staking and all these things and the card program, like it is much more. You're looking at the asset as I'm same question. What are you looking for from Ethereum to help bolster your business?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'll say two things actually. One, I think everything that needs to be there is actually already there to build large scale applications that make a real difference in the world. I actually think like all the pieces are there. Now builders have no, fucking excuse. Just you can actually build real shit now. So let's just go do it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I will actually say, like, from what I've seen, everything they're working on is, and I wouldn't have said this 6 months ago or a year ago, everything they're working on is exactly the right thing. They're supporting the ecosystem. They hosted this really great founder mentor session that I was fortunate enough to participate in. That was awesome. So they're supporting the ecosystem. They're actually helping, startups they're building on Ethereum. They're working on cross-chain interoperability, exactly the right thing to focus on. They're working on scaling the layer one. Like, it's awesome. I'm honestly, they're doing advocacy, in the broader kind of traditional markets. Like, it's fantastic. Honestly, I'm like, holy shit, I wouldn't do anything different. They're actually doing exactly the right thing.
Mike has huge ETH bags. Huge ETH bags.
We've called this
I wish I had more.
A bullish reversal of the Ethereum Foundation.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit more about this founder mentor event. This sounds like it was invite only. Could you just give us a sense of who was there, what happened, why was it so helpful?
I mean, I just showed up as a as a mentor. I talked to a bunch of these projects. So I don't know the full details of it, but it's organized by the EF. They had applications for projects that were building interesting things, and then on the other side they had projects that were more mature, and they brought them together to to be able to help each other out, basically. And that was awesome. I mean, that's not something the EF would have done.
Right.
Like I said, even 6 months ago. I think previously it would have been like, incredibly neutral to a fault, in the sense of like, no, we can't even like acknowledge DeFi exists, let alone actually like try to foster it and help. So it's great. Yeah, honestly. And they're listening, they're talking to their customer, which is the builders on the blockchain. Like I said, it's great.
Yeah. Mike, last thing for you on the kind of buybacks and mechanism there. You guys did a $50 million buyback program. How did you structure that? What was the design choice of that internally? Why did you guys choose to do that in such a way that you did?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll just be completely honest, and I'm sure our general counsel will have some words with me, but like, we just looked at the market action. We looked at the token price of ETHFi, and we said, it's just ridiculous. We could just do this. Previously, we were doing this very systematic approach to buybacks, where we just take a percentage of revenue or profits every week, just buy back, burn some of it, just, boring. But like, the market action just suggested, look, there's an opportunity here. The market just feels really low. There's many reasons for it, but it feels really low. So we should probably accelerate that program. So really, that was just the discussion. It felt like opportunistic. And so we just passed this. We proposed a governance action that was voted on by the community and passed, where we're going to be doing $50 million of buybacks on EtherFi funded by revenues. It'll be over the next 12 months or so. So EtherFi is doing great. We just had our analyst call where we talk about how the protocol is doing. Our run rate is about over $80 million in revenue a year, which is great. I mean, we're 2 years old. Like that's pretty damn good.
Yep.
So we're using revenues to do these token buybacks opportunistically, and we'll slow it down and speed it up basically as we see fit.
Sometimes it is that simple. You have a good business model, it works. You get some customers, paying customers, you get some revenue, and you're off to a great start.
Easier said than done, isn't it? We have a gift for you, Mike. I feel like this is going to be really, really relevant to you. Our main slogan and thesis on the roll up this week is return to fundamentals.
Nice.
We're here at DevConnect
sweet.
with all of the best builders in the space.
That's great.
And we'd like to hear what this means for you and generally why you care about fundamentals in the space.
Well, I don't know. Return, like when did we ever have fundamentals?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Come to fundamentals.
Yeah.
No, it's great. Look, crypto is very complicated. A lot of these tokens and crypto economic networks, it's unclear like how you value them, how value accrues. There's not really any standardization out there. These things will change. But we're certainly seeing people care a lot more about revenues. I think, and I haven't done this, but I'm pretty confident that if you took a basket of tokens that have turned on a fee switch and are doing what I would call honest buybacks, those tokens will have performed better than a random basket of tokens over the last, 6 to 12 months. So I think we're seeing people actually care about real shit. And that's good.
Yes.
It's really good to see.
And you can see it literally today in the market. There's a lot of red out there, but there are select tokens that are not red or as red as a result of that. Yeah. Mike, thanks for coming on, man. It's been an absolute pleasure. Guys, we'll take a quick break. We're going to give Mike the right size, and then we're going to be right up next with Ansgar.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments, the most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments, the most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest.
All right, we're back. Ansgar, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Good to see you again since Thailand.
Mhm.
It's a good time.
We-
Dinner.
Yeah. We're calling this the Ethereum Foundation's bullish reversal from 6 months ago. Things were a little bit disorganized and it really feels like everyone's coming home to Ethereum. As far as the sentiment internal to the foundation, is it similar? What has been the takeaway since Tomasz has come in and you've sort of restructured some things? What has been the sentiment since?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard the sentiment a lot this week, specifically right here at the conference and whatnot. And I think it's generally similar internally, maybe a bit less. Like, I think because what we're doing internally is not always visible like immediately. So I think these opportunities, these events are usually when the community makes updates. And so for us, it was more a gradual transition, I would say. But yeah, I mean, I think the year started like end of last year, early this year. I think there was a lot of tension. I think the way I would just explain it, I don't know, looking back is a little bit that like we're hitting mass adoption, right? We're hitting like real world Ethereum, and how you win in that kind of scenario, how you do a good job just is a bit different. In the past, the most important thing in Ethereum was always that we had the right 5-year plan. It's still important, and I think we still have like people like Justin really living. I always call him our ambassador to the future, and he's like doing an amazing job. But it's no longer good enough, right? Like people are asking about like what about the chain today in 6 months, in 12 months, right? And like finding this new balance for the EF to basically be an org that like has resources on the short term and resources on the long term. Like that was a shift. Took a while. There was a little bit of squeaking here and there, you know, like I think if we think back to earlier of the year, but yeah, now I think we're in a good position.
And where's your personal focus, time horizon, and also subject matter?
Yeah, so my focus really is more on the short term these days, and subject matter specifically. So I'm co-leading. We have these individual tracks right now. If people remember 6 months ago, there was the announcement, hey, the EF now has specific strategy, like focus areas for the next 12 months. So that was new for both in terms of the time horizon, but also the EF used to like always do everything equally, like, 50 topics equally. And now it's like, for a while at least, let's focus on specific like major themes. And so I'm co-leading the Scale DL1 specifically.
Yeah.
So that's where most of my attention is these days.
Well, this is something that we've been talking a lot about because the rollup-centric roadmap pushed execution off of the L1, but now we're hearing a lot of rollups that are starting to embrace based rollups. They're starting to embrace native rollups, and the ZKification of the L1 seems to have people really, really excited. How has this progress been from your side internally? What is the work that you guys have done to scale the L1, and how is that being received?
Yeah, I think it's been received really, really well. And I don't think sometimes people ask, so is this now a pivot away from the rollup-centric roadmap? And I don't think so. I think in a way we just also, both in terms of how we communicated with the rollup-centric roadmap and the way I think also we did it, right? Again, maybe made sense in this like old mindset of we are pre-adoption and it's more about like the long-term arc, and like, because the insight still I think holds, right? Like I don't think you can scale even with ZK. You can't scale a single chain to like literally like 8 billion users doing all of their on-chain activity on a single chain. That just makes no sense. I would expect that even like in 20 years, like when I buy a coffee, it's probably not going to happen on L1, right? I do think though that for a while that meant that we basically treated the L1 as if there was no activity supposed to happen there at all, and I think that makes no sense either. What we really want is we want a really strong L1 at the core of a very strong ecosystem of L2s. And so I think now it's time to say, look, we can't just wait forever. Like eventually with ZKVM, we'll get a really amazing product on the L1 as well, but we need to already now take that more seriously. So our scaling roadmap, for example, is like basically the idea, at least how I would describe it, is like for the next 2 to 3 years, let's focus on the conventional scaling paths. So I think my goal is like to try to 3x the throughput every year. I'm not sure that we'll be able to do that for 3 years in a row, but like in principle, you can think that's at 30x, right, over 3 years. That's a lot. And then transition over to this magical ZKVM based kind of world.
Very cool. So the gas limits have already climbed about 50% this year, closer to 60 million. What is the biggest constraint to actually pushing that to 3x in 2026? How do you achieve that? What is the obstacle right now to getting that gas limit closer to 150 million or 200 million?
Yeah. So by the way I would count is maybe because I think we only got started, at least from the EF side, around summer. So for me it's more like middle of the year to middle of the year. So by the time we got started, we were already at 36 million. So my goal is basically like by next summer to at least be at like 108, which would be the 3x, and then the next 3x over the next 12 months. But yeah, in terms of like concretely, so I think there's different phases. So for example, if you remember, like the very first, like from 30 to 36, that was actually a community push, pump the gas and all this thing. And that was actually, I think that also really helped kind of force the F to start facing the reality of like the community really, really, really cares about this. And I think that was super healthy, right? It's this, I think that makes Ethereum so special that it's not just an organization like the F, it's actually the entire ecosystem. That we basically got for free because we were running at such an excessive safety margin. We had not scaled for like 4 years that there was just like a lot of built up extra safety margin. Then from there, 45 was just relatively quick performance improvements in clients. We just had to make sure what are the current bottlenecks, just focused on like getting rid of those. Now we are currently together with Fusaka, we are rolling out 60 million. Actually already So basically, anyone who upgrades to the Fusaka Ready client is already voting for 60. So we probably hit 60 actually before Fusaka even goes live. That's like a batch of performance improvements that was a bit harder, right? And now it took a couple months. And now beyond this, we'll need the help of actual protocol changes. So in Fusaka, we are getting rid of some of these edge cases that really are holding us back. Once we verify after Fusaka, so after the 60 million rollout, once we verify that these performance improvements have the desired effect, we can then go beyond 60 million. Hopefully, the 100, 110 million that I was thinking like early next year or something. So that would get us to this like initial 3x. And then, but that's just Fusaka. It was the main focus was on maybe we talk about it in a second about PIRAS and these like data scaling solutions. And so Scale L1 was just a tiny side focus. With Amsterdam, L1 scaling is going to be front and center, like summer next year, and that will be probably at least, I don't know. We still have to execute on this, so maybe I should be careful with promising. But I think this is going to be the single biggest jump in L1 throughput that we probably have ever had, because there was so much low-hanging fruit for us to bundle into one hard fork.
And we've bundled that into Glamsterdam, and the ETAs is for that to go live in the summer of next year.
Yeah.
Before that, we have Fusaka, we have the hard fork. That's slated just a matter of weeks at this point. Weeks, not months.
2 weeks.
Two-ish
Exactly,
weeks.
Early December.
And so TLDR can you just kind of give us like, the top 3 highlights that we're going to get in Fusaka, top 3 highlights we're going to get in Glamsterdam?
Sounds good. So Fusaka really is like one very primary highlight, and that is PIRAS. So we've been working on data availability for a while. Again, we took rollup-centric roadmap, right? Rollups need 2 things from the L1. They need settlement, right? And then they also need like data. Really just data at the stations is a bit weird. It's just, they don't really need the data itself. They just need us to say, yep, the data is there.
Right.
And in the past, we just did this in this very, not naive, I don't want to say naive, but technically naive way, right? Like the way we check that the data is there, everyone just downloads the entire data. And we're just like, yep, I was able to download it. It's there. I mean, it's great. It works, but it's also like super inefficient, right? Like, and you can only process so much L2 data. And so what we're doing now, for the first time, we're moving to, that was always the plan. It took a while to actually roll it out. We're moving to a sampling-based approach. So for the L1 data, you actually have to download everything to execute, right? To make sure that everything works as planned. For the L2 data, we do some cryptographic magic, so you only have to sample it. And sampling is obviously way more efficient. So even in the initial rollout, like PIRAS is like the first version, we get like an efficiency factor of 8. So you only need to download 1/8 of the data. So eventually, not immediately, but eventually we'll be able to scale 8 times our data throughput. And then we already have further versions, PIRAS plus or whatever we're going to call it, in the works for like next year and whatnot, that allow us to have an even more efficient sampling step there. So that's all about like L2 and data availability. And then otherwise, Fusaka really has a few, I would say, quality of life improvements. There's, as I said, we are removing some of these edge cases for the technical people out there. It's like specifically the ModX operation that really just was too cheap. We basically made it too cheap. And so if you want to attack the chain, I mean, you can't, because obviously we run safe, but in order to prevent anyone from being able to abuse this, we had to run at such a low speed. So even if you spam this one operation, we still don't blow up the chain, right? So now we make that specifically more expensive. It's not a particularly commonly used operation to begin with. And now you can't spam that, like we are no longer vulnerable. And so we can increase until something else becomes a new bottleneck, that kind of thing. So that's kind of number 2. And then number 3, maybe more on the UX side, we're now going to support the R1 curve, which is this cryptographic curve that's natively supported by like all the phones and the, like any device that has a secure enclave, iPhone, Android, whatever, like they all basically will be able to just natively, you can have like a smart contract wallet or something that directly uses like your biometrics as the key or things like that. So basically that's just like another like nice little ingredient for wallet devs out there.
And these are all in Fusaka.
These are all in Fusaka, yeah.
Beautiful. I'm excited for a native wallet inside of my smartphone. I hope to think that Apple, obviously iPhone, Samsung, like the major manufacturers of phones are starting to take this seriously. Okay, that's Fusaka. That's top 3 highlights. Could you give us Glamsterdam 3 highlights?
Yeah. I'm particularly excited about Glamsterdam. I mean, you don't want to pick favorites, but like given that I'm working on L1 scaling and we decided that Glamsterdam will be primarily focused on L1 scaling, like very passionate about all the features there. So we have what we call headliners, which are more like individually distinct big features. With 2 of those. And that's specifically EPBS, which is a short for Enshrined
Proposer Builder Separation.
That's right. You did your homework. That's great. Yeah, that's impressive. Exactly. And so the idea there is, I would call it primarily like slot restructuring. So, we have 12-second slots on Ethereum for now. We're also working on later on bringing that down, but 12 seconds. And today, out of those 12 seconds, we're only using up to 4 for anything related to block processing. And then the other 8 are for voting and aggregating the votes and processing the votes and everything. So it's only 4 seconds for the actual execution of the chain. And then in reality, like if you use MethBoost or something, the first second is usually like the interaction with the relay. So it's kind of more 3 seconds actually. And we're just taking that and we're basically just like doubling, as dumb as that sounds, right? We're just like doubling the amount of time in the slot more or less that is available for processing of the chain. So we get like almost I don't want to say it's more complicated always in reality, but we basically get a 2x performance increase just from that one feature. It's really, really exciting. It has other benefits as well, but I really like it for the scaling benefits.
Quick question on that. So the slot time is still 12 seconds, but we're doubling the 4 seconds to 8 out of the 12 for block processing.
That's roughly right. Like there is some nuance. It's not exactly 8. We still figuring the exact numbers. There's also going to be a slightly shorter time period for the download and then a longer time period for the processing. So maybe we will make call data a bit more expensive compared to compute, so that so maybe call data scales a bit less than 2x and compute a bit more than 2x, but more or less that how you said it is right.
Okay, got it.
So that's feature 1. And just keep going.
Yeah, please. So that's Enshrine PBS.
EPBS, exactly. Enshrine Proposer Builder Separation. That's one. That's scaling, right?
Yeah.
And the second one, also scaling, block level access list. And that, maybe we should have called it something more catchy, but like basically it's all about parallelization, right? Like so far, if people are familiar with that, the idea, right? Like Ethereum is in principle a single threaded chain. So you basically, you everything runs sequentially. And now, in practice, people have always had these performance improvements that they just optimistically run things in parallel. But if you, again, are an attacker, and we always, for the gas limit, we always have to think from the attacker point of view, right? Like, because if someone tries to screw with our chain, we have to, 100% uptime. We don't want to risk that. So you can always, as an attacker, force things to conflict and fall back to sequential operations. And with block level access list, it's actually interesting. We are leaning a little bit into deputizing the builder more. So the builder still builds the block sequentially, or they can do whatever, optimizations they want to, like optimistically do things in parallel. And then once they have the block, they basically now are required to give us annotations of what changes does every transaction make, so that you can it's just like the list of all the writes that it does basically to the chain. And then if I get the list of like the 20 transactions in the block, and I want to execute transaction 17, or I can just see what the other 16 transactions do in terms of the changes, and I can just like run the 17th transaction on top of that state diff. And then there's no way that can ever be conflicting with anything else. I know for certain that I can run transaction 17 independent from all the other ones. And same with transaction 16, 15, 14. So you, in principle, you take your block and you can run the entire block, every transaction in parallel for verification. And then not only that, but we also put some other information in there that allows you to start prefetching all the state from disk deterministically, and we allow you to do the state root calculation in parallel. So it's all about parallelization. And now, of course, in practice, we have like a very specific minimum hardware requirement for Ethereum nodes. So we also specify like how many cores, how many threads do we expect that you have. So we're not expecting that you can run literally 20 transactions in parallel or 100 transactions in parallel, because you're most likely not running on a big data center machine, right? So we're not going to say now infinitely more compute, but it's probably going to be another, like, at least on the compute side, another 2x, 3x, right? Performance improvement right there. So that's super exciting. And then add on top of that, so those were the two headliners. But then there's one more batch of features that's not yet confirmed. We're actually debating right now, but I'm optimistic. That's at least one of my passion projects to get that in. It's called repricings. It's a bit more like technical, but the idea, again, we talked about it earlier already. There's some operations that are just too cheap, and they're holding with the entire chain, just because if an attacker wants to spam the chain with that, it's just too cheap. And so all we're doing is we're just going through all the operations, like literally anything you can do in the EVM, and we just benchmark under like very realistic conditions, like how much effort does it actually take, and we price everything proportional. It's very simple insight, right? But like it's a lot of engineering work to actually get that right. But once we have that, we no longer have to like run for the worst case. The worst case and the average case come much closer together. And if you kept track, like there was a 2x from EPBS, there was a 2x from block level access list, there's maybe a 2x from the repricings. You add that all up, it sounds even more than 3x, what I promised you in the beginning. It's more, but of course, caveat here, some of these things, not everything like state growth, like actually just like the amount of this, the way in which the rate at which the Ethereum state grows, that's something that we have to keep under control. So probably that will become more and more expensive over time relative to everything else, creating new contracts, creating new storage slots. And then also, for example, the specific features we talked about, not all of them help with data. So call data might become, so it's going to be a little bit more spotty how we scale. Like some things will scale more than 3x, some things will scale a little bit less than 3x. So the overall like TPS, transactions per second, that's where we have this more conservative. We have this target of 3x. I'm optimistic if we get everything that we want to out of Amsterdam, that we will, keep on this path, and then we have to see how much longer we can keep doing these 3x's.
I've got a quick question about the second point in Amsterdam, the block level access list.
Yep.
This will scale the L1, but will this also improve the UX and specifically the interoperability? Because as we're able to execute transactions in parallel, can we start to become more composable across rollups?
Interesting question. I will have to think about in to what extent that we get that out of block level access specifically. Like it's definitely a goal where we have these parallel work streams about better composability of the L2s. I'm not immediately certain that you get that specifically out of block level access lists.
Okay, cool.
My last thing for you, because we got crazy schedule, is what is your message to the Ethereum community who are looking in, who are like, a lot of them are asking for faster finality. That's what they're asking of the EF, and what is your message to those who are asking for a faster finality?
Yeah. Again, all of this was of course super zoomed in, right? So like if we zoom out, I think overall what I do think what makes me hopeful also about the future of Ethereum. I mean, I was part of the community also like a year ago. I was also like, not everything seems to be going quite right. And I'm now much more hopeful. I think overall the EF, the Kotit space, I think got much better at like really understanding these like short-term pain points and how to focus on those. What of course does not change is Ethereum is, we don't ever compromise security, safety. We have like 10 different clients. So like these upgrade cycles are like, if we push very hard, maybe we can have hard forks every 6 months. But that's the very limit, right? So even now that we set the priorities, we still like, for example, faster finality. Like that is a big focus area for us now as well. I would expect that we will bring things there to the chain as well, but of course they will have to wait for the next opportunity that they can be delivered. Specifically on that point though, just briefly, and there is actually like a really exciting feature that we're rolling out early next year that doesn't require a hard fork. It's specifically around, like I think it's called the fast confirmation rule or things like that, where basically you can, because finality really is just like under worst case circumstances, right? So you really you wait until you're 100% certain. But if you watch the chain, often people already everyone votes for the same thing. So if it's not contentious, you can very quickly, like after a few seconds, you already know this block will finalize eventually. And so now we have an algorithm that specifically watches the chain if you run a node, and it can tell you, of course, if it's contentious, it says like, please wait until we hit full finality. But if everyone votes for the same thing, there's like and it's obviously like there's a lot of theory behind it. You can set specific security thresholds, and then it tell you this block you can now already trust. And that type of finality, if you want to call it that, synchronous finality in a sense, that can be achieved. Like all of a sudden we're talking like literally like 10 seconds, something like this, instead of 12 minutes. That is today's finality time.
Yeah,
so
that's huge.
For many use cases, that will be the finality that you care about.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm very excited for that as well. But then full fast finality will have to wait for like a hard fork where there's room for that.
Ansgar, last thing for you. We're building a Dev Connect playlist. What song would you like to add? Your favorite artist recently? A song that you've been jamming with? What have you been vibing with as of late?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. Not the best person.
It's like the easiest question of the entire day. It's like it's
fun. Look, we
spend the most time thinking about.
And anyone in the Ethereum space, like if you could replace all weird people, like I don't know. I'm not the best on like culture topics.
Come on, what do you guys play? What do you listen to
at the EF meetup?
When you're coding, man, what do you
usually have a lot of need to like calm down. So for me, it's usually like very calm. Like sometimes piano, like just like very classic.
So like some piano stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Let's do something like this. I can send you.
Okay.
Mozart or.
We'll add some piano beats.
Something classical or more modern. Okay.
Some of this.
Ansgar, thanks for joining, man.
Awesome.
It's been a pleasure.
Great conversation. I hope this was interesting for people. And
definitely was.
Thank you so much.
But I'm very happy that you all are also saying that like there is a vibe shift, right? Like I do think
we see it too.
Everybody does see it.
Yeah.
And it was painful to get here, but I'm very excited now. And so awesome.
Thanks, Ansgar.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, man. All right, guys, we'll keep it rolling. We got Cami Russo from the Defiant up next. We'll get right into the vibe shift. See what her perspective is. Thanks so much, Ansgar.
Thanks, Ansgar.
And yeah, just get a quick update from her. Then we've got Paul from Morpho, and we've got Nick from Celestia. A couple more guests.
The home stretch, man.
It's the home stretch. It really is.
Wow.
It really is. So we're looking good here.
Thursday in Buenos Aires.
The roll-up's looking good here.
The roll-up is looking great.
Thursday, Buenos Aires. Do not look at the charts. Please, for your safety and mental well-being, do not look at the charts. So we got Cami up next, guys. This playlist is going to be epic. We've got a bunch of like different types of music and songs and everything. So yeah. Yeah, Ansgar was firing. You get him on one thing, and then it's just
about
like
what they're excited
dang.
about, and then all of a sudden the energy
It's just
taking
firing.
them.
Cami, hello. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to the roll up.
Oh, that's so exciting.
Welcome to the studio. How's Buenos Aires treating you?
Amazing.
You love it here, right?
I love it here. It makes me so happy and nostalgic at the same time.
Yeah, because hablas español.
I'm from across the Andes. I'm Chilean, but I lived in Argentina over 4 years.
Yep.
So it feels like coming home.
Yeah.
Wow. Awesome.
We just had Ansgar from the EF on, and we're talking about this vibe shift from the EF specifically, kind of like in their new kind of front-facing approach and their new approach to the community. Obviously, you've been a long-standing Ethereum advocate and community member. How would you describe this kind of turnaround from the EF over the last 6 to 12 months? What have you seen from your perspective?
I think it's been noticeable and just a very 180 shift from being more vocal and kind of getting down from the so-called ivory tower that everyone criticized them for to being more involved in the community, being more of a spokesperson for developers and builders, actually using DeFi. For me, it was like a big thing. Like I've been covering DeFi from its very kind of early days, and seeing that the EF rarely talked about it, that they always kind of related it with speculation to actually deploying EF funds on DeFi. To me, that was like the clearest example, because it's easy to talk and but actually deploying money, that's putting your money where your mouth is. So I really commend them for that.
Yeah, I mean, we can feel it. I think a lot of the builders feel it, just the energy of the event, also being in Buenos Aires, where blockchain rails and stable coins and these types of things are like a lifeboat for so many people, right?
The community here has been calling for a big Ethereum event to happen here for many years. And it feels like just like such a long time coming. Like there's a real organic grassroots crypto adoption and community here, and it just it seemed like the obvious place to have an Ethereum conference. So every time DevCon or DevConnect was announced and it wasn't here, it was like, why? So it feels very nice.
So Fede actually put out a tweet saying, guys, we got to do DevConnect next year in New York City. We have to go where the capital is to get the largest institutions to take Ethereum seriously and to really kind of take that next step. Do you agree with that, or do you think that we should keep having DevConnect in more emerging markets?
I like the emerging markets route, because there's already so many events in New York. Like everyone is already there. So I think DevCon and DevConnect are an opportunity for everyone in New York to go and meet other other communities around the world. There's also the visa aspect, which is it's not a small aspect. It's hard to get a US visa for many places. So I feel like it would just limit the amount of people who would be actually able to access the conference.
I've got a similar but different question here, because I think it is the case that Argentina is the crypto capital of Latin America.
I think so.
I don't think anyone's going to dispute that, especially now. the US is trying to build this regulation so that it becomes the crypto capital of the world.
Yeah.
What kind of things do you think Argentina got right that the US can now look at and say, hey, we should also do this if we want to try to make the US more crypto friendly?
No, I really hope the US does not copy Argentina in what it did to get its crypto community.
That's spicy.
The reason why Argentina has a big crypto community is because everything was so wrong about its economy. It's now getting fixed thanks to Milei. But previously, with all the Peronist governments, they wrecked the economy. That's why they have triple-digit inflation, currency controls. Like over half the population lives in poverty. So that's why crypto picked up here as a way to protect savings against, all those problems. So yeah, I really hope the US doesn't go down that route.
So you put out this this tweet or this post saying, what if the future of crypto is not blockchain? I don't know if you remember that.
Yes.
What did you mean by that? And kind of through your work at the Defiant, how are you helping to shape the future of this industry?
So that was it's not something that I actually think that the future of crypto is not
it's
blockchain.
more of like a hypothetical.
But it was just very interesting. I had a recent interview with Grigor. He is a founder of a new decentralized network that's not a blockchain. That's called Facet. The company is StarkWare. The blockchain is called Facet. And yeah, they're building a proof of stake network with a token that looks very much like a blockchain, but it's not a blockchain. Like it doesn't have a ledger that organizes blocks in a sequential way. It's like parallel. I don't know. It's like a different architecture. So yeah, like I
so
tweeted
that's where
that
that
out.
came
It's
from.
like
Okay.
yeah.
Nice.
And yeah, I mean, I hope the Defiant is like working or contributing to a better future of blockchain. I think we do that by just like advocating for keeping the like DeFi values of permissionlessness, trustless, censorship resistant, all of that. As we cover this like intersection of DeFi and TradFi and fintech and so on.
Yeah.
I always try to do it with the lens of this is great, but let's not rebuild the same financial infrastructure on like closed chains.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of the real danger that we're facing today.
Yeah, I love that. And speaking more about the Defiant, one of the things that continues to drive Andy and I on the Rollup is that we want to bring people on that are smarter than us so that we can learn from them, and then our community can learn alongside of us. You've been doing this a long time in the space.
Before us.
It was
just us and Bankless back in the day.
Yeah.
And like Blockmates maybe actually.
And so, give us the origin story. Like you've come so far, but then you also continue to get up every day and make sure that the Defiant.
Yeah.
So
like, what drives you now?
Exactly. What keeps you
Because
coming
I'm
back?
sure it's changed.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a good question. I think like I'm just very proud of what we built at the Defiant. It started out as a side project. It was like a newsletter that was, it was supposed to be a freelancer, and I had this DeFi focused newsletter, and it just like organically grew into a media company. And now I feel like there are very few independent media companies in crypto doing just like unbiased journalism and reporting. I also think that we are, we're just like very few in this like niche of DeFi and kind of on-chain economy. So I think we are at the Defiant, we're contributing something unique to crypto, and that that makes me happy. It makes me proud because I really do think this industry is going to change the world. So I love being a part of it.
It's beautiful. Last thing on like kind of question side, and then we have a GIF for you. You recently pushed back on this SEC's air traffic control metaphor for DeFi. I can see you're fired up about it. What is this misunderstanding that regulators have about DeFi? Why does this bother you so much?
I think I just like got riled up at this former SEC agent just like going on this like tweet tirade the other day, and it was just like very surprising to see how little she understands the basic tech. And so I was like, okay, like this is the kind of person who was just setting back the industry so much last year, like threatening like developers to go to jail for like writing code, and like going after like legit projects advancing finance and tech, and not after the actual criminals. So yeah, that's why I pushed back on that.
Yeah. Well, we do have a gift for you. You've been here since the beginning, and I think it's important to recognize
one of our core brand kind of ethos is right now is return to fundamentals.
I love that.
And
yes.
I think you can deeply resonate with that as a Chilean, as an OG in Ethereum. What does this message mean to you? Please tell the folks watching why you care about this.
I think that, you know, like finally we are seeing real use cases come, you know, be adopted and take off in crypto. And for a long time, it was about like speculation and more like frivolous use cases. But now we're seeing, you know, payments, stablecoins, savings. And so I think like it's a sign of maturity that these projects and this industry is being valued on how much it's actually contributing to real people. And so yeah, I just hope we stay in this direction.
I love that. Camila, last thing for you. We're building a Spotify playlist for Dev Connect from all of our speakers. What is one song that you'd like to add? What have you been vibing with lately? What's your favorite song?
You're putting me on the spot.
If you have an artist that you like, we can start there. What kind of music do you like?
Okay, so I was just listening to Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Okay.
Aeroplane.
Nice.
Let's do that.
Nice. We'll go with Californication, Scar Tissue.
Yeah, sure.
Californication. Beautiful. Cammy, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I know
This
it's
was
fast
lovely.
paced, quick and
I love it.
but
I
thanks for
love
coming.
it.
I
And
think we have another gift for you.
Do.
This one is not from us. This one's actually from Lambda class. We're in the Lambda office.
oh my
This is
as you
a
know.
glass of
Malbec.
Malbec from the Lambda's kind of orchard out in Argentina.
Yeah.
They wanted you to have this.
That's so nice. And
Yes.
it's very controversial coming from a Chilean, but this is my favorite wine.
Oh,
I love
spicy
Malbec.
tip that. Clip that.
Thanks, Cammy.
Thank you so much. And I'm a big fan of you guys too. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate you having me.
Thanks, Cammy.
Mm.
Keep up the great work.
Thanks for
okay?
coming on.
Alrighty,
See you next
guys,
time.
we're gonna keep it firing. I mean, hospitality brand. I mean, we got shirts, we've got wine, we've got smiles. Let's go. We are up next with I believe Paul from Morpho. How many bottles of wine do we
I
have?
think they said 2 for each guest.
My goodness!
Is that true?
Wow. Okay.
All right.
Well, we've got a lot of wine to
Got
give
a lot
out
of wine to
here.
give out.
We're gonna do our post production. We're gonna have some wine ourselves. I'll tell you that much, guys. I mean, what other show is giving out wine? I mean, come on.
Cheers.
Cheers to that. I mean, I don't even have a drink anymore.
Guys, we're on the final 2 hours of Dev Connect Day 2.
Man.
It's really exciting. We're going to get our next guest, Paul from Morpho, on. We've had the 3 biggest lending markets in Ethereum come on.
We
all
got
within-
Paul Frambot in the house, the co-founder, CEO of Morpho. This guy's been cooking. These guys have been on an absolute tear. DeFi mullet is right where they need to be. Paul, what's going on, man?
Hey,
Great to meet you in person, man.
Pleasure.
Likewise, thanks for having me.
I was expecting you to be wearing the DeFi, the full mullet.
Yeah, I was actually supposed to go yesterday, but I was like so back to back. You know, we have a hairdresser up there.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And that's a pity. Like I was supposed to go. Like my team is like hardly blaming me for not going. Most of them went, and I did not. So I'm like, you know.
All right, well, we got rapid fire. We got tons of topics. Let's start with the we don't want to bury the lead. You guys are absolutely cooking with Coinbase with their BTC backed loans powered by Morpho. Talk to us about this distribution strategy and what this really unlocks for Bitcoin users who want to get that liquidity without having to sell their Bitcoin, go through taxable events, these types of things.
Sure, of course. So, to your point, like the DeFi mullet, the whole idea is that you want DeFi to hide the wires, right? Like you want the experience that you would have on a normal consumer app, which is like seamless, zero latency, zero notion of a wallet, self-custody, nothing of that. But you want the superpowers of Web3, right? You want the deep liquidity to use your Bitcoin as collateral to borrow, right? And so what Coinbase achieved for the very first time in our industry is the ability to provide those Web3 superpowers to an audience that does not even know Web3 exists, right? And when I was like pitching Coinbase on like the Bitcoin back loan idea back then, Coinbase, was also already having like a centralized lending product,
right? So it was already possible to get a loan on your Bitcoin. But the problem is that when you're not plugged into Web3 system, you don't have open rails, open liquidity, where effectively on the other side of the trade, you have Ledger, you have Bitpanda, you have 20 different curators that are bidding to give the best possible rates to the Coinbase users. And so now, if you have some Bitcoin and you're in the Coinbase app, not only you can like seamlessly use them to borrow on Morpho, but most importantly, the entire world on the other side of the trade is bidding to give you the best possible rate in a competitive way, right? And that's the key difference of the DeFi wallet compared to like traditional financial services, is that the thing is open, so it provides much deeper liquidity, much better pricing.
Yeah, and I'm not going to drop the alpha here, but I have heard that there are some Bitcoiners who want native Bitcoin on Bitcoin-oriented chains. I know that we have some work to do there. I'm not sure all the Bitcoiners like Coinbase or Base that much, but we're going to figure that one out.
Of course, you know, Morpho is deployed on 40 different chains. Anyone that's EVM, we're working very actively on the Bitcoin, you know, EVM ecosystem, where Morpho will be deployed. And nothing I can share right now, but I think Bitcoiners will be very happy with Morpho in the next few weeks.
Next few weeks.
Man, so we just had Cami from the Defiant on, and we were talking about this vibe shift within the EF, right? And how, you know, just in the last year, the EF has now taken its treasury and started to actually use that in DeFi, whereas 2-3 years ago, Vitalik and Kane were going head to head on Twitter about why, you know, why are they not supporting DeFi? Why are they viewing DeFi in this way? How have you shaped Morpho into a product that institutional treasuries are now treating Morpho as a standard yield infrastructure, starting with the EF and more?
Sure. So I think, you know, the most important thing for those large institutions, which I think DeFi has been missing for quite some time, is control, right? You want to be able to deposit your money in a protocol where you don't have to be friend with me to make sure your money is safe, right? That's the most important thing for them. What does that mean in practice? Well, Morpho is completely immutable, right? There's no backdoor in it. Like, you can't change the code, you can modify it, right? Morpho, so you can select precisely your risk profile. You want something that's exposed to only Bitcoin backed loans, strictly one collateral, only 600 lines of code, you can do that. You want something ultra risky, you can also do this on Morpho, right? And so having this granularity and the ability to set exactly the risk profile that you want, also the compliance profile that you want for some of them, right? In a way that you entirely own the financial stack without relying on anyone. That's a very, very compelling for institutions. And obviously, you know, the EF deposited into Morpho, but I'm more thinking like truly large scale institutions that are thinking about leveraging open rails to provide yield to their users.
And that's one side of the marketplace, is depositing into these solutions and these vaults. But the other side of the marketplace is more and more institutions curating risk vaults and providing them in the Morpho system. What have you done to vet the curators up to this point? How are you choosing risk curators? And for anyone who's listening, you know, we've had head of innovation at Janice Henderson, we've had Wisdom Tree, we've had we've had all these institutions on the show. If they're listening, how do they become a risk curator on Morpho?
Sure. So a few things. The first thing is Morpho is a permissionless platform. So we don't vet, we don't choose a specific curator, right? Anyone can come in and curate, whether you are BlackRock or like a student here in Argentina that wants to deploy a vault, you can do it, right? On Morpho, we have more than 500 vaults now. Some of them are the safest yield product you can find in DeFi, period, right? There's no safer than this, right? Some of them are the riskiest product you can find in DeFi, period, right? That's the part of it. It's like we're building a fully permissionless, fully decentralized system where anyone can compete and build their own thing, innovate their own thing, right? And if you are a crypto native vault curator right now, you know, it's, you know, the Stakehouse, the Gauntlet, you know, Spark of the world, they run those DeFi strategies for pretty large, like, you know, fintech partners, wallets, etc.
We had Monet of Spark, $10 billion in TVL. He was on he was in here an hour ago.
I think he's managing like $1 billion on Morpho. So those guys are incredible. What we're looking now is that when you're a large fintech, right, you don't really trust that much DeFi. So you want much more institutional risk curators. Nothing I can talk right now on the podcast, but you can expect the curator game to 10x in the next few months.
Wow. So only one of the over 500 vaults was affected by this XUSD DPEG. You guys have created a system that has allowed you guys to basically be removed from this massive liquidation event. Not to harp too much on that, but what are some of the lessons that you learned and that broader DeFi ecosystem has learned from that 10-10 event, and how will you build a further more resilient system in the future? Obviously, you guys did a great job. How do you guys do even better in the future?
Sure. So few things. So first, we have, to your point, like hundreds and hundreds of vaults. There was like the stream like events, and there will be more in the future, right? And we have some vaults, for example, that expose like users to like some meme coin leverage like thing that are fairly highly risky, right? Like, but obviously the system is fully isolated. Like, vaults are similar to funds in TradFi, right? And some funds in TradFi like lose money every day, so it's like similar to here, right? I guess the general realization that we have is that there is a very important need for visibility, right? You're a large-scale distributor. You want to be able to have all the data you need in order to make your choice of like which curator are you going to work with. Are you going to work with like a crypto degen curator? Are you going to work with like an institutional asset manager that has a regulated investment arm, right? And so we think of our role as providing more and more visibility for users in order to make those informed choices. And we partnered last week with Credora to provide those risk ratings where when you come to the Morpho ecosystem, you're able to effectively see, oh, this vault is scored B+, and that compares to this other protocol that is scored B. So that's like,
and it's like a third party,
exactly,
not like because back in the day in 2008 in the housing crisis, the parties which were allocating the ratings were also the ones who were doing the deals, and then there was
no, that's absolutely third party. We are not involved in this, but it's very important that the infrastructure does not take a stance on how risk should be done.
Correct. Yeah.
And we have multiple parties. Like obviously, Credora is the one that's live now. We're working with 3 different rating agencies that are going to provide independent risk ratings. And
so I'm curious about the activity with regards to like where the most activity comes from for Morpho. Is it people that are using the app directly on chain, or is it a lot from the kind of DeFi mullet structure that you built on Coinbase? And then generally, like with that in mind, 2026, 2027, where do you see those kind of growing and bifurcating in terms of onboarding users to Morpho?
Sure. A year ago, 100% was DeFi capital. Like DeFi native.
So like going to the app, using that.
Or other apps like the DeFi Savers, Instant app of the world, etc. And that was the case for every single DeFi primitive. Right? Like it was, to be honest, like it was mostly crypto native users by far. And then what happened is that we landed that Coinbase integration that today has $2 billion on Morpho. To be clear, that's like pretty insane. Like and had like hundreds of thousands of users. The thing though is that Coinbase is the first to do that. They inspired everybody, right? And so we've shifted from 100% of our focus to DeFi native to 5% of our focus. Right? Like that's the amount of resource we put into DeFi native capital right now. Is less than 5% of our resources. 95% of our resources is enterprise adoption. How do we get large scale distributors to effectively enshrine Web3 into their stack and making it seamless for the user? And maybe that's not the thing that pumps the numbers the most, right, compared to some crypto DeFi native trades. However, long term, I'm pretty damn sure this is going to be the thing that makes DeFi win eventually. So that's why I channeled all my energy into this.
So you're trying to grow that bucket next year and the following year.
Yeah,
as much
exactly.
As possible. That's
so
like
after Coinbase, we announced Gemini, we announced Crypto.com, we announced
today.
Panda.
Crypto.com today, right?
Yeah. So today we announced it's live in the US. It has been live for a few weeks now.
But if it's not live in the US, I mean, come on. What are we doing here, buddy?
We've been live in a bunch of fintechs here in Argentina. We're live in Lemon. We're live in a bunch of places. But that's only the scratching the surface of like the efforts we've been doing over the last year.
Yeah, DeFi will win. The value accrual pipeline is something I'm very curious about. Arthur Hayes has come on the podcast, basically used this math, this moon math to say like, okay, we know that stable coins are going to increase to trillions in supply. The natural progression is that stable coins, they go into perp dexes, they go into tokens, they go into lending markets, they go into DeFi, all of these things. So could you trace through like, the Morpho token on one side and the US government on the other side? These guys are saying trillions of stable coins. We know that there's going to be trillions. This is going to end up in DeFi. It's going to end up in lending markets. Trace through the value accrual mechanism for Morpho, the Morpho token, and generally this path.
Sure. Stablecoins are becoming the checking account. Right. Morpho is the savings account. Right. And it's a highly tailored saving account for whoever you're saving. Right. And you're going to have a vault almost for every individual that need a specific risk profile, a specific compliance profile, wherever they are, right? I don't think stablecoins alone, not generating any yield long-term, is sustainable. Everybody will become. So whatever is the TAM for stablecoin is the TAM for lending. That's really something that I truly believe is that, and in that perspective, every single $1 trillion that's is coming into the chain will happen to be productive on Morpho, in my opinion, right? And I really think of Morpho as the internet protocol for financing, right? Every single dollar in the world that is in excess of capital that's idle should be made productive on Morpho and be matched in the most efficient way possible with someone on the other end looking for financing, right? And we will be the protocol that's mapping the two in the most efficient way possible. Now, what does that mean for Morpho, right? And value creation in general? This is a networks business, right? What does that mean? It means that we create value by connecting people, the lenders on one end and the borrowers on the other end, that did not know each other, right? And because Morpho exists, they're going to be able to have access to a much wider opportunity, much deeper opportunity. The same way Coinbase prefers being on chain than with their centralized books is because now they can meet with Binance wallet users that integrate Morpho and deposit on the other side, right? The more the network grows, the more the value that Morpho create grows super linearly, right? So if the network grows linearly, the value created by Morpho grows super linearly. So this is a long-term game, right? What I mean by this is that we are looking to scale this to the multiple tens of trillions of dollars, right? In terms of size of volume of active loans, right? Once this is in place, right, there is obviously massive value accrual that can happen in the network in order to that can basically like capture value to reinvest in further growth in the network, etc.
Paul, we're running on time here. We have a couple things for you. First, we've got a gift for you. It is our brand ethos, our brand core message right now. It is return to fundamentals. We are really pioneering and pushing this idea of building real technology and returning to the fundamentals of the space. If you would just kind of tell us what that means to you, why the fundamentals of the space matter.
Yeah, I think, like one of Morpho's values internally is to think from first principles on pretty much everything, right? So we're very, very attached to this idea of not doing crazy things that we don't truly believe it will be useful for the long term of the company. And that is true for every single aspect of Morpho, most importantly, protocol design and the way, for example, we don't focus too much on the too speculative aspect of lending, but most of our time is on the DeFi model type of thing, because we believe this is the fundamental value that DeFi and crypto will create, is bringing this Web3 superpowers, better pricing, better liquidity worldwide to 7 billion people.
And I think Rob's got some wine for you here.
Our friends at Lambda Class, who they grow these grapes. Malbec is the choice wine of Argentina. And so because we're in Argentina for Dev Connect, our friends are gifting you this bottle of wine.
Thank you. So I don't drink personally, but I'm French and our offices are in France and Paris, and I'm sure they'll enjoy it.
I'm sure that they would love that.
Take a second bottle for the rest of the team.
We've got another bottle of Laderas de los Andes Malbec. This is some of the best stuff in the entire country.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks
Last
for
thing
having
for
me.
you is we're creating a Spotify playlist.
Sure.
And we need one song from you. What are you vibing with lately? What is your choice of tunes? Give us some French stuff or something. Come on.
One of my most favorite like crypto music is do you know EtCon 2019 where Vitalik was rapping?
Okay.
Bro, that thing is insane.
Okay.
So the EF rap.
Rap.
That thing with Carl like rapping.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I don't know if you know.
I don't know if that's on Spotify. Is there a
think it
song?
is.
Do you know what the name of it is?
I'm not sure.
All right, give us a plan
Look
B
up
here.
Vitalik.
Give us a plan B here.
Plan B.
What kind of music do you like? Rap, rock, classical? Is there an artist that you like?
I've been listening a lot to Fred again.
Okay.
Recently.
I like that. I like that.
So yeah, maybe one of those.
Do you okay? Places to Be. Do you know that song?
Yeah.
That was a banger, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that one's a good one. We'll do that one. Paul Frambot, CEO of Morpho. Thank you for joining us today. It's been an absolute pleasure, man.
Paul, cheers.
I know you're
Thanks,
busy.
see you next
Thanks for
time.
coming on.
Thanks.
Alrighty, guys. What a segment. I mean, come on. I mean, who else is giving you guys wine in Buenos Aires? 2 bottles straight up. Like, come on. We are having a great time here in Rollup TV land in Buenos Aires.
In Argentina is right here in the Rollup studio, the Lambda Class office. Shout out to our partners with Lambda Class. They
Up next, we've got
coffee,
Nick.
they make great wine.
Great
and
wine.
they make great vibes.
I mean,
Nick,
it's just all around pretty hard. How do you beat this, man? I mean, we're in Argentina.
You don't. You can't beat someone who refuses to lose.
No, I mean, come on. We're gonna
Let's
outlast.
Let's get our friend Nick.
Nick's
Nick from
up here.
Celestia, friend of the show.
Man, we got wine, we got shirts. We're running on hour 5. Man, let's go.
Let's go.
We've got Nick, the CEO of Celestia, live here on Rollup TV in Buenos Aires. Nick, come on in, brother. It's good to see you, man.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
going on?
Here.
How are you,
Good to
buddy?
see you, Nick.
Fresh out of the Uber.
Nice, man.
In the
How you
rain.
doing?
Good.
It's raining out there.
Yeah, a little bit.
We haven't
Stormy.
been outside in a few hours.
Well, you don't say. Yeah.
How's Buenos Aires treating you, man?
Good. Yeah, it's a beautiful city. You can feel the actual enthusiasm for crypto here and the actual need and like education. It's fun to be in a country where like crypto people are actually crypto native.
Yeah, it actually matters here.
Yeah, it does. Is this your first time? in
Yeah,
Buenos
my
Aires?
first time.
Yeah, nice.
Yep.
Same here.
People were giving me a bunch of flack for saying it's going to be super safe. They were like, "Oh, Buenos Aires super safe." I don't know about you, but it feels like it's safer than most American cities here.
I feel safer than in SF. In terms of like, we were walking the street last night, and there was kind of a homeless guy, but he was like kind of friendly.
Yeah.
And like in SF, like the homeless
Would
people
not
are,
happen.
like,
Yeah.
kind of like dangerous.
Yeah, like sketchy.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway.
Well, Nick, catch us up, man. It's been maybe 3-4 months since you've been on. A lot has happened. What's going on in Celestia land? How's the ecosystem? How's the product? I know you guys have some announcements this week. What's going on?
Yeah, so I would say, I think probably the last time we chatted, maybe we were just starting to realize that we had this opportunity with CLOBs. So central limit order book exchanges, building on chain are a very good product that fits the Celestia architecture extremely well. Because if you're building an exchange, there's two things you care about. One is latency. You cannot beat the latency of a single sequencer roll-up architecture. A lot of people will FUD that. You can still get the decentralization properties that matter, like censorship resistance, verifiability, non-custodial exchange, and yet you can get a Binance level or even faster latency. So there's that. So the architecture is perfect. But then on the back end, if you want to actually have the exchange run on chain, you want to post all the orders and cancels on chain, like Hyperliquid does, for composability with DeFi, you need like megabytes, like huge amounts of data throughput per for all the markets that you're going to list. And so Celestia is built for that world where we're going to have, hundreds of thousands of transactions on chain. And like, the whole narrative of decentralized NASDAQ, which everyone's so amped about, if we actually want to build an on-chain NASDAQ does like something like 100,000, 200,000 on the order of that orders per second. And that would be just an enormous amount of DA throughput that actually no other L1 currently could provide. And with the upcoming matcha upgrade, which is scheduled for next week, Monday,
nice,
we're taking the leap to 5 megabytes per second. That's like 50K TPS. And then via on-chain governance, we can scale that another 4x to 20 megabytes per second.
Wow, which like 200K.
So we could actually theoretically fit NASDAQ on Celestia after that.
And we had Sam from Rise on, and they just acquired this BSX perp specs, bringing it into their chain. I think it's RiseX now.
RiseX is what they're calling it.
And so they're obviously going to use Celestia, and he seems super amped about how they're going to be able to juice this thing to 10, 20, 50K TPS.
Yeah, exactly. And they have a very elite engineering team.
Yeah.
I'm very bullish on teams. Like we can talk about this, but in the stage of the market where it's very smart to be more vertically integrated, or even like dog food and build your own apps.
Yeah.
And so when I saw Rise like moving in that direction, I got more bullish. Because before it was more like hey, we have this super fast EVM.
That can build.
You can build a club, or you can build whatever you want on it. And now with them, I was like, but you guys are the perfect team to like build the club yourselves. So like, also like, Bobs are making a lot of money. Why would you,
build all the need revenue,
build the hard infrastructure part, and then like, give it away.
Yeah.
And so I'm very bullish on that. And what's cool about Rise too is that there's a lot of clubs that are not doing things on chain, and that's a choice. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong.
Yeah.
And the market's going to decide which is right ultimately. But like, so like Lighter, for example, my understanding is they do all the matching off chain, and then they just post the state diffs and such on chain. That's really smart because it allows them to be fully on Ethereum. But then you have all the matching and everything off chain in a way that's not fully composable with other DeFi primitives if you want that. And so what I like about Rise is they're really articulating the why. Why do all of the matching on chain as opposed to off chain? Why post every order on chain? And it's because it allows you to build new DeFi primitives and potentially have a better like overall exchange and like ecosystem. And I don't know if Hyperliquid's ever like talked about that, but I assume that's part of why they also like have every order on chain.
Sam, he made a point to say it's all on chain. Like it is all on chain.
Exactly.
Okay, so Klobs was kind of the subject of our last conversation, and you guys have been focused there. Catch us up to the now.
Yeah. So, I mean, aside from just you mentioned Rise already.
Yeah.
Another launch just on the cloud thing before we totally migrate out, because it is like a big focus of ours. Bullet is coming out soon. We've been working really closely with them. In fact, they need Matcha to be live because they need that level of throughput already. So it's cool to feel like, okay, there's a reason, like there was an urgency to ship this upgrade, even though if you look at our blocks now, like they're 1% full or something.
Yeah.
But then Ethereum recently launched. They're probably going to be scaling up over the next month, and we have a few other clubs that we've been talking to that are kind of in the works, not yet announced. So anyway, that's awesome. Let's see what else is there to talk about. So the other aspects of Matcha that are really cool is decreasing the issuance, so cutting the inflation in half.
We saw Near do that, I think last week or 2 weeks prior. Solana had been talking about it.
Did it go through on Near? Because I think
it did, right? or no. I think it did.
I went into governance.
I know Solana is like pushing on it now.
Yeah.
And you guys were working on the proof of governance concept, but it seems like the inflation reduction is certainly going to go through now in Matcha then.
Yeah, it's part of the upgrade.
Yep.
Okay, so it drops the issuance to 2.5%.
Yeah.
And I do think that, like, obviously long term we have the plans for proof of governance, which is going to get rid of staking altogether, basically.
Yeah.
And then you just pay some very 0.25% issuance to validators directly.
Yep.
And that's also shipping in Matcha. We're also focusing on a few really high priority users who also have very high scaling needs, not cloud related, that I can't share. But I think our strategy, in this current market is like, we used to be in this, build whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what's on the back of my shirt.
Yeah.
And the reality is, at least for where we are in crypto right now, build whatever, like just being like, hey, this is just a general purpose thing. It's everything to everyone. I think is not at least a winning strategy at this moment. I think it could work when you're Ethereum, you're first mover, and people just want to experiment. But we're having this massive consolidation in crypto right now, I think, across the stack. But it's, I think, partly driven by just a lack of applications with product market fit that actually drive your revenue and are sustainable. And so likewise, I do think that then filters to the infrastructure layer, and we as Celestia, as infrastructure providers, have to kind of hone our offering to be more targeted to the select apps that do have product market fit. And which we can also offer a really differentiated product to. And that's why Klobs, obviously, but there's a handful of others that we're exploring that I can't disclose right now, which is, I know that's a total cop out, but
no, but there's a couple other things. Yeah.
This is happening all across the industry. Ethereum is doing this at the base level. They're talking about ZKification and basically king making 2 or 3 ZK VMs, and they were never in a position that they would have done that. And censorship resistance and credible neutrality is such a big part of their mantra.
And then you know what? Dankrad was like, they should
actually go more and deeper into that direction.
Yeah.
And so you're completely right about the verticalization that's happening. What is that? How does Celestia think about that? How do you think about that? It seems like that's what's here and now, but do we think that is going to be a sustainable path for our entire industry?
It's a good question. I think if you study, the history of business, like you see the even if you want to build a platform play long term, which I do think like L1's a lot of infrastructure, they want to be a platform for people to build apps. But they oftentimes start out with some degree of first party apps that they build on themselves, or some degree of verticalization to cross the chasm, or to like sort of get the baseline network effect or revenue that then takes it to the next stage. Like with Microsoft, right? They had Windows, but they also built Microsoft Office, right? And would Microsoft Windows have the same level of like distribution and network effect if they didn't have those first party apps to actually make it useful and to like get the first like crop of users and distribution? Like it's unclear. And so I do think there's some degree to which I can see that same dynamic playing out in the crypto space. And I think this also interacts directly with the regulatory environment, where you know, a year ago, even like pre-Trump, and the new administration, the new SEC, there was, you know, you were actually pretty much had your hands tied behind your back. Like you had to be, you know, it was not only an ideological thing about like we got to be incredibly neutral, but actually a regulatory pressure of if you start to like dabble too much and other layers, like then you start to look, you just take more and more risk. And I feel like that's de-risked temporarily, and so there's an opportunity, and I think people are you know, jumping on it.
And it also speaks to the scale of the industry. You know, we've got a gift for you that'll put this a little bit more into context, but we're getting back to a lot of the principles and the value propositions and use cases that this industry was based on. One of those is payments and stablecoin chains. Stable chains are you know, really hitting their stride. And Celestia feels like it's long-term games, long-term people, and you know, you guys are playing for the long haul when you're thinking about the type of scale that we're going to require on chain. And so at this point, it feels like we can put NASDAQ on chain on Celestia. We can put Visa, MasterCard, we can put these things on chain. At a certain point, we would anticipate that this starts to happen. I'm curious how you think about some of these use cases that are starting to really overwhelm some of the existing pieces of infrastructure, like Ethereum is starting to spill over into other chains, perpetuals, clouds, payments, these sorts of things. Like what is the acquisition strategy to ultimately make sure that ends up on Celestia?
Great question. So I think it really depends on like there's always like the endpoint, and I feel like Celestia has always been building our architecture in a way where like the end game of crypto, we feel highly confident is going to need something that looks like Celestia at its base. But I think if you were to rewind the clock to like 4 years ago, I would have thought that we would be from that require the endpoint has a precondition of like mass adoption kind of. And it just feels like despite all the cool stuff that's being rolled out, we're still so far from actual mass adoption. And so like, okay, if this is going to take longer, then the path dependency becomes more important to navigate. So it's a very good question. Like, what is the right way to navigate the path dependency that takes you from being, you know, the right end game architecture, but never actually being able to win because you didn't win in the intermediate games that got there. So that's what I think you're asking. And I think what it comes down to is the narrowed focus, as I said, of like, what are the apps that actually have PMF that have value that we can win, and starting with that as a sort of like a foothold, and starting to then from there like iterate on that. Hopefully those apps continue to scale and actually reach mass adoption, and continue to improve the product with those users in a way that can eventually have its own flywheel. I think we have to also be starting to invest in the components of the stack that can engender more network effects. So things that relate to interoperability and stuff like that. But really, I think it's just like there's there's only like 10 apps that matter, and like just fucking win some of them.
Yeah.
You know,
one of the things that I'm really enjoying about this week compared to, we were in SmartCon 2 weeks ago in New York City, and it was, you know, Fidelity and BlackRock and a lot of these financial institutions, and that was great. A lot of capital in there, but it's not as exciting to me because here we're learning about technological resources and solutions that end up opening the next breadth and world of that financial world.
I mean,
And so
it was just all finance.
it was all finance, and it felt like
it's kind of boring, honestly, but it's cool too. I mean,
it was almost like we had it all figured out. Like they were ready to bring stable coins on chain. They weren't asking for some net new technology.
No.
One thing that we're hearing about like today and this week is that there are use cases that the technology isn't ready yet. And to your point about, you know, Bullet, it gives you that sense of fire, like, oh wait, we need to ship this now because there's customers and teams that are relying on us to increase the throughput. And one of those that I wanted to bring up is FX, Forex. Like this is something that we think is a natural, logical next step to stablecoins.
Yep.
And the Forex market is one of the most liquid markets in the world. Yeah. The technology is not ready for it. And you know, there are only just a few select projects that are able to operate at that scale. I believe Celestia is one of them. Yeah. And so, you know, was it Hanan from Codex was talking about how this is actually he was bullish on FX.
Yeah,
there was
Luca
Luca from M0 who said he's bearish on-chain FX because it's too big of a market. The technology can't handle it right now.
Yeah.
I
love to prove him wrong.
And just like unbundle that entire
Exactly. It would be too much of a lift to unwind that market and rebuild it on chain. And so maybe it's going to happen, but a decade from now, it feels like that is what lights a fire under our ass to like actually ship it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the use case that requires the type of scale that Celestia has.
And I think that's Celestia's opportunity is if we can get through this window, this like door that's open to actually build like on-chain finance at scale. Like I truly feel that like Celestia is right now one of the only viable platforms to do that. Yeah. And now we still have to prove ourselves more. And I think like once people, let's say Bullet is actually successful, or one of these other clubs that we're working with is successful, like people's eyes are going to light up and be like, holy shit, like that's possible to do
on chain.
Like, and I already think that we're kind of starting to be in this arms race of like, I'm seeing all these announcements of like new people from TradFi, especially like some HFT thing or from BlackRock. And they're like, we're going to build the next on-chain exchange or marketplace for this thing. And I think that like that's only going to accelerate. I'm sure also, I mean, you talked to a lot of these TradFi institutions, they're probably thinking about like building those platforms themselves. I'm guessing. I mean, I don't. Then it's a kind of interesting question of like, and you know, something we need to think about at Celestia too is like, okay, there are opportunities in the institutional side. There's opportunities in the more crypto native or like startup side. Yeah. Which one should we be more focused on? Because I don't know, incumbents are slower and like maybe they don't really get it, and like there's certain disadvantages and versus like a upstart hungry team, more native to the technology, rethinking things from first principles could be a winner. I'm actually curious to hear like from you guys being on both sides, like what do you see?
The saying is, can an incumbent figure out the technology before a startup can figure out distribution
or something like that? Yeah, no, I mean,
that's a good way to put it.
I think you're right though. It's like these long sales cycles and these long processes versus just like ship, code.
Yep.
I mean, it's a bit of both, right? And I think our perspective is just that like from SmartCon that the table is being set right now. Like there's like this multi-year window of adoption right now from the largest capital allocators in the world. And like you got to get a seat at that table because then
that'll set you up for the onslaught of the network effects of that table and those initial first movers. At a certain point, there's this inflection point where it becomes a risk not to go on chain. So if you're in that room at that table,
easier said than done.
Right. When that inflection point happens, then it all becomes inbound.
Nick, a couple rapid fire things. We're low on time. Privacy has been a big theme here. It's kind of, Zcash has gone this crazy run. Everyone's excited. Is there any updates from the private DA product? Is that something that is like public or not, or kind of where are you guys at with that?
Yeah, so private block space is live in production with Hibachi.
Beautiful.
You can expect an announcement about that soon, like in the next month or so.
Cool.
I do see a lot of demand about that from the institutional side.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's definitely something on. And we also talked to some crypto native teams who are like, oh, sweet, like I could get this, like other dexes being like, oh, I could make my order flow or my positions on my exchange more private, and like that's kind of a nice feature. So definitely.
Yeah, James Wynn, the public saga of him getting liquidated for 100 mil really set that into reality of like, wow, okay, maybe it's not the best if Hyperliquid's all of our positions are public. It's
exactly.
Other thing is you talk about this dog fooding of your own infra stack. What is your perspective on that from Celestia? Is that something that you guys are focused on? How are you guys kind of thinking about building apps using all this block space that you have? Are you guys focused on that, or is it more kind of like customer acquisition and app acquisition? Where's kind of like the the split?
I would say still primarily focused on like app acquisition, mostly because of just like we talked about, this on-chain finance opportunity is so like ripe and immediate. And I would say maybe like a 20% focus on the more like verticalization type stuff.
Cool.
And so I mean that could change, but for now, like feeling pretty good about like the clubs and on-chain finance stuff and some of the other things that we're working on.
All right, well, let's give Nika our lovely gifts.
Oh, hell yeah.
Our core brand message has been return to fundamentals.
Nice.
We've been pushing it hard. I know that you're an OG in the space, and I think you'll appreciate this. So here's your first gift here, and we'd like you.
Switch that out.
Maybe that one was for Cammy.
That was immediate.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I need a large. Thanks.
What is that? What does this mean to you? Maybe you can tell the audience why you care about the return to fundamentals from your perspective, getting into the space so early, etc.
Yeah, people might not like me saying this, but we're getting our ass kicked as an industry right now, at least from the market perspective.
Yeah.
And to some degree, I think it's deserved because like we have had all this time to deliver actual value to users and businesses, and like we don't have that much to show for it. We have a bunch of like speculation and gambling and a lot of cool tech.
Yeah.
But like the moment is now to like put up or shut up, and like sometimes you need to get your ass kicked a little bit to snap into action and refocus. Like you can get complacent when like things come too easily, and you forget that maybe you don't deserve them. And so I feel like what's good is like it's just kind of a wake up call to all of us to be like, we kind of lost the plot a little bit, or like we got distracted from what should have always been the goal and the North Star, which is like, let's create value in the world.
Yep.
It's, for people who hate crypto, like I hate to say it, but like, it's hard to really have an argument to my mom, be like, yeah, crypto's created all this value in the world. You know what I mean? Like, look at what it's done. I mean, certain things, absolutely. But then like, do we matter as an industry to the average human? Now in Argentina with stablecoins, like, that's what's so nice about being here is like, it's like we're in this pit of despair, this valley of despair. like where are the users and like, what's the meaning of all this? Like there's meaning in a place like this.
Like true, like lifeboat for an average family.
Totally. A way to store value, to exit like a filthy fiat, like inflation, financial
controls,
system,
all these things.
Yeah, exactly. And like trade and business and all that. So
I've got a couple more things for you. We're building a Spotify playlist with all of our guests this week. What song would you like to add? And what have you been kind of, vibing to lately?
Good question. Okay, this is kind of a out there thing. It's not going to fit your.
No, it's dude. Stuff. Trust me, it's been all over. There's a whole spectrum.
Okay, this might be the farthest out there one.
Okay.
I really love listening to in the mornings. Classical Indian ragas, which are like sitar and like the tabla drums and stuff. It's very meditative. You probably may have never
heard of it.
Listen to that kind of music. You would probably recognize it if it was played.
Classical North Indian ragas.
Yes. Yeah. I
wow.
Mean,
that is out there.
No, but listen. But trust me.
We're gonna.
Wake up in the morning and like put that on in the background, and like it's like a massage for your brain. It just helps me like reset and get more creative and focused. Like it kind of goes in the background. You know what I mean? It's like helps me focus and just like I feel like my brain is getting like massaged and like reset.
I am so excited to listen to that. We do have another gift for you. This won't massage your brain, it'll massage your taste buds.
Okay.
This is from Lambda team.
This is from Lambda class.
Fede and the guys.
Makes those grapes that goes into that Malbec.
They have an orchard that they make the grapes and they make the wine, and they wanted you to they have that. So
sweet.
Shout out to Fede.
They gotta like
brand it, right?
Brand
yeah,
it,
Lambda wine.
Yeah.
That one's for you, and this one's for the Celestia team.
Yeah.
Oh, holy crap! Thank you guys.
These are some of the best wines
Amazing.
in Argentina. And
I have to say, I've been really enjoying the Malbecs.
Yeah.
Like I didn't get the hype, but now I do.
They're amazing.
Nice and smooth.
And we have our dinner later tonight.
Yep.
Hopefully see you guys there.
I think we're gonna be locked in here, but we're gonna try our best.
Wait, how long are you guys going for?
We have another hour and a half here, and then
it's just like post-production.
and then post-production editing begins.
Conferences these days are a little bit different. We're gonna take a quick commercial break. Nick White from Celestia will be right back with our next guest, guys. Thank you.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its Rio upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to... Cheers to a big week.
I'm on some water. I don't know if that's bad luck.
I think I got a glass of Malbec coming my way.
Quintus, man, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Big Flashbots fans here.
Yeah. When did you get started at Flashbots?
It's been 3.5 years now, almost 4.
Nice.
Yeah.
I've been there for a while, but I guess maybe not so much on the product scene, on the research side. That's what I've been doing.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm relatively involved with the product things as well.
What have you been researching?
It started off being very like MEV, like ETH research blog posty, kind of more on the incentive side. And then about 1.5 years ago, we realized like the big part of the industry is just going full steam ahead on TEEs. We're super interested in TEEs, obviously. But the security aspect of it just really doesn't make any sense, or in the long run doesn't make sense. And so I've been spending time looking at what it means to improve security, like from the ground up, from the silicon up. So I've gone from like incentives, auctions, these kind of things being most of my job, to that being a small fraction, and the rest being like physical silicon security.
There was recently an exploit, potentially a patch. Going back a while, there was the SGX debacle, and then more recently we had TDX, and this was some recent developments in TEE world. Maybe you could just kind of catch people up as to what's been happening in the last couple of weeks.
Like Intel got hit or something, right?
Yeah. So actually, it's funny. If you are a bit more familiar with the like technical details, the last couple of weeks just haven't been that much of an interesting update, but for some reason the PR side of it was huge. Like people on crypto Twitter got really excited. Basically what happened was a couple of years ago, it's actually an interesting and longer story, but basically a couple of years ago Intel said, hey, we're not going to try to defend against physical attackers anymore. Everything's going in the cloud. We want to like optimize for performance, because that's the kind of usage they were seeing at the time. And so they removed protections against physical attackers. And basically what happened over the last couple of months is that a group of researchers showed what you could do if you had physical access to the machines.
This was TEE.fun?
.fail.
TE.fail.
TE.fun's way too friendly.
Right. No, it was showing that this was vulnerability in TEEs.
Yeah. So like if you ask Intel, they'll say this is not a vulnerability because they never claim to protect against physical attackers. But obviously, it just highlights a problem that there exists already in the TE threat model. It's just not new information. I don't mean to say that the existing TEs are super secure and don't have like their limitations, but this specific attack actually doesn't share much new information.
Got it.
Okay, this was the DDR5 attack, this memory bus inter.
I can explain it.
Yeah, please.
So the basic idea is like you have the chip where the processor lives. That's where the brain is. But most of the memory, the RAM, lives off the chip, and those are connected with the bus. And so what these guys did is they said, okay, well, we can just monitor what's going back and forth on this bus. And by doing that, they because there were no proper protections, they were able to, pull off the attack, extract the keys they wanted to, and then pretend like they were a TE when in fact it was like some malicious program running on their laptop.
Right. And then this TDX was the patch for that vulnerability?
No, so originally Intel came out with SGX. That was like their first TE product. Then there were a couple of different versions of that, but the main switch happened when they released TDX, which is like a newer version. It's a VM-based TE as opposed to process-based TE. That's like a little bit in the weeds. We can get into that if you want. Sure. But the main difference is that the TDX is just way easier to use, and the sacrifice the trade-off they take to make it easier to use is that there's just more code in your what's called the trusted computing base. So like the trusted computing base is basically the all the code that you're relying on for security. And the bigger that code base is, the larger the chance of bugs, the larger the chances that you have bugs in there. And so it's like a worse practice from a security perspective, but it's more performant. But it's just an Intel TE product, basically.
Okay, got it.
So the security guard outside of the database is responsible for managing the physical hardware. Intel is not responsible for that. And we are then taking these and putting billions and billions of dollars on chain, reliant on these TEs, that is reliant on a pistol with a loaded chamber of some guy getting paid $8 an hour.
The technical term is a guy with a Glock, not a man with a pistol. We're not putting billions of dollars in the TEs.
Okay,
I think that's like the Twitter narrative.
Yes, that is. It's like, oh, we're gonna lose everything.
Yeah. But I think the Twitter narratives are really funny because you can also see who's pushing it and what the incentives are. But yeah, I mean that is the situation. Ultimately, you do rely on the physical protections of the data center. I think the thought experiment is like, what else breaks if you assume that the cloud providers in your threat model, like if AWS and Azure and GCP had it in for crypto, like what would break? I think a lot of things would break. That doesn't mean we should rely on them, but it also is like I think kind of trust assumptions that many people are making implicitly.
Yeah. Can we talk about BuilderNet, please?
Wait, one thing before we move off the TEs. This is somewhat related to this secure enclave that we're seeing in pieces of hardware. Earlier, Ansgar from the Ethereum Foundation said that in Glamsterdam, they're going to have this ability for secure enclaves in like an iPhone or a Galaxy phone for native hardware, native wallets built into these products. How, like, when we're shifting away, are we going to see less cloud and more like localized compute, localized AI models, localized cryptocurrency, localized ZK proving? Do you anticipate this shift, or are these two mutually exclusive? It's not the right way to think about it.
I think it's a super complicated question. I think obviously we'd like to do more stuff locally, and as we get more efficient proofs, more efficient LLMs, we'd like to run more and more of that locally. At the same time, that isn't the trend we've seen in like the digital world over the last several decades. And also, leaving aside performance and efficiency, you have the problem that people turn their phones off, or they lose signal or whatever. If you need some software, some program to be online, most of the time, then you kind of have to run it in a server, and you don't have most people don't have a server at home. Right?
Yeah. So what have been some of the latest breakthroughs from Flashbots or latest research developments that you guys have been focused on? I mentioned BuilderNet for kind of like block building, but where's the team's focus been the last 6 months or so?
Yeah, so Flashbot's product team is basically working on two fronts. One is in L1, one is on L2. Those are closely related, but it's an easy way of splitting it up. On the L1, we're working on BuilderNet, and there's a couple of different facets to it. Like high-level goal is to get a competitive decentralized block builder running. One aspect of that is actually making it like decentralized, meaning that it's not a trust me bro system, and that's just a lot of like TE based engineering and a lot of work there. But then there's also an economic aspect to it, which is like, for example, people have this like very basic model of how block building works. I think, okay, there's some searcher sends a transaction to a block builder, they pay the block builder, and then the block builder lands a block on chain. But actually, what ends up happening is that there's all of these more complicated arrangements where like block builders are paying people who control order flow to send them order flow under certain conditions, and it's more complicated.
And is that happening on chain or off chain?
Maybe the payments will happen on chain sometimes, but it's very trusted. Definitely, it's not some complicated setup for the centralized block builders. And for BuilderNet to be a competitive decentralized block builder, we need to replicate a similar kind of economic properties. And so, as the system generates value, you want to give that back to the users who are sending flow, the searchers, whoever's contributing to the system. And so we have like this, it's called the refund rule. It's like V0 now, basically, and we're not, it works fine for now, but we're trying to iterate on that. But the high level idea is like, how do we design a economic mechanism to share back the value that's being generated by the system? And then obviously when it comes to Mevland, you just need to engineer for performance as well.
Right.
You got to be low latency, and that's why we're interested in TEs.
What's your company's perspective on the unification proposal from Uniswap with regards to kind of builder fee or fee auctions for LPs and trying to kind of like package MEV in a new way versus how like Aerodrome and those dexes do it with regards to LVR and kind of having this VE token model to capture these fees and do it kind of in a different way? Like, does Flashbots have a perspective on this?
Well, I don't think you'll find any issue in which Flashbots has a perspective on it, because we're like a hacker collective, right?
Yeah.
That's the term people like, and so there are different opinions. I'm not super educated on the recent Uniswap developments, but I do think that one of the important things we're seeing play out in L2 land and just generally the space is that applications want to capture fees. And especially the sort of off-chain infrastructure-related fees. We actually, one of the most interesting projects we're working on is an auction that works in the L1 and the L2 setting, but it's like more so designed for the L2 setting, where they're dealing with a lot of spam right now. It's wasting resources, but also the spam is sort of a symptom of a lot of value that's not being captured by the infrastructure, not being captured by the sequencer, and that can always be reallocated to LPs or whatever else you want to allocate it to.
On the Uniswap track, and specifically Unichain, you guys released Rollup Boost. It was something that Unichain was adopting. I'm just curious, like, we had Robert and Hasu on the show talking about that, and it seemed like this would be a thing that not just Unichain uses, but all rollups would eventually use. Is there a product update or status update as far as like how that adoption has been going?
Yeah, I'd say the focus right now is on making like a really good building experience for the super chain, and this auction is a big part of that. The original benefit of using Rollup Boost was to use like flash blocks system we built, which basically just allows the rollup to like commit to smaller blocks faster. So you went from like a 1 second block time or 2 second block time to a couple of 100 milliseconds, and that's just great for DeFi use cases. I think that's probably the product update I'll give there.
What is the next, we're coming on time here. What is the next kind of initiative from Flashbots into Q4, next kind of Q1, Q2 next year? Like, is there something else that you guys are really pushing towards that you can share?
Something that you're personally excited about, or something that Flashbots as a collective is?
Yeah, I'd say Flashbots is always doing a lot of interesting stuff, and it's really hard to keep up with it, but I'll just give you an overview. I think this auction design we're doing is really interesting, and what's most interesting about it is that you want to incorporate information from the block building process into this kind of auction, because from the perspective of some searcher or some economic actor who sits outside the system, they're always guessing. They never know exactly what state of the chain they're going to be executing against. They don't know exactly what the liquidity is. This is true in traditional finance, true in crypto, and the more information you can give them, the better that execution is going to be, and that's overall better for the ecosystem, better trades, more traders, these kind of things. The challenge is, you want to share this information with people, but you don't want to compromise security. You don't want to get people front run. And I think we have some really interesting TE-based designs for that. Other things that are and that I think will touch both L1 and L2. Other interesting stuff we're doing. I'm obviously biased. I think just a lot of the research we're doing is interesting, and my own research on secure hardware. That's not a next quarter kind of thing, but I think it's really important for the long-term viability of TEEs. Like you have to have some plan for decentralization, and I think these kind of things enable that. Yeah. And then finally, I don't know if you guys have been following Andrew Miller and these kind of guys. Yeah. There's Flashbots X. It's like our moonshots aspect of Flashbots, and they've been doing just crazy stuff, but it's basically sort of exploiting MEV in the real world. He's given a bunch of talks recently on adversarial interop, and it's cool. It's doesn't feel like blockchain stuff when you look at it at first, but it is very much bringing the cypherpunk energy to I don't know, social media and these kind of things.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Quintus, we're building a Spotify playlist for the weekend. It seems like you've been having a good time at some discotecas, bro. Any songs to add?
Are you saying I look hungover?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
that's a bit rude.
No, come on, man.
It's just your shirt.
You look like you've just gone to the Hawaiian Beach Club and back.
This is just how we dress at Flashbots. Santorini, Donny Bennett. Do you guys know Donny Bennett? It's not a rave song, but that's a track though. And you should look at the music video.
Yeah, Donny Bennett, beautiful. Yeah, got it. Dude, we have some wine for you as well.
Yeah, we do.
Fede and the Lambda team.
Fede has
of course
strong influence in the Argentina country. That is for you. That's from Fede.
That's to Flashbots. That's to your night.
Actually, that one is for you, and this one is for Flashbots.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So
that is from Lambda class. Yeah. Those are for you. Would you like a T-shirt?
I would love a T-shirt.
Yeah, okay. we've got a Return to Fundamentals shirt, part of our core ethos here at the Rollup.
Yeah.
Really just trying to, keep this industry in the right track. You know what I mean?
That one should fit you. That one's a large. So why don't you, hold that up in front of your wine bottles and tell this camera what Return to Fundamentals means to you.
Return to Fundamentals. For me, crypto fundamentals is finding ways to take privacy, take security and things we really care about and turn that into economic value. And that's what we need to focus on.
Bang.
Right now.
Quintus, dude, thanks for coming on, man. It's been a pleasure.
Cheers, man.
Pleasure, Quintus.
It's been a marathon here, guys. We're going to take a quick break. Be back with Sean from Magic.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Alrighty, guys, we are back live at Rollup TV in Buenos Aires. We've got Sean Lee, co-founder, CEO of Magic Labs, calling in. Sean, how you doing, man?
I am doing great. It's good to see you guys. I wish I'm there in person.
It's good to see you. I think the last time that we saw each other, we were in the Magic office in New York, hosting an event, and it's been a lot of fun. You guys have been great partners, and we throw some really fun events. Wish you were here and thrown our event down at Buenos Aires. But you guys have been busy. You guys have been busy shipping case studies, programmable compliance, policy engine. Talk to us about all the things and what you're most excited about recently at Magic.
Yeah, it's all coming together, actually. So all the kind of critical pieces, right, around the protocol, it's all coming together. And we are finalizing and iterating on ways to kind of bring this to market, really. Like, as you can see, more use case studies, SDKs. And we're just trying to get feedback, like early feedback from people, developers, community members. We've lined up quite a few customer conversations as well. And we did also discover quite a bit of synergy with the Magic Labs pool of developers and customers. So just super excited about that, a lot to build. So I've been really involved and hands-on just in terms of like, okay, like what can we focus on right now? That's like the highest impact and just kind of see it through. Even wrote some code myself, so it's been pretty great. It's
back in the lab cooking.
Man, you guys have had some awesome partners. I know that you guys have had this case study that I've seen on X this week about supporting Polymarket with over $3 billion in volume during the 2024 election night, as well as other kind of key players in the DeFi landscape with your embedded wallet products, as well as this kind of suite of just better UX for crypto users. Making on-chain systems safe, verifiable, scalable. Maybe just talk us through some of these case studies and the successes that you guys have seen and learnings from that you're applying now to Newton with the recent collaboration with Magic Labs and Newton, and just generally kind of how that stack is shaping up. Take us through some of the lore, if you will.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when Magic first started back in 2018, we were very fixated on solving UX problems, right? Because at that time, the de facto standard was creating wallets through seed phrases, right? And this like email-based wallet, social login wallet hasn't really existed yet. So when we first started, we focused on UX, and of course, we went through multiple cycles, right? So many apps make it, some of them kind of phase out, new ones come in. And for the applications that has remained, it's actually becoming really apparent, right? That risk management and compliance is very important for these customers. So I think there's like this situation with, okay, dApps coming up, they're getting started really quickly. perhaps arbitraging some like legality, right, to get to traction. But when they get serious and they want to be more established on board actual mainstream users or institutions, they will need better like compliance and risk management, right? So and that's sort of a hunch that we always had. We try to fit this in different use cases, right? Like, oh, would this work great for like securing AI agents, because those are autonomous transactions. They need better compliance and risk management too, right? RWA stablecoins need risk management because a lot of that is going on the smart contract, right? Hard coded. But as you know, like these kind of regulations and laws actually is rapidly evolving, and they actually need to like verify off-chain data, right? Which is not something that you can bring on-chain. So we do see an opportunity to fix that problem by introducing the Newton protocol and bringing sort of this verifiable off-chain data into a policy on-chain, right? To generate a proof of compliance. And that's going to really help protect, the transactions that's happening on-chain. Whereas the Magic Wallet is securing the wallet, and Newton will secure the transaction, right? Is the idea here. So we do see that this is the next unlock, because our goal has always been about onboarding the mainstream, right, users. So not only we need to make it simple, but we also need to protect the consumers. So that's the a bit of the lore here.
This feels critical for what we're calling this institutional era of blockchain adoption. Not only are we seeing several different structured financial products, be it CLOs, private credit, lending and borrowing, all of these institutions are coming on chain, and they're really starting to take blockchain seriously. All of them require compliance. What we're also seeing, we're in Argentina, you're in, I'm actually not sure where Sean is right now, but we've seen you in New York. And so we're seeing institutional adoption all across the world, all across Latin America, all across Europe. All of these have a very fragmented compliance landscape. There's different rules, there's identity. In America, maybe it's social security numbers. In other places, it's other aspects of individuals that are required. How does Magic and Newton help make it easier for teams to bring compliance standards on chain and make sure that they are in compliant?
Yeah, so that statement is spot on, right? And it's so if you think about it, like blockchains, open blockchains I'm talking about, are quite permissionless, right? Which means anyone can transact with anyone, including bad actors, right? And there's nothing on chain that can really prevent that. Because of this, right, like every edge that touches user funds, like a wallet, a app, or exchanges, they have to implement their own compliance stack separately, right, with their own risk controls. And what's interesting is that in kind of modern dApps, this is not even working, because you can just export a private key, then all the risk management that you have done in the wallet and the application can be bypassed, right, completely. So, and I think this creates a massive duplication and operational cost for companies. And I believe it's a major blocker, right, for just like crypto applications to graduate from like regulatory arbitrage to a serious enterprise trusted by everyday users. Imagine 5 different platforms end up running 5 different checks on the same user, each have slightly different rules and data sources. End result is pretty inconsistent and kind of affects the user experience as well. So I think, maybe it's a more controversial view, is that compliance actually needs to move to the protocol layer, because the risk is no longer app specific, but network wide, right? So, so with that comes a couple of like building blocks, right? One is, we need to standardize how policies are expressed in the first place, right? And shared across applications. They cannot be something that's like proprietary to like different like walled gardens. to kind of preserve that openness and standardization that the space have grown accustomed to, right? And that's also great for like innovation and like composability. So that's like a principle that we're designing. But also, attach these verifiable attestations directly to the transactions and wallets with that like on-chain proof of compliance that we talked about. While preserving privacy, of course, because that's a huge, like an important factor when it comes to identity. And also producing this proof so that regulators, auditors, counterparties can all like independently verify them on chain, right? So this actually creates this almost like a new shared primitive, which is like this policy, right? That's the foundational building block for bringing more compliance on chain.
Yeah, man. So, we spent 2 weeks ago, we were at SmartCon NYC. We had that event with the Magic team at the office and Securitize, Wisdom Tree, and others. And what you're saying is so exactly spot on for this kind of realm. And then here in Argentina, it's completely juxtaposed in terms of the actual, types of people. It's builders. It's this really, developer-oriented conversations, a lot around that technology. We've been thinking a lot about bridging these two worlds together and like what is required to do that. And it just truly feels like this unlock that you're speaking about, is a big part of that process. I guess my question to you is kind of, if that's the case and we firmly believe that, what is stopping this from actually being implemented at scale? Why have we not been able to successfully, create policy or basic compliant architectures for either agentic use cases, for on-chain use cases, or just various types of blockchain-based applications? What has stopped us from actually implementing what you guys are building, as well as this kind of general philosophy at scale? Is there a specific kind of like process that needs to happen? Is there a chronological order of events that you would anticipate, or maybe you can even draw back to some of the previous history that you've seen? Just kind of curious, like what is required to get over this hump?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I think about that a lot because, like, obviously we need to do this, but like, why isn't it happening? And I had the same thought when we were building like embed wallets. It's like, it should be this way because if we care about adoption and getting users in, then we should have this simple experience and try to bang our head against the wall to figure it out, right? Same thing with compliance and like risk management. And I think there's multiple reasons. I think number one was, I think generally the macro environment was more, antagonistic, previously. Where it's like, if you're a crypto, you're kind of, like not being perceived as super compliant, right? At least, even though companies do try to spend a lot of resource on trying to be compliant. So there's that perception, which diminishes sort of the need, right, for this. And second, I think it might be philosophical as well, where we experienced this with embed wallets too. We were kind of criticized as like centralized in the very early phases. So I had to, deal a lot with that. But, it has eventually become a standard, right? While one of the key benefit of embed wallet is to make sure it is composable with everything on chain, right? Like DeFi, without creating like wallets that's in walled gardens that can only, interact with a few things, right? So that like openness is the balance that we try to achieve, obviously, by designing the infrastructure using TEE and other type of like confidential compute technologies, right? Like we can achieve that middle ground, but it takes a lot of work to get there, to find the middle ground that both like the cypherpunks and the institutions are happy with. So I think with risk management is the same thing, right? It's like, I don't know, maybe it's almost like a heresy, right? To say, oh, I'm bringing compliance on chain embedded in these smart contracts. But my view, it's more around, hey, like if you are the fundamental chain, I think you should remain relatively credibly neutral, right? But if it's like a contract, right, then you have the optionality, right, to open it up or try to be compliant to protect the end users, and giving developers and applications the option, right, to upgrade based on their need, right? Kind of like
Sean,
section web, dark web, like so.
Yeah. The good old days. So we had Sergey from Chainlink talking about these institutional smart contracts. I can't help but think it sounds so similar and really just in a similar kind of train of thought here. Like what a traditional smart contract was back in the day, if you will, or even current, that is not what the future of smart contracts, if you will, is going to be. And I think, Sean, you just clearly see that happening. It's policy, it's oracles, it's off-chain and on-chain functions, it's multi-chain, it's multi-app. So it's like the definition of like a single smart contract executing a function or a call on a single chain for a single app is really expanding due to the nature of, there's a demand for privacy. There's demand for lower latency. So we're coming up on time a bit here, Sean. I think Rob's got something.
One last thing to mention here is that as you expand that to its limit, it becomes ubiquitous. And one thing that I'm realizing, especially here in Argentina, is that there's a real need for decentralization, decentralized assets. We spoke with the head of innovation of inside the Argentina government. They're working on a company called Sovra, and they're implementing digital identity and private digital identity using ZK as a result of this. And I can't help but think, as we're starting to be more compliant with our products and our thinking, they will become adopted by the largest players in the space. Governments and nation states are responsible for the largest groups of people on Earth. And so we're seeing adoption at a nation state level scale. I think the product that you guys are working on when it comes to programmable compliance is especially important. So Sean, just pass it over to you. Some closing thoughts on your end as you prepare for this next institutional era and you start to prepare for the billions of people and the scale at which this represents.
Yeah, I'm always very excited to see this coming because it was I thought it would come last cycle, but I feel like we're very close this cycle because like we have been positioned to be the most like friendly to like enterprise and institutions, even with Magic embed wallets. It's still the only SOC 2 Type 2 and ISO compliant, and even like we have HIPAA, right? Because we care about privacy a lot. So it's finally coming, and we have developed this technology that works really, really well with like the embed wallet offering as well. And we're very used to handling kind of super large scale or very complex like vetting process from institutions like Naver, and also supporting scale with Polymarket, right? So like we hand over like 62 million requests during election day, and have processed over 8.9 billion, right, in volume to date for them. But yeah, like there's so much to do, and there's no silver bullet for scaling. So it's really like iteration, working with the space and our customers on trying to find the best solution forward. But usually, if it's something that's great, people can kind of meet in like a middle ground, right? When and focus on real adoption, right? And just getting people into this, so the pie is much bigger, right, for everybody. So I'm very excited to be able to, I think, be one of the first to be able to help drive this. That's so core to what we've already been doing. So this is definitely really exciting.
Incredible.
Sean,
Thank you
live
so much,
from
man.
Buenos Aires. We're on hour 7 of this marathon. We're going to have to let you go. We've got our last 2 guests here in the studio. We wish that you were here. It's been a great week. Energy is palpable, regardless of the market conditions. Builders are building, people are shipping. EF has really turned a positive vibe, and really it kind of feels like a reversal in the overall energy with regards to supporting builders and just supporting the Ethereum ecosystem.
Yeah.
Sean, thanks for calling in, man. Keep up the great work. We really appreciate working with you guys through our event series, as well as more and more that we've done. Shout out to the Magic team, and thanks, man.
Thank you. Looking forward to see you next time.
Alrighty,
Same
Sean.
here, Sean. We'll see you next time.
All right, buddy. Alrighty,
Same
Sean.
here, Sean. We'll see you next time.
All right, buddy. Alrighty, guys, we've got our next guest up here in the studio. Juan David Mendieta, the founder of KeyRock. It should be a great conversation. We will
just do a quick commercial break and we'll be Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you, man. I'm glad we made it happen.
Alrighty, guys. Juan, welcome to Rollup TV live in Buenos Aires.
Thank you very much.
How's the city treating you?
Very good. I've been here 15 years ago.
You've been living here for a while.
No. I came once, 15 years ago.
Yeah, okay.
So I have a little bit of a reference of how it used to look.
Yeah.
It looks the same.
Really?
It's more expensive.
Way more expensive, right? I was here in 2023, and it's dramatically more expensive.
Dramatically.
Yeah, it's crazy. Because the peso to the USD has gotten way worse. So you would think that it's actually better, but it's just not. Like, they've just raised the prices significantly.
Yeah. I remember it was 10 to 1 when I came last time.
Wow. I was here as 300 to 1. Now it's 1,400 to 1.
That's 1,400 to 1.
First time on the show, Juan David. I would love to hear about KeyRock. I mean, if you want to have some coffee, feel free, brother.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
I mean, we know KeyRock as kind of one of the larger kind of asset management, capital allocators, general kind of like infrastructure, like not infrastructure providers, but providers of liquidity in the market.
Absolutely.
You have a trading firm, etc. What is KeyRock? What's your story? You know, you're the founder. You've been doing this for a while. Catch us up on the lore. It's your first time here, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So look, I've been working on this for about 8 years now. So it's been a good journey for me. We started in 2017 with a very, very core, simple idea, which is the only reason that you want to tokenize something is for it to be liquid. And that simple idea took us to the conclusion that liquidity was the core value proposition of blockchain technology, or at least that was our motto. And so with that in mind and understanding that there would be hundreds of thousands, if not millions of assets being tokenized over the next decades, we went on how to build a scalable liquidity technology. That's how the company got started, and then from there we scaled that to all kind of financial services to help the industry to get adoption, which took us to today where we are I would say diversified financial institution. You could look at it as a new investment bank.
Okay.
What do you think changes from, we've grown up in crypto, like we've talked to thousands of projects. I'd say we've been, building this media company and this podcast going back 6 years. And so we have seen lots of crypto projects, and from everything that we're seeing, it's like, okay, now the institutions are starting to come, but like you just said, you are a financial institution. You've been here 8 years, to your point. Yeah. And so the institutions have kind of already been here and are now starting to grow as a part of our industry. What do you think separates a crypto project from a crypto institution?
Yeah. So maybe even before I answer that, sure. I'll give you a little bit of like a thinking that I had about this. There's a lot of talk about institutions are finally here and they're adopting the technology. I like to create a framework of thinking where actually I split the idea between what is called an institutional and an institutional allocator. So in my view, there is a very big difference between a financial institution, which is, for example, a bank like a Goldman Sachs or a JP Morgan or Fidelity. Mm-hmm. And then there are allocators, which are the ones that are controlling the capital and allocating it into the asset class. The reason that they take decisions is different. I think we got to a point where it's very clear for the financial institutions, the banks, that there is money to be made from providing services in this industry. And so this first generation of institutional adoption, in my view, is more of, there is money to be made helping this industry develop. But not really the allocation, actually. And I think people confuse these two things. But at least from where I'm sitting, there is appetite from them to use the technology. But that doesn't mean that they're putting yet their capital into on-chain vaults or into DeFi to kind of really get the full, I would say, 360 adoption of traditional finance into digital assets. And so kind of going into what's the difference from a company like ours, correct? So we would definitely be in the category of a service provider, in a sense, which sees a lot of value in the industry. And we do see a lot of value into the power of distribution. So, it's just, if you look at the capacity for distribution of the asset class is fantastic. You can take a product and you get global access to users all over the world to get access to your products. And we only focus on digital assets. So we have the capacity to approach it with the mindset of an institution, with the regulatory framework of an institution, but with really identifying where and how to take advantage of the power of distribution that the technology brings.
Yeah. How much assets do you guys have under management?
Well, to be honest, I think that's undisclosed. We cannot disclose that live. But we have many different businesses.
Yeah.
So we have a market making business. We run a structured products desk. We also run an asset management case. And every dollar of what you would call AUM is very different from one to the other. Correct. So on the concept of an asset management business, you have a lot of deposits where you have fiduciary duty.
Right.
But in the case of, for example, a market making business, you would actually run a lot of debt. So even if I would have a few $100 million of debt, if I would claim that AUM, well, what matters is can you actually generate a delta of revenue between what you pay for your debt to what you generate, which we do. Right. But it would be a little bit misleading to just say, okay, that's AUM.
So do you guys have a current market view?
A current market view?
Yeah.
Long ball.
Long ball.
Long ball.
That's it.
That's it. Long ball.
Yeah. Sounds like MicroStrategy and Sailor over here. Well, long volatility, baby.
You guys are very opinionated. When I'm just looking at what you believe in, it's very clear. You say the future is tokenized.
Absolutely.
You say all assets will be digital.
Absolutely.
And you say your solutions, Kirok solutions, are designed to operate in every venue, centralized and decentralized. And so for a long time, I think this was maybe, what gets to the heart of the difference between an institution as a project is whether or not you're partaking in this decentralization theater. You're kind of doing this, what do you want to call it? Playing this game, trying to pander to the ethos. But in reality, we need some sort of gateway. We need some sort of bridge between the centralized world and the decentralized world. And so I'm curious, you've been in the space 8 years. How has the space evolved? It feels like now we're really getting into, this is what matters. We need to bridge these two worlds. Yeah. TradFi, DeFi, these no longer exist. It's just finance. Talk to us about what the journey has been like since you guys got started. If you held the same beliefs, and I think you do, you seem like a very opinionated person. When you were saying the future is tokenized 8 years ago, this was before BlackRock and Larry Fink were saying the future was tokenized. Yeah. Did people take you seriously, or did you have to convince some people?
Well, back then it was definitely a lot more difficult, correct, to raise capital to build this story. I like to see ourselves as we're not only a service provider for all of these industries to develop, but what is very interesting is that at the same time that we help everybody to build their businesses, we're also the power user of blockchain technology. So if you can look at it, it's actually very interesting because as an institution, what you would want that majority of institutions evolve to is that they are the users of all the stuff that we've been building, correct? Like if you look at the layer 1s and the layer 2s, custody solutions, money market protocols, on-chain indexes, who is the core user that actually really pushes the throughput of all of these systems is us. So at the same time that we help them, we're also the core user of the whole thing. And that's really where the learnings are seen and where we sit down. I have a lot of friends that run venture and funds, and often when they are taking their decisions on investments, they would call me up and say, hey, look, there's this new protocol doing this thing. Tell me what you think with your hat of a user, correct? What do you think? How could this work? Will you use it? And what we've seen is that the technology has gone a long way. Like from back in the day, the first times that we started to implement trading systems that would trade against the smart contracts, this stuff was as clunky as you would get. Yeah. You know, like the very first few use cases of any type of on-chain order books or intent-based systems were very clunky, right? Like you had back in the day, 0x was an order book, which today is an intent system, but like with matchup. But back then was an order book. For you to place an order and then cancel the order and reposition the order, the lag on that would be 30 seconds. So imagine you place an order and just update your price.
We're talking about 200 milliseconds these days.
Correct, and even that's too slow.
That's too slow.
That's too slow. So that's where we're that's where we start entering into kind of like the whole HFT space on chain, hopefully soon. But the technology really has, I would say, gotten to a point where it's much better. And I would say for me, not only the trading systems, but also the underlying custody technology is more often than not something that really prevents institutions from adopting the technology. I like to make a very, very simple kind of like reference on how to look at this. Imagine that you are a bank, you have a team of 50 traders, and a new blockchain comes and say, hey, you want to help us develop and trade with us. Yeah. And they develop this beautiful technology and they put a lot of work into it, but they never really looked at custody or what it meant. And so then the bank looks, okay, we want to use this. How do we do it? We're not going to just give 50 ledgers, one to each trader for them to carry it around in their house or at the office. It just doesn't fly, correct? And, what happens if a trader decides that maybe, they, let's say, want to part ways and leave the company and do something else?
Take their ledger with them?
What would the ledger with them? And it's like, what do? You need to then recreate a ledger, kind of like transfer all the assets. I mean, it's a nightmare, correct? And so all of these custody institutional solutions are not only about the fact that they have MPC and all of these sophisticated security systems, but the fact that they have super admin powers for an institution to start saying, hey, we have this wallet, all these users can actually access the wallet. I have my 15 traders. I'm going to segregate so that they can only use these whitelisters, my contract, which are the clients that we work with. Kind of like you want to make it as safe as even if the computer of the trader gets hacked, no money can be lost. Right? And that definitely was not the case 6 years ago. And I think now it is the case. And so that's a fundamental piece that I think has helped a lot of the institutional service providers to enter, and hopefully later on the institutional allocators to also put money into it.
Well, David, I think the thing that people are upset about right now, or a bit kind of confused about, if you will, is there's this massive tokenization institutional bull run happening, stable coins, everyone wants exposure to this kind of trade, if you will. Yeah. But the way in which to get exposure right now to this entire idea is either
build a company.
It's either build a company, buy Circle, stock, Coinbase stock, a couple other stocks, buy Plasma, XPL, and maybe just buy Ethereum, or there's Sky, Athena, a couple others. Basically,
few things.
There's quite a few, right? But it still doesn't feel like there's a clean way to get exposure to this without being either a VC or being really early into some some company that's going to go public. I'm just curious, when I'm sure people are asking you, they want exposure to this. What is KeyRock's exposure to this trade, basically? How are you guys going to maximize this kind of trend?
We've been involved in the whole story of stablecoins for a very long time. As a matter of fact, we're one of the largest, I would say, service providers in the stablecoin industry. We work with, I would say, every major stablecoin issuer out there since back in the day with Circle and Tether, but now with all of the up and coming stablecoins that have come in the recent years, and the experience on how to help them to get adoption is very interesting, because stablecoin seems to be like a very simple product.
Yeah.
But the point is, how do you get utility out of it for it to like go into like a spiral of adoption?
Yeah.
And you need to actually really find a way to get a lot of points of use. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so one of the interesting things is that if you look at stablecoins, the US dollar stablecoin is very successful. Every single other stablecoin that is trying to do other currencies correctly, I would say exotics or like even Euro, British pound, and so on, it's really a struggle. And so we actually work with a lot of these companies that are trying to tokenize the Mexican peso, the Euro, the Filipino peso, and so on. And they have not actually gotten yet to the point of critical mass of liquidity where they have a way to provide a ton of added value without relying on the banking system. So for a majority of these products, what ends up happening is that for a end user to use a tokenized Mexican peso stablecoin, there's still a market maker in the back that has accounts with the likes of Deutsche Bank, and then we can actually access the FX market and kind of like broke that. With the USDs already, escape velocity, right? You don't need to go to that market. It really acquired that escape velocity, and so that's been very interesting to see. And we think is really now the time that that's happening. So in the emerging markets, especially, the value proposition is super strong. There's a little bit of like an arbitrage there, where some of these currencies might have a bunch of restrictions into them. And then when you have a tokenized version, you might be able to skip those restrictions. I don't know if you've seen something like that yourself. But.
Well, that's why I think what you're positing here is almost this take that maybe regional stablecoins are going to have more limitations to adoption. This might be a reason for why governments might try to limit tokenization of their currencies to stop capital flight out of those denominations. But I think actually what's happening here is that, and we had a conversation about this a little earlier yesterday, and we learned about the FX market where a lot of these denominations still go through the US dollar. Yeah. And so, there's examples out there, but less liquid currencies, they go from currency A into the dollar to go to currency B because there's not enough liquidity to go currency A to currency B. But what we can do is we can tokenize those, and we can go direct because we have smart contracts, we have these kinds of innovations. And so those types of foreign exchange are possible on chain, whereas maybe the entire US dollar foreign exchange market is not possible. And so the regional stable coins feels like this is something that is going to take place, maybe not in the next 6 months to a year, but 2, 3, 4 years. This will continue to accelerate. Another thing that I'm curious about as I'm exploring KeyRock is the token buyback models that you guys have helped to design. We have some token insights here. And so I'm curious how you anticipate that this trend will accelerate. We call this the revenue meta because crypto projects for a long time, it was very kumbaya. You raise funds, you do some research, you raise another round. Now you need a real business model to sustain. And so some of the insights here that come from KeyRock research: token holder revenue is accelerating. Buybacks and direct distributions had surged over 5x from just a year ago. You also say protocols are prioritizing payouts over reinvestment. So you're actually paying out token holders rather than putting it back into the protocol. I won't read all of these, but the third one here is that many revenue share programs draw from treasuries. Most protocol revenue distributions are still funded by existing reserves rather than cash flow. And so they feel the sense of urgency to share value with their token holders, even if it doesn't come from them generating revenue. So I'm curious, maybe you could just shout out, what are some of the more sustainable business models that you've seen on chain? What do you think are things that are going to continue to grow, and maybe just give a lesson of advice to projects that could be listening to start to think more seriously about their business models?
Absolutely. I mean, look, I think that right now the app layer of DeFi protocols with revenue is very, very interesting. I mean, if you look at what's happening, I think people will be surprised at how profitable these companies are. Actually, they do generate a lot of cash flow. And I would say at the moment, the two like major success categories are the money markets protocols, and then exchange value protocols.
Yeah.
So everything that is exchanges and then money market protocols. And if you look at companies like, I would say, Maple or Aave and now Morpho, these are tremendously healthy business.
Yeah.
They have a very well managed cost base and a very predictable sticky revenue. They have a lot of network effects where liquidity calls liquidity, and therefore the predictability on the revenue is very high compared to other type of businesses. So that's really, really very, very interesting. So when we work with these companies, we see that in the relationship, the way that they manage their businesses, in the price action of the token. Right? People are starting to be aware of this. I really like the way that you described it actually, because it's really true. I think something click. People are looking at it fundamentally differently. They are behaving with a lot more fundamentals than before, and there is decoupling. Like things that have fundamentals are not behaving in tandem with everything else. Which is really. I mean, it's
I mean, as you see Hyperliquid like over the last 2 weeks. I mean, obviously that's like the number one example. But the whole market's down like 20%. Hype's been at $38 for like 2 weeks straight.
Yeah, no, absolutely correct. Yeah.
Well, Juan David, we have a gift for you.
Yeah, we have
the same regard.
This is our core brand ethos.
This is our ethos. This is return to fundamentals.
Man. You're an OG.
Okay, return to fundamentals.
You know what fundamentals mean to the space?
What does this mean to you, for Key Rock, for the entire space? Tell us what this means.
Return to fundamentals.
Yeah, for you personally.
Oh, I mean, I guess it means the real success and adoption of the industry, correct? So, I think this is a shift that can really make the innovation to spark again. And if I think for a very long time the lack of fundamentals has disappointed a lot of people, where things that were great didn't behave great. I think the whole RWA narrative really underperformed massively the last 7 years. And then something clicks.
It did click.
It suddenly clicks. And but what is funny is that it almost always doesn't come only from what people are building, but it's just a matter of timing. It's just a matter of timing. You look at all this RWA stuff, and I was looking at the chart. I mean, so you're looking at Q Rock Research. So Q Rock Research is very active. We publish really in-depth analysis of a bunch of things, and you look at the RWA piece, and it's quite interesting that it was basically flat, and all of a sudden, boom, it starts going, and the TVL goes up. And you wonder, what happened? Did the RWA issuers become better? No. Did people care more about the RWAs? Maybe, but I don't think so either. I think it was the money market protocols.
It was just that it was Tether.
Oh, you're saying that it's this adjacent category that does really, really well, and then it brings a lot of attention and necessity for this other category.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, it transforms an interesting value into the fundamental, right? And so, you tokenize on RWA, but is it better than the non-tokenized version? Probably not.
Right.
All of a sudden, then vault curation comes into the market, and people can come and say, hey, I'm going to accept this RWA as collateral to borrow. And then this thing goes like,
And this is something that we've been I've been thinking about a lot. We've been talking a lot about. It's the idea we know stable coins are going to grow. The growth of the stablecoin category. What is the adjacent category that will benefit the most as a result? We know this thing is going to grow. But to your point, money markets grew, and then as a result, RWAs got a lot more attention. We know stablecoins are going to grow. What is that next category that we think is going to benefit from the growth of stablecoins?
That's the trade.
That's the trade. I mean, I think a lot of people are speculating that payments is the most evident. The next one, FX, on-chain FX, that's really starting to have like different stablecoins trading against each other as an on-chain FX market. I think what's also going to be very interesting is, I would say, country risk management, which is the idea of forwards. So if you look at majority of markets outside of the US, there is a very clear yield arbitrage, very, very clear. And if stable coins can also become a tool for you to kind of fix rates between different FX currencies at scale in one click. All of a sudden you can access yield from anywhere and just pay the delta between the dollar yield. Like if you look at, for example, the euro, I mean, there's almost no yield in euro, which is crazy, correct? Because in fact, there's so much yield in dollar.
Right, rates are so low.
You could just like take that yield, put it in euro, but people don't do it because it's very hard to kind of like manage the FX risk.
Of course.
Nobody wants to take the risk, right? Like this year, for example, the euro at the beginning of the year was 1-to-1 to the dollar. Now it's like 1.15, 1.16. So if you would have, as a European, you put all your money into like some nice on-chain strategy, you got 15% yield, but then you lost 15% in FX, correct?
Yeah.
And so I think that could be all of a
take all the
sudden
smart contract risk and all this other stuff.
And so all these stablecoins come in, and then all of a sudden, what happens if every other single country in the world also gets access to yield, and all of a sudden Europe has access to yield, Mexico has access to yield, boom. And I don't know what's going to be, correct, but it's interesting to think about the fact that when that happens, how does it affect society and the economies of all these countries, which I think is what's coming next.
Yeah.
Well, and David, we're creating a Spotify playlist.
Okay.
Of all of songs from our guests, and we'd like to have you add a song.
Dev Connect Spotify.
And we have another gift for you as well. But first, what's your artist of choice? What's your song of choice?
What kind of music you've been listening to?
I mean, I company's based in Belgium.
Okay.
So I'll take Los Frequencies.
Los Frequencies.
Los Frequencies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Favorite song by them?
Well, they're all great, honestly.
They're all good?
They're all great.
What
Fantastic.
do we got?
We're gonna go with Black Friday.
That's great.
That's a good one?
There you go.
All right.
And then we got a gift from the
We
Lambda
do.
team
We
for
did.
you.
This one's from Lambda class.
This
We're
one's
in the
from
Lambda
Fede
class office.
and RJ.
Fede helped connect us. This is for you. This is Fede's grapes.
This is their wine.
Malbec wine.
Straight from
Fede's orchard. That one is
from Fede's
I'm
orchard.
very tired today
That-
because yesterday he made me drink one of these.
that one's for you for maybe tomorrow. This one is for the
Key
Key
Rock
Rock team
back in Belgium.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Thank
They
you,
want
guys.
you to drink that, man.
Absolutely.
And
enjoy,
yeah, man. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
it's
thank
been a
you so
journey
much.
for us today.
No, thank
I'm
you,
glad
guys.
that we got you in.
Yeah.
And it was a pleasure to meet you in person.
Absolutely.
And
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for coming
Thanks
on.
for coming.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time. Go
Yeah,
Key
guys.
Rock.
All right, we'll do a quick break, and we got our last guest.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its Rio upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Title good? Cool.
All right, back. Last guest.
Last guest, mystery guest.
Man, what a week it's been for you, huh?
Yeah, what a week.
Yeah, it's been incredible.
Yeah.
Has it?
Can we get your reaction?
Well, hold on. Let's set the stage here.
Okay.
We started with, I saw this tweet when it was at like 500K views. It's at 16 million views now. Argentina, I'm in you. Friends, which is also just crazy. Friends, let's connect before DevCon. And then I saw the tweet before the whole, like kind of like as was blowing up. And what X kind of did was it like put all the negative comments to the bottom eventually. And so most people saw it when it was just the positive kind of like, oh, don't listen to the haters. But I saw it when it was like the first 3 comments that I saw were extremely racist and extremely negative. I'm not going to repeat them, but it was really intense. So maybe just walk us through your side of the story, man, because it was super intense. And I don't think people even got to see the comments unless they really scrolled down. What happened? How did this make you feel? What's been your reaction to the initial post?
So initially I posted it actually a day later. I was like, delayed the post already. So I posted it. Usually when I post with a premium account, I usually get around 1,000 to 2,000 views. The likes I don't count, but views usually goes up to 1,000, 2,000 on a good day. And I posted it, but usually my most audience are in India, so most people follows me on India. So due to the time difference, it doesn't even gone up to like 500. I went to sleep, woke up the next day, the views are like around 2k. Okay, good. There's a few Spanish comments. I was intrigued. Okay, it reached more than India. There's a few Spanish comments. I initially opened the Google Translate, copied, paste. First comment, it was totally rude. I was like, okay, it must be like one rare comment. And then I went again. So there were like only like 4 comments, just 4 comments the next day. After around 15 hours, just 4 like negative comments. I was like anyone else, I tried to like report it. I report each comments. For each comments, X said like there's like no community violation on this. It's really funny because it includes all the names, slurs, racist slurs and everything, but the X community guidelines doesn't care about it. So those 4 comments give way to other negative comments basically. But initially there were like a lot of like positive comments, especially like a lot of people from working from like Ethereum Foundation and other people from DevCon team also commented it. And these negative comments, which I couldn't take them down, like brought in the attention of other negative peoples into this post, and it blew up the next day. Initially it was around like 100k, nearly 100k, around like 80-90k. I thought like it will die around 100k. So that's the only thought I had, but it didn't, and the views went from like 100k to like 500k the next day, and I thought like it will die at this point. Yeah, so I thought like people will forget at this point and then move on as the other event started, but it didn't. The next day I woke up, it was 800k. That's when I retweeted that, thank you so much for this 800k views. I never thought I would see that in my account. And once I posted that, then I got like tremendous support from the community when I stood up against it. People saw it and then they just like don't want to like support me. It's not just that they like a lot of people's been in my shoes, either face racism either online or offline, or had like experienced similar situations for their friends or family members. So this combined sensation brought the support to that post, and a lot of my close friends, ex-colleagues, everyone started supporting on that post through comments and quote tweets. That kind of polarized the negative comments I received for my previous post as well as this post. This quote post actually brought more attention to the previous post.
Yeah, it did. That's what always happens.
Yeah.
If you like quote tweet it, it just brings more traffic.
Yeah, and it led to like 1 million views.
Yeah.
Immediately, and I thought like this is the end. So this is the end, and it isn't. So I was initially a bit afraid because the initial sentiments were in a way that I felt like I shouldn't have done this, even though there's like nothing I have done that like directly affected anyone or it's directed towards anyone. It's just a basic template used by travelers, and I noticed that there were like 10 plus posts I noticed right at the time use the same template.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So this exact template, but why my post got all this attention towards this like anon people? And it turned out, of course, towards the negativity towards brown skinned people or black skinned people. So that kind of brought in more attention to my post compared to anyone else. I've seen other posts who also had like really good followers, but his post got around like 2k views. I was like thinking, what is happening? So the content I posted is not the issue. The issue is something more deep into it. And once this post got like million impressions and a lot of people started commenting, it kind of reduced the negative comments towards it. As it started like polarizing the negativity. In the end, the post got like more positive comments than negative comments. A lot of people started tweeting their own experience.
Can I just stop you there for a
Yeah.
sec? Why didn't you respond to any of the anonymous people and be like, shut the hell up, you piece of shit? Like, why didn't you just tell them to like F off?
Initially I didn't want this post to get these impressions. So if we give more like power to them only through responding to them.
Yeah.
If we just like respond, they just get more happier and then they just start doing it more.
Right.
So I just don't want to give that power to them, but it didn't stop them in any way.
Yeah.
So if I respond, what will happen is they will respond back.
Yeah.
I'm I'm a public figure, but they are like just an anon accounts.
Right.
They can create 10 more anon accounts and then they can just start attacking. So that went on, and there was like two things I was really concerned about. One is it shouldn't affect the brand I'm representing over here. Metis. It shouldn't like affect directly the brand I'm representing. And then the second thing was I don't want my parents or my normie friends to get affected for the same. Or like even get worried about it. And I thought like it never gonna reach my parents or my normie friends. Every friends get it. Like Web3 is like this. So Twitter is usually is a shitstorm as usual. So they get it. But my normie friends would be like concerned about this. I thought like it never gonna reach my normie
It did reach
friends.
them, right?
Yes, it did.
Did it make press in India?
Yeah. So there's a two news press, which is NDTV and Times of India. Those are like equivalent of New York Times in US.
And this post made that.
Yeah.
What was the the reaction to it in India from these news outlets?
Yeah. So actually, this is really positive. I was worried about it. I don't want to bring negative attention towards Argentina just because of these anon comments. Because people are really nice. People are incredibly friendly and welcoming. Just because of a few anons, I don't want to bring those negative attention. But I'm really glad none of the news media used it as a clickbait. That's what I was really worried about it. It's a really clickbaitable, rage baitable, clickbaitable content.
Like you were worried that the Indian press would have made it like anti-Argentina.
Exactly. So
okay.
There's a opening for that. I can totally see it. I'm glad none of them did it.
Yeah.
What happened is because the quote tweet that got viral, and once that got viral, a lot of local Argentinians start showing their support IRL as well as online. The Argentinian builders, that's on Twitter as well, and then local Argentinian builders I've seen in events and conferences, they just started coming up to me.
Yeah.
I also tweeted that as well, and the news outlet only saw that. That's what I'm really glad about.
Yeah.
And they framed the narrative in such a way that this Indian tourist got racism online, but local Argentinians showing their support.
Yeah. So talk us through what was going on at 5 million impressions and then 10 million impressions and then 15 million? Like, what was the change in because you went from coming to DevConnect to on stage and a local legend in 5 mil, 10 mil. What happened?
So as I mentioned, I never thought it's gonna reach more than 100K.
Yeah.
I never thought it's even gonna reach 5K, and then suddenly the negativity brought it up to 100K, and it brought it up to even 1 million. Then that around 800K, I made the quit tweet, and it suddenly brought it to 3 million. I did not even see 2 million or 1.5 million. Suddenly, it just pushed it to 3 million and 5 million. So the only thing I got is the support I just keep getting from the community. The most ecosystem leads, even people from Ethereum Foundation, people from DevConnect, DevConnect core team, they all started showing their support. That means a lot. So I was really afraid about this. It might offend the brand, because initially I was just alone. There's no external support I received in the earlier stage of this post. That's what I was really afraid, how it is being projected or how it is perceived from the other end. Whether they are also thinking this shouldn't be done, or I offended anyone, or I offended the local communities. So that's what I was afraid in the early. when I start receiving support, now I know like this is all just like online shit. And then people started sharing their personal experiences as well, which means a lot. And it takes a lot to like share a stranger about your really personal experiences. That is also like really negative. You don't want to talk about it. And so that means a lot. And people
Would you ever come back to Argentina?
Me?
Yeah.
For sure,
Yeah. Would you ever post a photo like that again?
For sure, yeah. And I don't want to like make it look like I'm trying to like gain like popularity just from this, or like again trying to rage bait anyone, because it was never meant to rage bait anyone.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm really I'm just like wanna make sure it doesn't like look in that way.
So usually when creators have these viral moments, they actually take them and like end up like this is a really weird example, but the Hak Twa girl had that like Hak Twa moment, and then she turned it into like this whole like Hak Twa podcast, which ended up turning into like a Hak Twa meme coin, and then like I think she got in trouble for that.
I think it's pronounced Hak Tua.
Hak Twa, whatever. What is it, like some shit? But anyway, yo, so like, do you have plans to like take this? Because like, bro, you could probably sell merch with that tweet on it and shit would pop. Or like how are you thinking at all about like taking this moment and turning it into a win for yourself, or like is that not really on your mind?
I did not have any plans towards it.
Hak Tua launched a meme coin. I think Andy's
nah, but like. You know what I mean? Like, you go viral on some TikTok, and all of a sudden, like, boom, all your next videos are hitting, and then, like, boom, all of a sudden you get brand deal, and then, boom, you're, like, a creator now.
Exactly.
Off one post.
Exactly. And that's exactly
the beauty of, like, the viral.
That's what
internet.
happened to, viral things that have gone viral.
That's what I'm saying.
Is
like,
one of them.
Like, you have a unique opportunity right now to, like,
Exactly.
take this moment and, like, turn it into, like, a consistent moment for your personal brand.
Yeah.
Like, bro, like I don't know what the exact idea would be, but like you could turn this into like a satire account in some ways, or like you could turn this into like you could create like an anti-racism movement around this and like get like a lot of support. Like there's so many things you could do. I'm just curious, like if you're just kind of thinking about any of these things.
No, I did not have any time to think about this because I'm here for a business. I'm here for representing my company. So it's been like a really tight schedule for like last few days.
Yeah.
And these people are also like asking about this, but I did not have any time to like think what I'm gonna do after DevConnect.
Yeah.
And so if I think about it, it's probably I would still post content, but definitely not a meme coin. I'm definitely not launching a meme coin. Somebody did. I wanna like tell you guys through this video, don't buy that coin.
Wait, somebody launched a shitcoin for you?
Yeah.
No
Don't buy
fucking
it.
way, dude. Yo, let's pull this up.
And we are this.
Yo,
there's a coin,
can we
but
get this
don't
on the
buy it.
screen, please? Thiru meme coin. Can we get it on the screen? What is it?
No, that's like another coin. I don't want to say the name of. I don't want to give the ticker of it.
Okay.
Yeah, don't shill the fake meme coin.
So somebody created a meme coin.
Yeah, so don't. I'm not affiliated with any meme coins, so don't buy it, and don't lose your money.
What is Metis? I have two questions, but first, what is Metis? I see that they were obviously supporting you. What has been their reaction? You were a little bit concerned that they would think that this would have consequences, but they ended up supporting you. A lot of the Ethereum community ended up supporting you. What has Metis's reaction been to it?
So initially they were like they sent me, right? So I'm representing Metis here. They were also like it's this Argentina does have a history of racism.
Yeah.
So and then like they also know like people are really friendly in IRL. So just like take care of it, and it's like just online, and they also understand what happens whenever like some tweet go viral.
Yeah.
So they are like really chill about it, and it all happened through weekend. So a lot of our teammates are like not able to like get through it, and then suddenly in Monday or like whenever they got to check that like Twitter, it was like viral. It's
crazy.
The Twitter is already viral. Yeah.
Dude, we have some gifts for you, man.
Oh, yeah.
We got a shirt, we got some wine. Thanks for joining us. This is a Return to Fundamentals shirt, man. This will look great on you on your next viral post. Truly, I think that will fucking fly. then we
He
got
doesn't.
some-
He doesn't drink, so we're not
doesn't
gonna.
drink.
But we are curious. We are building a Dev Connect playlist on
Yeah,
Spotify.
we are.
And so we
We
you know,
do
we're
need
curious.
some
What
songs.
kind of music have you been listening to? What did you listen to on your flight over? Could you recommend
Did
a
you
song?
listen to anything that was like, I'm gonna kill the world after this? Like, were you like fired up or no?
If I want some motivating music, it's of course Eminem.
Eminem?
Like
Yes, sir.
lose yourself in the music, the moment.
Yes,
you
sir.
want
Lose
it, yeah.
yourself, man. I can get down.
Never
with that.
Let It Go. That's a banger.
Gotta love that one, man. Gotta love that one.
Very cool.
I'm gonna add that to our Dev Connect playlist, and we're gonna get that in there, man. Thank you for your time, Thiru, bro.
Yeah,
It's
thank
been a
you so
pleasure,
much.
man.
What is your X payout looking like this month?
I think I asked few people. They said like with respect to the like the impression I got,
Yeah.
it could be around $1,000 the safe bid, but
You gonna
you
buy
never
some
know.
coins with that?
That's a pretty good airdrop.
I have no plans about it, but
Okay.
I'm not like expecting more on that. But I'm really glad about the impressions.
Yeah.
But it's all about like how I take it forward rather than just like relying on that.
That's right. Yeah.
Thiru, man, thanks for coming.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? Infinify gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. Infinify is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinify.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on-chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever have with your crypto. Go to yeet.com to yeet into your next game.
Not your keys, not your coins. From the team that pioneered cold storage, Trezor has just released its new wallet. Guys, if you are still using hot wallets in 2025, 2026, you are missing the entire point. Secure your coins. Get a Trezor at trezor.io.
Go anywhere on chain instantly with Relay.link. Relay is closing in on $10 billion transferred. Go to Relay.link to bridge your assets now.
Money shouldn't wait for Mondays. Following its real upgrade, Polygon is now one of the fastest chains for stablecoin transfers and payments. Visit Polygon Technology to learn more.
Kalshi is the world's largest prediction market. You can trade on anything in all 50 states. Go to Kalshi.com to trade today.
Talk to AI like your lawyer or your doctor or your therapist. Yours, private, and here today. Visit near.ai to have a fully private chat experience.
Havachi is fast and private perps trading, secured by ZK with Celestia underneath. Go to hibachi.xyz to start trading today.
Looking for yield that stands out? InfiniFi gives you just that. Deposit stablecoins and earn far more than the current savings rate. InfiniFi is a battle-tested, reliable DeFi platform that is ready to go. Head to infinifi.xyz.
Halliday is unified crypto payments. Give your users more wherever they are. Go to halliday.xyz to never write a smart contract again.
Open, stable, borderless. Frax is building the next generation of stablecoin infrastructure for the digital finance era. Visit frax.com to learn more today.
Yeet is built for big moments. The most fun you'll ever.
Alrighty, guys, day 2 has come to a close. What a freaking run. Thank you for being here. We're just going to keep returning to fundamentals. I mean, we have no other choice. So
We're actually going to get more fundamental than we've ever been. And so we're relearning, we're embracing what payments, stable coins, super cycle, institutional, banking the unbanked. It's really happening. We're really doing it. And we're doing it ever so more than we ever thought we could.
Guys, thank you so much. Rollup TV is out.